Last 4 weeks, what he has done, the last government has not done in 4 years. When we look into, as a common person, those who are living here, I'm in the Bay Area, California. We are tired of high crime, tired of companies moving out of California, tired of all the suffering what the people are going through, and a lot of things. What Trump is trying to do with the tariff is very simple. He's just asking for the fair treatment, nothing else. Today, with the India, I see it's it's not like a $40 billion. It's not a big amount. But what the previous speakers has also mentioned, that with the defense, with energy partnership, we can cover that part. But bigger picture, if we see, and again, coming back to your question as well, I think this is a great opportunity for India and US for the alliance. When we look into the President Trump, he has only invited close ally. Netanyahu was here last week. Now Prime Minister Modi ji is here. In fact, Trump loves Modi, Trump loves India, and I can tell you this part: this whole deal, whatever will happen today, it will be beneficial not only to the Indian people, but for Americans and everyone. One thing I like to mention that Trump is very fair. He's asking the fair question that we give you open market, you give us open market. Let's work together. Also, he, as a businessman, understand the whole environment. And in fact, this is a great opportunity for India, where India is looking for the nuclear power for all the growth what India is seeing today. India is looking to the technologies, and I think this is a great opportunity for India to go more deeper, as well as open the market for the future investment. India is looking for agriculture revolution,
All right.
which a lot of things can come from here, and technology advancement. So I see it's a great opportunity for India, and I'm very positive. Like today, when the news come out, Modi and Trump will be speaking very positive. What will be good for the Indian people, Indian community? And again, there are some here and there things like immigration policies and all those things. Of course, there are some pain points, but I'm sure that can be resolved because Modi and Trump, they both align together and both are the man
And
of
that's
action.
why the Indian Prime Minister is there. I'm sure they'll be able to work out something. But let me quickly go across to Sanjay. Sanjay, news coming in that Prime Minister Modi has communicated this to the US President, that he is very happy that President Donald Trump spoke to President Putin to ensure peace in Ukraine. India is not neutral and our stand is one to ensure peace. And remember, that is the message that Prime Minister himself had delivered to both of them, whether it was the Russian president or the Ukrainian president, when he met both of them last year.
Yes, India has played an active peacemaker, and Prime Minister Modi particularly has taken the lead. He spoke with Putin in Moscow, and then he visited Kiev, as we know. And India has sought for very long to play that peacemaker role. India has long held the view that this can only be resolved through diplomacy and dialogue and not on the battlefield. And the Prime Minister also was very emphatic in his support for human rights. He was emphatic in his support for territorial
Another image, in
rights,
fact,
and he
coming
said
there.
many of these things.
Sanjay, going to just ask you to hold on to those thoughts. Let me also show our viewers that the latest image that's come in of Prime Minister Modi, in fact, sharing that bear hug with the US President over there in the Oval Office as he arrived in the White House. Yes, Sanjay, please go ahead and finish the point you were making.
Yes, of course, because India has long sought to play a peacemaker here, and now if there is an initiative that moves both countries in that direction, certainly it would be something that India would welcome, and that Prime Minister Modi particularly and personally would welcome, given how much energy and effort he's put into trying.
Had a wonderful relationship, and we kept the relationship during the 4-year period. The period that was a very interesting period indeed. I got to see how not to do things. And we've just started up again, and we have, I think, some very big things to talk about. Number one is they're going to be purchasing a lot of our oil and gas. We have more oil and gas than any other country in the world by far. And they need it, and we have it. And we're going to talk about trade. We're going to talk about many things, but It's really an honor to see you, and you've been my friend for a long time, and congratulations on having done a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपको मिलकर बहुत सम्मान और महसूस हो रहा है। तो मुझे बहुत खुशी कि आज फिर आप यहाँ पर आए हैं और हम पिछले 4 साल आपसे हमारी बात हुई है और हम उस रिश्ते को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं जो 4 साल के हमने पहले बढ़ाया है। और ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण और रुचिकर समय आने वाला है हमारे साथ दोनों देशों के लिए। आपने देखा है कि हमारे पास बहुत कुछ करने को है। अभी पहली बात है तेल और गैस की बात है, और हमारे पास काफ़ी तेल और गैस है और आप इंडिया में इसकी ज़रूरत है जो हम देंगे। बाद में बात आती है ट्रेड की, व्यापार की, और इसके अलावा हमें बहुत खुशी है और बहुत ही हमारे लिए एक सम्मान की बात है कि मेरे एक मित्र आज वापस यहाँ आए हैं और उनसे मिलकर मुझे बहुत खुशी है।
Would you like to say anything more?
No, I'm okay.
एक्सेलेंसी, मैं सबसे पहले तो फिर एक बार आपको यहाँ पर देख करके और आपको यहाँ पर मिल करके बहुत प्रसन्नता हो रही है। मैं आपके इस भव्य विजय के लिए आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ। न सिर्फ मेरी तरफ से, 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की तरफ से आपको मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ और बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ।
Your Excellency, I'm delighted to see you back in the White House and to meet with you today in this room. On behalf of 1.4 billion people of India, let me convey my heartiest congratulations to you on your grand and historic victory.
ये बहुत ही सुखद संयोग है कि भारत की जनता ने 60 साल के बाद किसी प्रधानमंत्री को तीसरी बार लगातार देश की सेवा करने का अवसर दिया है। और मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है कि मुझे इस कार्यकाल में राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के साथ फिर एक बार कार्य करने का अवसर मिला है। मैं कह सकता हूं कि राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के पहले 4 वर्ष का मेरा जो अनुभव था, जो गर्मजोशी थी, जो उत्साह था, जो विश्वास था, वही गर्मजोशी, वही उत्साह, वही विश्वास के साथ हम फिर एक बार साथ मिलकर के आगे बढ़ेंगे।
Last year, the people of India gave me the opportunity to serve them for the 3rd consecutive time, and it has happened in the history of India in the last 60 years for the first time. And in this term, I will have an opportunity to work with you over the next 4 years, and it's a great pleasure to see the two coincide. And I can say from my past experience of working with you in your first term that we will continue to advance the India-US strategic partnership with the same warmth, with the same trust, and with the same excitement.
और मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है कि आते ही राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने एक मित्र की तरह मुझे पुराने अहमदाबाद के स्टेडियम की याद दिलाई। ये बात सही है कि ह्यूस्टन में हाउडी मोदी और गुजरात में अहमदाबाद में नमस्ते ट्रंप, वो दो एक ऐसी बहुत बड़े विशाल कार्यक्रम रहे जिसकी गूंज आज भी भारत के हर कोने में सुनाई दे रही है।
I'm happy that as soon as I entered this room, my friend reminded me of Ahmedabad and the cricket stadium where we held the big rally, and the events that we did, the mega events that we did in Ahmedabad, Namaste Trump, or the Howdy Modi in Houston. We had conveyed a very strong message of our friendship through those events, and the resounding echo of those events can be heard even today in India and the world.
भारत अमेरिका संबंधों को प्रगाढ़ बनाने में, उसको एक नई ऊंचाई देने में और व्यापकता देने में राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप की पहली टर्म की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका रही है। और मुझे विश्वास है कि दूसरे टर्म में भी हम उसी गति से आगे बढ़ेंगे।
Excellency, you made immense personal contribution towards strengthening of our relations, towards making them more comprehensive, and in attaining unprecedented heights in our relationship. And I firmly believe that in your second term, we will work with even more speed.
और मैं जैसे भारत के नागरिकों को वादा किया है कि मैं तीसरे टर्म में 3 गुना गति से काम करूंगा, और मुझे विश्वास है कि राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के साथ आने वाले 4 वर्ष हम भारत अमेरिका के संबंधों की गति में 2 गुना गति से काम करेंगे।
As I had promised to the people of India that in my third term as the Prime Minister of India, we will work with thrice the speed. I firmly believe that with President Trump, during the next 4 years, during his second term, we will work with twice the speed that we did in the first term.
मैं राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप से एक बात हमेशा अप्रिशिएट करता आया हूं, सीखता आया हूं कि वे राष्ट्रहित को सर्वोपरि रख करके काम करते हैं। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप की तरह मुझे भी भारत के हितों को सर्वोपरि रखते हुए कार्य करना ये मेरे लिए सौभाग्य की बात है।
One thing that I deeply appreciate and I learned from President Trump is that he keeps the national interest supreme, and like him, I also keep the national interest of India at the top of everything else, and this has been my real fortune.
राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप की जब भी बात आती है तब मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन हर किसी को याद आता है, हर किसी को उससे प्रेरणा मिलती है। वैसे ही भारत में विकसित भारत 2047, जब भारत की आज़ादी के 100 साल होंगे, तब तक भारत को विकसित बनाने के संकल्प के साथ 140 करोड़ देशवासियों का संकल्प, उसको आज नई गति मिल रही है, नई ऊर्जा मिल रही है।
President Donald Trump and Make America Great Again are inseparable. Whenever we talk about President Trump, one has to talk about Make America Great Again. Similarly, that vision inspires everybody. Similarly, in India, we have the resolve of 1.4 billion people of India that by the time India reaches the 100th anniversary of its independence, we will make our country a developed country by 2047. And this is getting new speed and new resolve.
अमेरिका विश्व का सबसे पुराना लोकतंत्र, भारत विशाल लोकतंत्र, और इसलिए हम दोनों का मिलने का मतलब 1+1 2 नहीं, 1 और 1 11 होता है, और ये 11 की तख्ती वो ताकत विश्व के कल्याण के भी काम आएगी।
US is the world's oldest democracy, and India is the world's largest democracy. So when India and the US come together, they make 1+1 11 and not 2. And this is the power of 11 that is going to work for the welfare of the humanity.
मैं राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप का, मेरे एक अच्छे मित्र का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि हम फिर से एक बार प्रगति की राह पर नई ऊंचाइयों को छूने के लिए चल पड़ेंगे।
I once again thank my friend President Trump, and we together resolve that we will together march towards progress and towards prosperity for our nations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And he's doing a great job in India. Everybody talks about it. He's doing a really fantastic job. A great leader. Great leader.
मोदी जी बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं भारत में, और हर कोई इसकी बात कर रहा है कि वे बहुत बड़े नेता हैं, बहुत महान नेता हैं।
मैं आपका बहुत आभारी हूं आपके इन शब्दों के लिए, और मुझे विश्वास है कि भारत का हर नागरिक आपकी इस भावना का आदर करता है।
I thank you for your warm words, Mr. President, and I firmly believe that every person in India respects your sentiments.
Thank you. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
Any questions, please?
Yes, President. You are both very popular leaders in your respective countries. You have spoken about a common sense diplomatic doctrine. So what's a Trump-Modi doctrine that we should expect from the meetings today to make our world better and safer?
Well, I think more than anything else will be the unity. We have great unity. We have great friendship, he and I and our countries. And I think it's only going to get closer. But it's very important that we remain united as countries. We're friends, and we're going to stay that way.
President Trump, how are you going to fight China if you're going to be tough with India on trade? How are you going to beat China then?
We're in very good shape to beat anybody we want, but we're not looking to beat anybody. We're looking to do a really good job. We've done a fantastic job for the American people. We had a great 4 years, and we were interrupted by terrible administration, absolutely terrible. They didn't know what they were doing, and now we're putting it back together, and I think it's going to end up being much stronger than it was before, even much stronger than it was before.
President Trump, first of all, congratulations for the fantastic 24 days of your presidency. Historic and unprecedented decisions that you made, transformational reforms.
I like that.
I'm particularly impressed by the expose on USAID. And I would like you to share with us if you think USAID had a role in election interference in the US in 2020 and Indian elections in 2024.
So it could have had a role. There were a lot of bad things that happened in 2020. I think bad things happened in 2024, but it was too big to rig. We won by a tremendous margin. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote by millions of votes. So it was too big to rig. But yeah, I think they probably tried. We're looking to go to a system now much different, where one-day voting, voter ID, and we have to do that. And paper ballots. We want paper ballots. And when they do that, we're going to clean it up very, very well. But we had a great 2016. We had a much better 2020 election. But bad things happened. And we had the best of all. We had, they say, the most consequential in history, 129 years. Most consequential. So it was a great election, and it gives me a chance to work again with the Prime Minister and India. And we're going to have a great relationship together.
Mr. Prime Minister, प्रधानमंत्री जी कल प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप ने प्रेसिडेंट पुतिन से बात की है और युद्ध को रोकने की बात करी है. आप हमेशा से
Do you see India playing a role in your plan to broker a peace in Ukraine? And if I could ask you about a development in your hometown today, the U.S. attorney has resigned over the DOJ's request to drop the case into Eric Adams. Did you personally request the Justice Department to drop that case?
No, I didn't. I know nothing about it. I did not. I think that, just to answer your other question, we're just going to get along well. We're going to get along with all countries. We're going to do very well. We're going to be doing, I think, record business, record numbers. And we're going to work with India also. We have some very big trade deals to announce in the very near future.
Mr. Prime Minister, कल प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप ने प्रेसिडेंट पुतिन से बात की है. आप दुनिया के अकेले ऐसे लीडर हैं जिन्होंने प्रेसिडेंट पुतिन से मीटिंग की है, प्रेसिडेंट जेलेंस्की से मीटिंग की है, पहले प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन से मिले और अब प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप से मिले. आपको लग रहा है कि जिस शांति की बात आप करते आए थे, उसमें अब भारत रूस और यूक्रेन को युद्ध खत्म कराने के लिए अमेरिका के साथ मिलकर कोई नया रास्ता बना सकता है? और दूसरा, प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप भारत आने वाले हैं, प्रेसिडेंट पुतिन भारत आने वाले हैं, तो क्या भारत भूमि से शांति का संदेश जा सकता है? And Mr. President, what you would like to say about the Bangladesh issue, because we saw and it is evident that how the deep state of United States was involved in regime change during the Biden administration, and then Mohammed Yunus made Junior Soros also. So what is your point of view about the Bangladesh?
Soros, and what is the role that the deep state played in the situation in Bangladesh?
Well, there was no role for our deep state. It was, this is something that the Prime Minister has been working on for a long time and has been worked on for hundreds of years, frankly. I've been reading about it. But I will leave Bangladesh to the Prime Minister.
जहाँ तक रूस और यूक्रेन के बीच का लड़ाई का सवाल है, मुझे खुशी है कि राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने शांति के प्रयासों का इनिशिएटिव लेते हुए कल राष्ट्रपति पुतिन से बात की है. दुनिया का एक सोच रही है कि भारत न्यूट्रल है. भारत न्यूट्रल नहीं है. भारत का अपना पक्ष है और भारत का पक्ष है शांति. हम पहले दिन से ही, और मैंने राष्ट्रपति पुतिन को उनकी मौजूदगी में मीडिया के सामने कहा था कि ये समय युद्ध का नहीं है, और मेरा एक कन्विक्शन है कि समस्याओं का समाधान युद्ध के मैदानों में नहीं निकलता है, वो टेबल पर चर्चा करके ही निकलता है.
As far as the Russia-Ukraine conflict is concerned, I'm very happy that President Trump has taken initiatives to restore peace and had telephone calls with President Putin and President Zelensky. The world had this thinking that India somehow is a neutral country in this whole process, but this is not true. India has a side, and that side is of peace. From the very first day, I have been talking about the importance of dialogue and diplomacy and a peaceful solution. And when I met President Putin in the presence of media, I had told him that this is not the era of war. And I have firm conviction that problems cannot be resolved on the battlefield. The two sides will have to come to the negotiating table.
शांति के हर प्रयास का हम समर्थन करते हैं और राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने जो इनिशिएटिव लिया है, मैं उनका हर सख्त समर्थन करता हूं।
Prime Minister, can you let him translate, please? Just wait on.
I just want to add to that. We had a very good phone call yesterday with President Putin. It lasted maybe an hour and a half. It was excellent, and I think we went a long way toward getting a solution to the horrible war where so many people are being killed, especially soldiers on the battlefield. At least 1.5 million soldiers have been killed on a ridiculous war that would have never happened if I were president. But we've got a long way to, I think we've got a long way to solving it. Tomorrow there's a meeting in Munich, and then next week there's a meeting in Saudi Arabia, not with myself or President Putin, but with top officials. And Ukraine will be a part of it too. And we're going to see if we can end that war. That war is a horrible war. It's a vicious, bloody war. We want to end it. To your other question, that U.S. attorney was actually fired. I don't know if he or she resigned, but that U.S. attorney was fired. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. President, what is the role? Mr. Prime Minister, I have a question. The trade competition with China. What is the role that you expect India to play vis-a-vis US competition with China and in your broader vision for peace in the Middle East?
Exactly.
Well, I think we're doing very well in our competition with everybody. I think you're going to see a nation that really is going forward at a very rapid pace. Our economy is going to be fantastic. We're doing things to make it that way. And we announced some very big elements today of success. I call it an element of success. Reciprocal tariffs, so that somebody charges us, we charge them the same amount, which has never been done in our country before. We've always been taken advantage of by other countries, and we allow that to happen foolishly, but we're not going to allow that any longer. So I think we're going to do very well. We've been doing they say the last 3 weeks was among the best 3 weeks ever for a start in a presidency. There's never been anything like it. And when you see what we've been able to do in 3 weeks, people are really amazed. Even the Prime Minister mentioned it. I think other countries are looking at it. But I just want to thank everybody for being here. This is a terrific man. We're going to make some wonderful trade deals for India and for the U.S. And thank you all very much. Thank you.
Gotta stand up. Drawing my head.
Thank you, President.
Let's go. Let's go. Keep going, guys. Yep. Keep going.
Mr. Narendra Modi and the US President, as he assured the Indian Prime Minister that they are going to have a very wonderful relationship. In fact, Prime Minister also talked about all those points that both the democracies in fact are in fact converging when it comes to especially the both the heads of state, in fact, working towards the national interest and for the interest of the people, while it is Donald Trump's America First policy on one hand, it is Prime Minister Modi's Viksit Bharat, which ensures the interest of Indians. So a host of talking points over there. I'd like to quickly bring in Zaka Jacob on that note. Zaka, how do you assess this exchange that's taken place?
So these are brief initial comments. Obviously, this is before they go in for their individual talks and their delegation level talks. So clearly, I think both leaders are outlining what are priority areas for them. You heard the President of the United States talk about, Russia, Ukraine, the call that he had with President Putin. We haven't heard anything about him, asking Prime Minister Modi to play some kind of a mediatory role because Prime Minister Modi has good ties with both President Putin as well as President Zelensky. President Trump also talked in quite great detail about the tariffs and the reciprocal tariffs, which he, in his own words, he says it's the best thing that's happened and so on. Now, these are not India specific. These are across the board tariffs, across a whole bunch of items, irrespective of who is exporting this into the United States. Will it have an impact on India? Certainly it will. But I think the amount of impact that it will have on Indian exports into the US will not be as much as was previously anticipated. And I think one of the ways in which India is hoping to mitigate the effect of these Trump tariffs is to try and import more from the United States, whether it's in the form of defense equipment, whether it's in the form of more energy. President Trump talked about, America being a great producer of natural gas and other forms of oil and energy. And I think he expects India to import a lot more US.
Zaka, in fact, we are getting in fresh visuals on the right side of our screen. We can see President Donald Trump, in fact, gifting Prime Minister Modi his book, Journey Together, showing him the photograph of Donald Trump's 2020 visit to the Taj Mahal. Those visuals where we can see Prime Minister, in fact, being gifted that book by the US President. It's also a nostalgic moment, Zaka, because remember, Prime Minister Modi was also alluding to his previous presidency, where Donald Trump also visited Ahmedabad in that Namaste Trump event, which was, of course, we've also seen how Prime Minister was welcomed in Houston prior to that. So it's also a moment of nostalgia.
Oh, certainly. I mean, I think in that sense, both leaders have a similar playbook. They're larger than life. They allow a pomp and show. So whether it's Howdy Modi, whether it is Namaste Trump, it was really playing to the galleries. And both of them are cut of that same cloth in that sense. They're politicians who, really have a mass connect, both Prime Minister Modi here in India and, of course, President Trump in the United States. Seems to be like a man in a hurry. He wants to sort of carve his name in history. He wants to leave behind a legacy that will be remembered for 2-3 generations to come. And I think that's why you're seeing all of these, 100, 200, 300 executive orders really appending the very nature of the US state, as it were, whether it's, curtailing US aid, whether it is pulling out of multilateral arrangements like the WHO, the Paris Climate Accords, and even domestically, really going after the setup of the federal government, asking for federal government employees to go on leave, some of the personal information being, put out in the public domain, and really saying that, if America has to be made great again, that's a slogan, Make America Great Again, then you have to really curtail the activities of the deep state, and you have to really cut down to size the federal government. So these are priority areas for President Trump. I just want to quickly come back to the whole trade conversation, because he's just announced reciprocal tariffs on all items that are being imported into the US. There will be a reciprocal tariff on items that are being exported from the United States. But, I think where President Trump might be missing a trick or two, we saw remnants of this in his first term. For example, both on steel and aluminum, there were high tariffs that were put in. Ultimately, what happened was, it's not like American companies started manufacturing the steel or aluminum on which there were higher tariffs. China was producing all of that, and China started, looking at various other markets other than the United States. So it was selling much more to, say, Western Europe, or to India, or to Africa, or Latin America, much more than before these tariffs came in place. So I think President Trump, while he's trying to sort of assuage the concerns of his voter base, to try and appease sections of the MAGA base, many of whom have lost jobs, industrial jobs in the Midwest of the United States, he's also sort of, trying to reinvent the wheel, if I can put it that way. And unfortunately for him, I don't think, really, I think, these tariffs are ultimately going to help very big mass manufacturing countries like China. You also have a whole bunch of countries in Southeast Asia that are going to be the beneficiaries of the Trump tariffs. But I think for India, it's going to be a bit of a tough navigation, because India needs the United States for defense, for its strategic affairs, for countering the threat that China is. But at the same time, because trade has been such a bugbear for President Trump, India will have to sort of in a way, nuance its way through some of the concerns that he has.
Oh, absolutely. That India will have a lot of skillful negotiating to do. But I want to bring in Sanjay also on that note. Sanjay, the US president was very quick to focus on how he's looking forward to doing greater trade, and he's looking towards Indian investment as far as the energy sector in the United States is concerned. At the same time, he said, not to forget, a very crucial point he made was that the India-United States relations were disrupted under the Biden administration. One also wonders, what was he referring to?
Well, on Biden, it's pretty much clear. He has called him crooked Joe Biden, almost as if that was a prefix to Joe Biden's name, and this has been going on. And we had more of that same tone in this press conference and in this briefing. But really, the question here is the assertion that was made that, well, we'll have a trade deal and we will sort things out. And this again is a slightly worrying shorthand. A couple of quick questions here that I think we all need to ask. How long have India and Britain been negotiating a trade deal? How many years? Where is it? How many years more has India been negotiating a trade deal with the European Union? It was almost for a decade or even more. Then it was going nowhere, they gave it up. It was abandoned. Then there has been a very hesitant restart. How many years have we had the World Trade Organization, and where is a universal agreement on world trade rules anywhere? We had the NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreement, and look what's happened between the US, Mexico, and Canada. So these trade deals are very, very difficult. You're talking about different production systems and economies for each of millions of products. And the levies and the profit margins and various regulations have to be sorted out for each, and each keeps changing. Where is there going to be a complete trade agreement with the US just like that, and that will deliver wonderful results? This is what I mean by worrying shorthand. I don't think that President Trump always knows what he's talking about.
Zaka, would you like to add to that? Because I think there are a host of concerns right now we still have. If India will be able to sort of get any concession, you know, in the end, there was a journalist who had posed that question about the reciprocal tariffs, and that sort of did not really get a response. But I want to bring you in on the point in terms of the kind of equation that we sense today, the body language, the bonhomie. It started on a very transactional note, but Prime Minister Modi was able to bring the US president, you know, to a very nostalgic point where he also used his warmth and his praises for
his Prime Minister there last week. So he has this sort of very almost mercurial temperament, and that sort of rubs off on his relationships with other world leaders as well. And you know, Prime Minister Modi's had a good equation with President Trump, both in his first term and now. But you know, there's only so much that personal equations get you as far as diplomatic relations are concerned, as we see Prime Minister Modi now signing the visitors book, I think, at the White House. This is again in the Oval Office, you know, a warm shake of hands between both the Prime Minister and the President. So there are two separate issues. I think one is, obviously, for President Trump, trade is a real bugbear. It's a sore point. And it's not just with India. It's with countries across the board. He is convinced that countries around the world, China, India, manufacturing countries, are really taking America for a ride. He doesn't believe in the globalized WTO framework of trade in the world. He wants to dismantle that. And he believes trade has to be between country to country, so it's much more bilateral rather than multilateral. And in that bilateral trade, he is a firm believer that it has to be even, both for the US and for whichever country it's trading with. There can't be these huge trade deficits that America is running up with other countries. So he firmly believes that. But having said that, as you see these first pictures, you can see Howard Lutnick, Marco Rubio, that's Mr. Gates. He just met with this is Stephen Miller. Of course, Elon Musk is there as part of the delegation as well. So it's again interesting to see the members of the Trump cabinet, the members of the Trump administration who are there in the meeting that's happening right now at the Oval Office. I want to come back to that point. So trade is really a sore point for President Trump. I think there are concessions that India will offer him, whether it's reducing duties on some of the products that America wants to export into India. At the same time, India will try and sort of balance out the trade when it comes to purchasing more American energy, purchasing more American defense equipment. One thing that really stood out for me was, you compare this to the conversation that President Biden and Prime Minister Modi had a couple of years ago. There was a lot more reference to China.
Yes.
China was really the overhang in that conversation because both countries realized that China is what they need to keep their eye on, and that's where the ball is, and they need to keep their eye on the ball. President Trump, I think one of the reporters tried to ask him a question about China, and he didn't really sort of get into it, and he said, I'm not going to answer that. Again, on Bangladesh, he didn't sort of directly respond. But I think really the crux of this relationship over the next 4 years is going to be determined by that question. Are America and India on the same page when it comes to the threat that emanates from China? So far, at least with Trump 2.0, I'm not seeing a visible articulation of that, certainly not from President Trump. Like I said, President Trump and Xi Jinping of China have not had a conversation. Tariffs have been imposed. You contrast that with the manner in which Canada and Mexico sort of really, rolled out the red carpet for Trump, bent over backwards and ensured that those tariffs are paused. Xi Jinping has had no conversation with Trump. He's like, you're going to impose tariffs on me, I'm going to impose counter tariffs on you. So I want to wait to see that first conversation between Trump and Xi Jinping. And post that, you will get a fairer understanding of, are India and America on the same page when it comes to how to deal with China. Right now, I don't see enough evidence, at least I haven't heard that from the horse's mouth, that is from President Trump, that he believes that the fundamental challenge over the next 4 years of his presidency for America is going to emanate from China, and therefore in that endeavor, he needs India as a partner.
On that note, let me also introduce our guests. I'm joined in by, and before I do that, in fact, we can see visuals coming in of the joint press conference that is all set to take place in some minutes from now, and we will be quickly cutting across to it. But I'm also joined in by Ajay Jain Bhaturia, who's an entrepreneur and also a Democratic Party leader, Peter Kuznick, who's a professor of history and director at Nuclear Studies Institute at American University in Washington, D.C., Glenn Carl, who's a former CIA officer as well. Many thanks to you, gentlemen, for joining in. Ajay, I want to begin with you. People have always, foreign policy experts, critics of Donald Trump, they have often drawn the Mad King analogy when it comes to Donald Trump. And this time around, it's been more sweeping in nature. Look at the way he has, in fact, exited the UNHRC. He's, in fact, shown no respect towards UNRWA, at the same time also threatening to exit the WTO. He has already sanctioned the ICJ. Why is it going to be a greater challenge this time around for India, especially for Prime Minister Modi, to navigate the challenges of trade and tariffs in Donald Trump presidency 2.0?
I feel that a little otherwise. I feel that Donald Trump is pretty clear that he wants to lead the world from economic growth point of view. He wants to be a peacemaker, and he doesn't want to get involved in wars. So with that mindset, he knows exactly what he's needing, which helps to meet his goal of make America great, which America first, which means that he's using the tools of tariffs and all those things. But with India, I guess he's looking, and Elon Musk is looking to enter the market in India, whether it's EV cars or other items. And at the same time, in the changing world, Trump administration realizes that it's not Russia which is bigger threat to US, it's China, which is bigger threat to US. So he's doing a realignment.
Mr. Baturia, I'm so sorry. I'll have to quickly go across to our correspondent Parikshit because he's then going to get occupied with the joint press conference that's about to take place. Parikshit, I want to quickly ask you if that meeting and the exchange that's taken place between the US President and the Indian Prime Minister was a teaser of what is about to come. What are you learning in terms of what can we expect from the bilateral meet today?
There was a clear bonhomie in the room when the two leaders met. Donald Trump said that we were great friends at the first term and we continue to be good friends now and nothing can stop the relationship. Prime Minister Modi said on behalf of all the Indians, I actually thank you for all your support and I congratulate you on winning a second term. He said that I'm in my third term and I will make sure that we work with thrice the speed. And he said, I'm sure you would work with twice the speed. They discussed the war that is taking place in Ukraine as well. And Prime Minister said that it is a wrong perception that India is a neutral country. We're not neutral. We are on the side of peace. And we've always said that conflicts cannot be resolved on the battlefield. It must be on the negotiating table. And we support every move that Donald Trump is making towards peace in Ukraine. And I welcome his conversation with Putin as well. There was a question of China as well. And Donald Trump said that US and India are very strong partners. Together, they can.
All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Parikshit, but we'll go back to him. Remember that joint press conference should be taking place any time from now. Let me quickly bring in Professor Peter Kuznick and Glenn, who continue to stay with us. Professor Kuznick, I think is this also a pressure tactic when you see Donald Trump in a very transactional sort of body language that he displayed in the first half of that meet? And how can India find greater room for negotiation now? Is this also an opportunity for India to forge closer defense ties?
Well, you have to remember that Donald Trump does not believe in a win-win negotiation. He's got more of a zero-sum game mentality. We win and you lose. And so that does not leave a lot of room. Now, he is transactional. He doesn't have fixed beliefs, really. He's not an ideologue, but he wants a win. And he looks at India and the tariffs that India charges, which he says correctly are among the highest in the world and the highest among the major economic powers. And he's going to match India dollar for dollar in these tariffs. That is going to be very, very hurtful. And the fact that he announced this on the eve of his meeting with Modi, I think is very insulting. So I don't see this as a good start, the way that some of my Indian colleagues do. Now, he and Modi do have a warm personal relation, but as they say in The Godfather, this is not personal, this is about business. And so I think it's gotten off in that regard to a bad start. And Modi can make concessions, India can make concessions to appease Trump to a limited extent, but I'm afraid that this is going to hurt trade, hurt relations, hurt India, and you know, it's not really in the America's interest to be doing this. The United States very much wants India as a partner in terms of geopolitics, especially to the extent that the U.S. is concerned about containing China. But this kind of treatment, I don't think is going to work, and I think is going to be seen as insulting by many proud Indians.
Absolutely. Glenn, how do you weigh in on the point that's being made by Professor Kuznick? The fact that India and, you know, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi is one of the early leaders to be visiting the US President, that too at his own invitation. Is that not an indication of the kind of strong strategic partnership that we already share? But yes, that threat of tariffs, something that is already been now placed or given the form of an executive order. How will India be able to navigate that? Do you think that we can latch on to that key pillar of this bilateral relationship, which is our defense cooperation, to sort of navigate the situation better?
Well, decades ago, there was a comedy record about then President Kennedy, and it had a little skit quoting then Premier Khrushchev from the Soviet Union. And Kennedy was having Khrushchev for lunch, and he ordered a Western sandwich, which is a kind of sandwich in the United States. And Khrushchev said, well, I'll have the eastern portion of the Western sandwich at the least. And he would just take what he could get. Donald Trump is the same, really. He doesn't have an ideology. He doesn't care about India. He doesn't care about anything except for looking good. And so if he can get a better trade tariff regime or a series of agreements with India, then he will be happy. If he can sell more defense equipment, he'll be happy. If India will coordinate more strategically on security issues with regard to China specifically, he'll be happy. Otherwise, he will become abrasive and aggressive. The reason that the meeting occurred very early between Modi and Trump is that India is an important country. He's not meeting with Liechtenstein or Bolivia because they don't have 1.4 billion people and a dramatically growing market and strategic importance. And that's it. He will. I completely subscribe to the comment by the gentleman before that he views the world and every interaction from a zero-sum perspective.
But Glenn, I want to follow up that with the fact that, you know, you're looking at a person who has a method to his madness, somebody who's shown complete disregard for multi-alignment, whether it is the WTO that he's recently threatened to exit, or sanctioning of the ICJ, exiting the UNHRC, or even the UNRWA. What does one do, or where does one go to address trade issues? The key question right now is that who or which body does address these trade issues or trade wars? Like China, in fact, had gone and issued a complaint with the WTO. But what is one to do when you have a president who has complete disregard for a body like the WTO?
That's a very good question. I mean, he is dismantling because he does not understand and does not care about and is hostile to the extent that he does understand any multilateral agreement or forum. It's a particular of interest to me since I was a trade negotiator in one of my earlier incarnations, and certainly understand, as anyone who has taken one semester of economics at university will, the benefits of multilateral trade agreements and low tariffs. But all of that is irrelevant to Trump because he doesn't actually understand it. And to the extent that he does, he is hostile to it. He is a nationalist and an isolationist and a unilateralist. And where one goes is to the extent that the multilateral fora, agreements, and institutions continue to have influence and relevance, one goes there. And then one tries to have multilateral agreements with whoever is willing and able to do so. And then if none of that obtains or is possible, then one has to cut a bilateral deal. We're reverting to or Trump would like us to revert to a world prior to, well, certainly prior to 1941, and I'd argue prior to 1933.
I want to ask you another question. In fact, I want to quickly take that from Professor. Professor, if Donald Trump is continuing to make threats to Greenland, Panama, and now Canada, which he again today reiterated while signing that executive order, that Canada is extremely vulnerable to foreign forces, which is what makes, you know, a perfect situation for Canada to become the 51st state, and referred to the Prime Minister again as Governor Trudeau. I want to ask you then, where does this leave China? Is China not well within its rights to take over Taiwan and perhaps even Russia and Ukraine?
Well, whether China's within its rights to take over Taiwan, I don't think is really the issue. The issue is what are the consequences going to be, And what is China willing to risk at this point? I think China would like to absorb Taiwan, of course, but it wants to do it, or reabsorb Taiwan, but it wants to do it peacefully if it possibly can. Now, you mentioned Trump's
Why
position.
I say so, Professor, because one of the oldest democracies, that is the United States, when it makes a comment like this, it's challenging the existing global order. Where does this leave the rest of the world? And till the Biden administration, in fact, it was under the previous Trump presidency itself, he was questioning China's rights over Taiwan. Is he now even in a position to do so? Well, he's clearly made it clear, amply clear during his campaigning time that he'll not be doing that. Is there a certain method to his madness this time around when he's saying that he'll not be interfering in the China-Taiwan issue?
Well, he has said in the past that Taiwan should be paying the United States protection money. That's the way Trump sees the world. He sees that in terms of Europe now. He sees it in terms of Ukraine. Ukraine's he wants $500 billion worth of Ukrainian rare earth elements in exchange for supporting Ukraine after the settlement. So this is just the way Trump looks at the world. He doesn't even have the strategic understanding of geopolitics and the way one forms alliances, the way one has partners, and that everything is not about who profits economically. Americans have understood, certainly since the World War II, that having these kinds of alliances is in America's interest. And you look at how wealthy the United States has become, and it's partly because the United States has been willing to build up these kinds of global alliances. But Trump is happy to wreck them if it'll bring some short-term financial gain in his limited understanding of economics. And he sees it all as a Queens real estate developer, not as a statesman, not as a diplomat, and certainly not from the perspective of what the planet needs at this point. When he talks about America first, Lavrov, Russian Lavrov said the other day that Trump's talking about America first reminds him, or is equal to, Deutschland über alles by Hitler. And so, you know, the Russians understand that. The Chinese understand him. I hope that Modi does not grovel before Trump. I hope that he doesn't propitiate him. I hope he plays him the way other leaders have played him, knowing how fragile his ego is, knowing he's a pathological narcissist, and trying to play him by flattering him rather than by giving in to him. But what Trump risks at this point is what Biden did with Russia. Biden's policies, in many ways, forced Russia and China to become closer together. If Trump has a hostile policy toward India, India and China have already taken steps toward rapprochement, toward solving some of the differences between them. India and China are both in the BRICS, and Trump has denounced the BRICS, talking about 100% tariffs against the BRICS nations. I mean, India is part of the Global South. The Global South has not gone along with U.S. policy recently, and so India has other options. India gets 60% of its weapons from Russia. India has close relations with Russia. When the NATO was meeting here in Washington, D.C., Modi went to Moscow to meet with Putin. You know, so he's got a lot of leverage, and India is not only an important country, India is the world's biggest country.
I think, Professor, you've made a very key point by naming Russia and India's time-tested relationship with Russia. That's why I want to bring in Ajay Baturia on that note. Mr. Baturia, do you think India, which has maintained its strategic autonomy so far, will be able to do so, or just stand like a spectator on the sidelines and see Donald Trump's presidency continue to challenge global order? Because remember, in 2022, we did manage to defy the American orders to not purchase Russian oil. We continue to do so, and in fact, our purchase has gone up ever since. So I want to ask you, do you think Prime Minister Modi will be able to do that?
I think Prime Minister Modi has already been doing that. As you said, in 2020, since 2022, he has been maintaining a strong relationship with Russia, which for many reasons, for India's defense and for many reasons that is important to India. He has been maintaining relationship with Iran and other countries where U.S. relationships are, against it. At the same time, he has been, developing a meaningful relationship. In last 2 years, U.S.-India relationship had gone up and down. Issues arising out of Bangladesh, issues arising out of Canada, and various other issues which has been there. But this Trump administration is different, that they do not respect human rights, or they do not talk about human rights violation, etc., like other previous administration has done it. So this is purely transactional. Trump wants X, Y, Z in terms of tariffs, in terms of business, in terms of whatever revenue or defense contracts. And at the same time, then India has also opportunities to strengthen its position by asking X1, Y1, and Z1, and that's the negotiation they have. And at the same time, US is also looking at changing its stance on Russia from the last few statements coming out last week and this week, and they see China as a bigger threat than Russia, and India is already aligned.
But let's also talk about the threats that India can see right now. In fact, the Khalistan threat is one that has been of concern, especially coming in from the West, not just Canada, but even the United States. In the morning of, according to Indian Standard Time, we've seen how the newly appointed Director of National Intelligence from the United States, Tulsi Gabbard, in fact, had a very productive meeting with Prime Minister where there was focus on counter-terrorism. Do you think US will now become a strategic partner even when it comes to counter the Khalistani threat, especially one that's coming in from Canada? We had seen a very different stance during the Biden administration. Do you see a discernible shift in that front?
I absolutely expect that there's going to be a big shift in that front, because under last administration, Gurwant Singh Pannu and all the Khalistani agents had become very vocal about blowing up an Air India plane or so many other threats, and they tried to burn down the San Francisco consulate and so many things, and no action was taken. We in fact went to the Justice Department asking to take action against them, and now so I see a shift with Tulsi Gabbard coming in, and also US-Canada relationship being weakened. So all these changes and dynamics, the interesting things I will tell you, every Prime Minister visit in last many years, this Gurwant Singh Pannu and all these Khalistani leaders were vocal and they were protesting in Washington, D.C. This time we see nothing. I mean, that itself sends a signal that, there will be a shift in this policy, and this whole terrorism carried out from the US soil will have a change,
I want to bring in Glenn Carl on that note. Glenn Carl, counter-terrorism will also be on the agenda. Even cyber terrorism will be addressed, as is being promised by Tulsi Gabbard and the new Trump administration. How do you see that key promise go forward under Trump presidency 2.0? Because remember, as far as Prime Minister's own concerns with regards to counter-terrorism is concerned, that really could not be a point which was seen as a point of commonality between the previous Biden administration and Prime Minister Modi.
Well, I don't actually agree with that characterization of the Biden administration, but we'll put that aside, point aside for the moment. Pledging to work together on terrorism is an easy statement for most states to make. In this instance, in particular, it is for India and the United States, given the added fact that the Trump administration is now in place. Because fundamentally, the Trump administration is hostile to Islam. Everyone opposes terrorism, and he doesn't care about human rights. So therefore, he doesn't care about an Indian-American Canadian, Indian, from advocating for Khalistan. If you talk to him about Sikhs, he will have absolutely no idea or interest whatsoever. So he may certainly be willing to sacrifice Sikh American or Sikh Canadian rights to placate or to please India if India does something in return. And there has been for decades. I worked on this for decades directly. Cooperation among most states on counterterrorism issues with regard to jihadists. So it's easy to say, yes, we will coordinate and probably have something on that. And the Khalistan movement and the Sikhs in Canada and the US are probably going to have a tougher time.
All right. Peter Kuznick, if I could bring you in on that note as well, the issue of counterterrorism, and we've seen both the heads of state, in fact, Donald Trump during his previous presidency and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, both share common views when it comes to, yes, Islamic terrorism. Both have been extremely nationalist. The latest pick as far as the US Director for National Intelligence is concerned shares similar ideologies as well. Would that sort of bring greater unity to India in its efforts to counter terrorism?
I think it would. Clearly, Trump has expressed his disdain for Islam and especially for Islamic terrorism. It was one of his main foci in his first administration. And if you look at the people he has around him, Tulsi Gabbard and others have expressed this directly. So that would play into Modi's hand and the kind of Hindu nationalism and concern about terrorism that Modi has expressed in the past. So I think that that's an area in which they'll find common ground, and we'll have to see how much of a priority that is for Trump. He's got other priorities, and what's come out of these meetings today and Trump's statements today are much more, from what I've seen, about trade and tariffs, and that seems to be what he's obsessed about at this point. That and imposing what I see as a fascist regime on the United States domestically, which is, to me, terrifying what he's doing here as he's tearing up the Constitution and creating a constitutional crisis here at home in the United States. So he's got a scorched earth policy at home, and he's got an uneven, in some ways, reckless policy abroad, as you mentioned before, threatening Mexico, Colombia. You know, as Henry Kissinger once said, it may be dangerous to be America's enemy, but to be America's friend can be fatal. And so far, he's gone after America's friends, which he did the first administration also. So, you know, we've got somebody who's not playing by the normal rules, who's not wired the way most people are wired, who at best is transactional, but at worst is a very dangerous bully and wants to get his way any way he can. And he's going to use what weapons he has.
Ajay, I want to ask you, when it comes to the issue of immigration, if India does choose to offer its cooperation, which so far it has, the Indian External Affairs Ministry also has maintained that they will cooperate when it comes to the issue of illegal immigrants being deported. Will that sort of give any kind of leeway to the issue of those legal migrants, or in fact the H-1B visa holders, and perhaps give a greater push to the IT workforce looking towards the United States?
I mean, I worked in the Biden administration as the White House commissioner, and I wrote around several proposals for reducing the green card backlog and getting H-1B visa stamping in US. That started based on my recommendation and many other things. And President Biden was really working to resolve these issues, and with USCIS and DHS for the legal immigration. The issue which is now we are seeing that with the illegal immigration, that's not just for India. I think he's sending a plane of deporting plane of people to Ecuador, to Venezuela, to Mexico, to many countries, and equally India. Now, it has been seen in the media that there's a huge disappointment seeing people handcuffed and for 30 hours of travel plan landing in India, and that's against the human rights. But as the speakers before me said that he doesn't care about the human rights. So he's trying to send a strong message that don't come illegally to US, and you're not welcome here illegally. Now, but at the same time, our community is disappointed that he's not going to ease anything around legal immigration. We saw around the Christmas time frame on Twitter when Elon Musk was advocating and supporting for more H-1 visas and easing the visa backlog and the green card and immigration process. And Vivek Ramaswamy was X'd out during that conversation. And then the MAGA supporters were so much against H-1B, and they were trashing Indian Americans in such a bad ways that I feel that Stephen Miller is very strong against H-1B, and he, in his first term administration, he was able to make H-4 employment authorization cards and so many issues tough. And yesterday they silently made a rule change where that if you have earlier it was that if you have a visa expired 48 months, you can go to an embassy to use a Dropbox. They changed it to only 12 months. That was silently done. Now anybody who is living in US has a H-1B visa stamping expired, they have to, it only can go for a Dropbox appointment for 12 months, which are difficult to get. So they are doing it silently. I expect that the H-1B visa and immigration green card process legal will also become difficult.
Peter Kuznick, if I could now look at the other side of the geopolitical picture, which may perhaps be impacted through this bilateral meet. There was one prime concern, which was with regards to Iran and India's deal as far as Chabahar port is concerned. Last year itself, India signed up to operate the port for 10 years. In fact, in the Presidential National Security Memorandum, which was signed by the president this year in January itself, he talks about how he intends to sanction all those entities, including Iran, operating Chabahar port, something that India had managed to navigate or rather escape last time around because of its engagement at Chabahar port and because of the good offices between Prime Minister Modi and President Donald Trump. Do you think this time around India's engagement with Chabahar port may in fact earn the ire of the United States?
Well, you mentioned Iran, and that's one of the issues that is very frightening right now. The Washington Post reported that Israel is planning to bomb Iran in the very near future with the support of the United States. And so when I hear you talk about Iran, it brings up more of the potential for Trump to do real damage in the world. Trump has been 100% behind Netanyahu. Biden finally stopped giving Israel the 2,000-pound bombs, and Trump immediately began giving them 2,000-pound bombs again, and effectively giving Netanyahu carte blanche to go after not only the Palestinians, and his plan for ethnic cleansing in Gaza has been condemned universally as something that's totally beyond the pale. But this latest threat in terms of Iran takes it a huge step further, and with the possibility of this somehow leading to a much broader war in the region.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you there. In fact, we are getting in some latest visuals of that Oval Office meeting that has taken place between the US President and the Indian delegation, where I can see India's ambassador to the United States, Ambassador Vinay Quatra, is exchanging a firm handshake. In fact, the Foreign Secretary, Mr. Misri, is also very much there. Vikram Misri, accompanied by the Indian Prime Minister. That meeting taking place between US President as he's introduced to the Indian delegation by Prime Minister Modi, in fact, over there at the Oval Office in White House. Let's quickly go back to Professor. Professor, I'll let you make your point before I quickly go back to Glenn, in fact.
I wasn't entirely able to hear your question. So I heard you talk about Iran, So I went off on that aspect of it.
Yes.
But what I'm seeing is an inconsistency. Even in Trump's inaugural address, what he said there is he wants to be a peacemaker. And then he went from there to talking about taking Panama. And he said repeatedly that he's open to using force. But what he does with that is he cloaks it in all of these lies, where he says that China controls the Panama Canal, which it doesn't. And he says that the United States lost 38,000 people building that canal, which it didn't. You know, he makes these things up, and he does it in a way. The same thing with Greenland. I mean, the United States does have interests in Greenland, but to use force against Greenland, which he has threatened to do, according to NATO's Article 5.
All right, Professor, I'm sorry to interrupt you there. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, accompanied by the US President over there from the Oval Office, all set to make their address. Let's listen in.
I'm thrilled to welcome the Prime Minister of India, my friend, Narendra Modi, back to the White House. We spent a lot of time here and a lot of time in India, and he's a very special man. Prime Minister, it is a pleasure to extend to you the same hospitality that you showed Melania and myself when we traveled to your beautiful country 5 years ago. It's hard to believe, so long ago, and it seemed like yesterday. It was beautiful. We opened the cricket stadium, 129,000 seats, I think the largest stadium in the world, and it was an incredible period of time. There is truly a special bond between the United States and India, the world's oldest democracy and the world's largest democracy. And I believe the world's largest country in terms of the numbers of people. And today the Prime Minister and I are announcing a framework to strengthen those ties even further economically. And the U.S.-India Compact for the 21st century is a historic initiative that will deepen every aspect of our partnership and our friendship. Starting this year, we'll be increasing military sales to India by many billions of dollars. We're also paving the way to ultimately provide India with the F-35 stealth fighters. In 2017, my administration revived and reinvigorated the Quad security partnership. And our meeting today, the Prime Minister and I reaffirmed that strong cooperation among the United States, India, Australia, and Japan. And it's crucial, really, to maintaining peace and prosperity, tranquility, even in the Indo-Pacific. In addition, the United States and India will be working together like never before to confront the threat of radical Islamic terrorism, a threat all over the world, actually. Today, I'm pleased to announce that my administration has approved the extradition of one of the plotters and one of the very evil people of the world, and having to do with the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attack, to face justice in India. So he's going to be going back to India, face justice. As we deepen our defense partnership, we'll also strengthen our economic ties and bring greater fairness and reciprocity to our trading relationship. As a signal of good faith, Prime Minister Modi recently announced the reductions to India's unfair, very strong tariffs that limit U.S. access into the Indian market very strongly, and really it's a big problem, I must say. India imposes a 30 to 40 to 60 and even 70% tariff on so many of the goods, and in some cases far more than that. And as an example, a 70% tariff on U.S. cars going into India, which makes it pretty much impossible to sell those cars. Today, the U.S. Trade deficit with India is almost $100 billion, and Prime Minister Modi and I have agreed that we'll begin negotiations to address the long-running disparities that should have been taken care of over the last 4 years, but they didn't do that in the U.S.-India trading relationship, with the goal of signing an agreement. And we want, really, we want a certain level playing field, which we really think we're entitled to. And and he does also, in fairness. We're going to work on that very hard, and we can make up the difference very easily with the deficit, with the sale of oil and gas, LNG, of which we have more than anybody in the world. The Prime Minister and I also reached an important agreement on energy that will restore the United States as a leading supplier of oil and gas to India. It will be hopefully their #1 supplier, and the groundbreaking development for U.S. nuclear industry. India is also reforming its laws to welcome U.S. nuclear technology, which is at the highest level, into the Indian market. This will bring safe, clean, and affordable electricity to millions of Indians and tens of billions of dollars to the U.S. civilian nuclear industry in India. And under the framework we are announcing today, the United States and India are also joining forces to ensure that artificial intelligence and other advanced technologies are developed by two of the most advanced nations, intellectually and otherwise technologically. Anywhere in the world, there's nobody very much closer. We have an incredible relationship there, and this is where it seems to be heading. And artificial intelligence, a very complex subject, but it seems to be where people want to be and they want to go, and we're leading right now by a lot, but other people will try to catch us. I don't know if they're going to be able to. We're going to make it available. We're going to make tremendous amounts of electricity available. We're going to let the people that are buying the electricity make their own electric plants, electric generation plants. And we've never done this in our country, but we're going to get it done very quickly. Lee Zeldin and his group are going to get the approvals in very rapid form. And we're calling it a national emergency, and that's exactly what it is. So we're going to remain at the top of the AI, or artificial intelligence, I think, for a long time to come, and we're going to be working very closely with India and other countries on that. But right now we're the leader by quite a bit. Finally, we agreed to work together to help build one of the greatest trade routes in all of history. It will run from India to Israel to Italy and onward to the United States, connecting our partners by ports, railways, and undersea cables, many undersea cables. It's a big development. It's a lot of money going to be spent, and we've already spent some, but we're going to be spending a lot more in order to stay advanced and stay the leader. I'm pleased to report that with today's announcements, the friendship between the United States and India is the strongest I believe it's ever been. I think our relationship is the best it's ever been between two leaders of the two countries, and it's an honor to say that. I'd like to now invite the Prime Minister to say a few words, and then we'll take some questions, and we appreciate you all being here. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, Rashtrapati Trump,
President Trump,
दोनों देशों के
delegates of both countries,
मीडिया के साथियों,
friends from the media,
नमस्कार।
Namaskar.
सबसे पहले
I would like to, first of all,
राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को
express my heartfelt gratitude to my dear friend President Trump for the grand welcome and hospitality accorded to me. President Trump's leadership has been instrumental in nurturing India-US ties and making them vibrant. I could feel today the same enthusiasm, the same energy, the same commitment that we had worked with during our first term. Our discussions today highlighted our pride in our accomplishments during his first term, the deep mutual trust that we share, and also the resolve to attain new goals.
मैंने आज भी महसूस की है। आज की चर्चाओं में उनके पहले टर्म में हमारी उपलब्धियों का संतोष और गहरे आपसी विश्वास का सेतु था। साथ ही नए लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने का संकल्प भी था। हम मानते हैं कि भारत और अमेरिका का साथ और सहयोग एक बेहतर विश्व को शेप कर सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन यानी मागा से परिचित है। भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन यानी मिगा। जब अमेरिका और भारत साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं यानी मागा प्लस मिगा, तब बन जाता है मेगा पार्टनरशिप फॉर प्रॉस्पेरिटी। और यही मेगा स्पिरिट हमारे लक्ष्यों को नया स्केल और स्कोप देती है। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को 2030 तक 2 गुना से भी अधिक बढ़ाकर $500 बिलियन तक पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है। हमारी टीमें एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को शीघ्र संपन्न करने पर काम करेगी। भारत की ऊर्जा सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने में हम ऑयल तथा गैस ट्रेड को बल देंगे। ऊर्जा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में निवेश भी बढ़ेगा। न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी क्षेत्र में हमने स्मॉल मॉड्यूलर रिएक्टर्स की दिशा में सहयोग बढ़ाने पर भी बात की। फ्रेंड्स, भारत की डिफेंस प्रिपेयर्डनेस में अमेरिका की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। स्ट्रैटेजिक और ट्रस्टेड पार्टनर के नाते हम जॉइंट डेवलपमेंट, जॉइंट प्रोडक्शन और ट्रांसफर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी की दिशा में सक्रिय रूप से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। आने वाले समय में भी नई टेक्नोलॉजी और इक्विपमेंट हमारी क्षमता बढ़ाएंगे। हमने ऑटोनोमस सिस्टम्स इंडस्ट्री अलायंस लॉन्च करने का निर्णय लिया है। अगले दशक के लिए डिफेंस कोऑपरेशन फ्रेमवर्क बनाया जाएगा। डिफेंस इंटरऑपरेबिलिटी, लॉजिस्टिक्स, रिपेयर और मेंटेनेंस भी इसके मुख्य भाग होंगे। फ्रेंड्स, 21वीं सदी टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन सेंचुरी है। लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में विश्वास रखने वाले देशों के बीच टेक्नोलॉजी क्षेत्र में करीबी सहयोग पूरी मानवता को नई दिशा, शक्ति और अवसर दे सकता है। भारत और अमेरिका आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, सेमीकंडक्टर्स, क्वांटम, बायोटेक्नोलॉजी तथा टेक्नोलॉजीज में मिलकर काम करेंगे। आज हमने ट्रस्ट यानी ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग रिलेशनशिप यूटिलाइजिंग स्ट्रेटेजिक टेक्नोलॉजी, उस पर सहमति बनाई है। इसके अंतर्गत क्रिटिकल मिनरल, एडवांस मटेरियल और फार्मास्यूटिकल की मजबूत सप्लाई चेन्स बनाने पर बल दिया जाएगा। लिथियम और रेयर अर्थ जैसे स्ट्रेटेजिक मिनरल के लिए रिकवरी और प्रोसेसिंग इनिशिएटिव्स लॉन्च करने का भी निर्णय लिया है। स्पेस के क्षेत्र में अमेरिका से हमारा करीबी सहयोग रहा है। इसरो और नासा के आपसी सहयोग से बनाई निसार सैटेलाइट शीघ्र ही भारतीय लॉन्च व्हीकल पर अंतरिक्ष की उड़ान भरेगी। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और अमेरिका की साझेदारी लोकतंत्र और लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों तथा व्यवस्थाओं को सशक्त बनाती है। इंडो पैसिफिक में शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि को बढ़ाने के लिए हम मिलकर काम करेंगे। इसमें क्वाड की विशेष भूमिका होगी। इस वक्त भारत में होने जा रही क्वाड समिट में हम पार्टनर देशों के साथ नए क्षेत्रों में सहयोग बढ़ाएंगे। आईमेक और I2U2 के तहत हम इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर और कनेक्टिविटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर मिलकर काम करेंगे। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में भारत और अमेरिका दृढ़ता से साथ खड़े रहे हैं। हम सहमत हैं कि सीमा पार आतंकवाद के उन्मूलन के लिए ठोस कार्रवाई आवश्यक है। और मैं राष्ट्रपति जी का आभारी हूं कि उन्होंने 2008 के जिसने भारत में नरसंहार किया था, उस मुजरिम को अब भारत के हवाले करने का निर्णय किया है। भारत की अदालतें उचित कार्यवाही करेंगी। फ्रेंड्स, अमेरिका में रहने वाला भारतीय समुदाय हमारे संबंधों की महत्वपूर्ण कड़ी है। हमारे पीपल टू पीपल टाइज को और गहरा करने के लिए हम शीघ्र ही लॉस एंजलिस और बोस्टन में भारत के नए कॉन्सुलेट खोलेंगे। हमने अमेरिका की यूनिवर्सिटी और शिक्षा संस्थानों को भारत में ऑफशोर कैंपस खोलने के लिए निमंत्रण दिया है। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप आपकी मित्रता और भारत के लिए दृढ़ प्रतिबद्धता के लिए मैं आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। भारत के लोग तो 2020 की आपकी यात्रा को आज भी याद करते हैं और उम्मीद करते हैं कि राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप एक बार फिर उनके पास आएंगे। 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की ओर से मैं आपको भारत आने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Okay, thank you very much. That was excellent. We'll do a few questions, please. Please, go ahead. Please, go ahead. Yeah, blue shirt.
Thank you, Mr. President. People in India will naturally welcome your decision to extradite Thakur Rana to India back home. In that context, I would like to ask you a question about, in the last few years, we have seen several groups in the U.S. raising anti-India voice, calling about separation, terrorism activities in India. Do you think that should continue here in the U.S. as well?
You're going to have to go louder.
Mr. President, people in India would be welcoming your decision to extradite Thakur Rana to...
I can't understand a word he's saying. It's not it's the accent. It's a little bit tough for me to hear that.
Can I try again?
How about you, please? Go ahead back there.
Mr. President, thank you. First, I want to ask
thank you very much.
Question. You and the President, you both spoke about combating ISIS. You both sounded very excited about this partnership upcoming. And I was curious, how much more confident are you with President Trump leading this country that there will be peace through strength and you will have a successful partnership with the United States versus with Biden's incompetence and weakness over the last 4 years?
That's your question, but I'll answer it. I agree with you. Yeah, gross incompetence. We're going to have a fantastic relationship, and it has been, look, the whole world's been set back over the last 4 years by the weakness of the United States, the weak leadership of the United States, but I think we've taken care of it in just 3 weeks. It seems to me that even some of the media that we wouldn't prefer has been writing that this is a much different country right now, that the world has a light over it, not only our country, but the whole world. The Prime Minister told me that before, too, even over India. The world has a light. They need the United States to be strong and powerful, but good. And I think that's happened, and I think it's happened in a very short period of time. But I will tell you, we're going to have a fantastic relationship, and it'll make both countries much stronger. Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, Geeta Mohan from India Today, sir. I'll just take my colleague Lalit Jha's question forward because you couldn't understand.
Okay, fine.
The question is about the fact that you've decided to extradite Thakur Rana. Thank you so much. India has been waiting to have him back in India to bring him to justice. But there are many other elements in the United States of America, particularly Khalistani separatists who've been working against Indian interests. How is the United States of America going to cooperate on that front with India? There have been allegations that have been leveled against Indian agencies by the Biden administration. Are you going to relook that with Tulsi Gabbard as DNI now?
Well, I don't think India had a very good relationship with the Biden administration. Biden, they wouldn't sell them oil and gas, which is rather hard to believe because, you know, it's a good thing to do. And a lot of things happened that weren't very appropriate, I thought, between India and the administration, the Biden administration. But as you said, we're giving a very violent man, it seems to me. I mean, I don't know that he's been convicted yet or will be, but let's assume he's a pretty violent person. We're giving him back to India immediately. And there are more to follow because we have quite a few requests. So we work with India on crime. And we want to make it good for India, and it's very important. So that kind of a relationship is very important to us. Okay? Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. President, you've repeatedly called India a big abuser of trade and said it is really difficult to do business in India because of tariffs. You announced reciprocal tariffs today. I am hoping you can speak about what kind of reciprocal tariffs India can expect. Are you willing to make any concessions? And how can India head off these tariffs? I also have one for the Prime Minister.
Well, India's been, to us, just about the highest tariffed nation anywhere in the world. They've been very strong on tariffs, and I don't blame them necessarily, but it's a different way of doing business. It's very hard to sell into India because they have trade barriers, very strong tariffs. We are right now a reciprocal nation. We are going to, if it's India or if it's somebody else with low tariffs, we're going to have the same. We're going to have whatever India charges, we're charging them. Whatever another country charges, we're charging them. So it's called reciprocal, which I think is a very fair way. We didn't have that. I was going to do that in my other term, and we had the greatest economy ever in the world. There's never been an economy like we had, and then we got hit with COVID. We had to focus on that, and I wasn't really in the mood to be putting it on Italy and Spain and France and India, frankly, and a lot of other countries, because the world was very troubled until we got rid of that nightmare. But we had the strongest economy anywhere in the world during that fairly long period of time during my first term, as you know, and we didn't do the tariffs. We would have done the reciprocal tariffs, but we decided, and I decided, I think on a human basis, on a humane basis, not to do them because of the fact that there was such suffering all over the world. The last thing we needed to talk about is trade problems. But now we do. We're doing, we see a tremendous future for our country, but we felt that now it's finally time, after 45 or 50 years of abuse, that we will do, and this isn't India, this is among a lot of nations. The European Union is very difficult for us, very, very difficult. They tax our companies at levels that nobody's ever seen before. They take advantage of a lot of things, so we're not happy about that. China, of course, is terrible, and we've never taken in 10 cents until I was president. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars from China since I've been president in first term and now. And we have to do that just as a mechanism of fairness. And that's what I've done. And so we are being reciprocal with India. Whatever India charges, we charge them. So frankly, it no longer matters to us that much what they charge, because whatever they charge, I had discussions with India in the first term about the fact that their tariffs were very high, and I was unable to get a concession. So we're just going to do it the easy way, and we're just going to say whatever you charge, we charge. And I think that's fair for the people of the United States, and I think it's actually fair for India. Okay?
Are you willing to make any concessions, sir? Any concessions?
Go ahead, please. Ask to the
A
Prime
question
Minister,
for the
please.
Prime Minister, please.
Ask to the Prime Minister, please.
Yes. Sorry. Yoshita Singh with Press Trust of India. Prime Minister, thank you, Mr. President. Prime Minister, the U.S. is giving a lot of push to curb illegal immigration, and India has been cooperating on this issue. How does India see this issue in the larger context? Thank you.
सवाल सिर्फ भारत का नहीं है, वैश्विक रूप से हम इस मत के हैं कि गैर कानूनी तरीके से जो लोग दूसरे देशों में होते हैं उनको वहां रहने का कोई कानूनी अधिकार तो है नहीं। जहां तक भारत और अमेरिका का सवाल है, हमने हमेशा कहा है कि जो वेरीफाइड होगा, कि जो सच्चे अर्थ में भारत का ही नागरिक होगा, वो अगर अमेरिका में गैर कानूनी तरीके से रहता है तो उसको वापस लेने के लिए भारत तैयार है। लेकिन बात हमारे लिए वहां से रुकती नहीं है। ये सामान्य परिवारों के बच्चे होते हैं, उनको बड़े बड़े सपने दिखाए जाते हैं और उनको ज्यादातर ऐसे होते हैं उनको गुमराह करके लाया जाता है, और इसलिए ये ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग में जुड़े हुए पूरे इकोसिस्टम पर हमने वार करना चाहिए। और अमेरिका और भारत मिल करके हमारी कोशिश है और हमारी कोशिश रहनी चाहिए कि इस प्रकार की पूरी इकोसिस्टम को हमें जड़ मूल से नष्ट करना चाहिए, ताकि ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग बंद हो और गरीब लोगों को जो अपनी धन दौलत बेच करके ऐसे बड़े बड़े सपने दिखा करके उनको अंधेरे में रख करके ले जाया जाए, उनके साथ भी अन्याय है। और इसलिए हमारी बड़ी लड़ाई उस पूरे इकोसिस्टम के खिलाफ है, और मुझे विश्वास है कि राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप भी इस इकोसिस्टम को खत्म करने में भारत का पूरा सहयोग करेंगे।
Thank you, Mr. President. A question for the Prime Minister Modi first, if I may. I wanted to ask you, did you discuss any possible business deals with Elon Musk during your meetings today, Mr. Prime Minister? And Mr. President, I wanted to ask you, today you spoke about hoping to have three-way talks with President Xi and President Putin. What would you say to European leaders and other allies who may be concerned that your apparently more keen to speak to America's adversaries than to its allies? Thank you.
Well, maybe I'll just go in first on this one. We had some talks, and we told the European Union, we told the NATO people, largely they overlap, you have to pay more money because it's unfair what we're doing. We're doing a tremendous amount more. We're probably $200 billion more going into Ukraine, using for Ukraine to fight. And Europe has not really carried its weight in terms of the money. It's not equitable. And we want to see a counterbalance. We want to have them put up more money. They have to do that. At the same time, we had a very good conversation with President Putin yesterday, and we also had a very good conversation. I did, in both cases, with President Zelensky. And I think we're going to be able to do something. I think we're going to be able to make a deal. And I hope so, because it's a horrible war. It's a very terrible, bloody war with 1.5 million soldiers at least already dead on the battlefield, lying all over the fields like nobody's ever seen anything like it, certainly since the Second World War. And so I think we're going to be able to do something. We're working with President Zelensky and with President Putin. And my impression is that I know that President Zelensky wants to make a deal. And I also feel that I know that President Putin wants to make a deal. I wanted to know that before I began any detailed discussions. But the meeting and the conversation, also the meeting with Steve Witkoff in Moscow, was a very successful one. And my phone call with him was a very successful one. Please.
ऐसा है कि आपने एलोन मस्क के लिए पूछा है। देखिए, मेरा उनका बहुत पुराना परिचय रहा है। मैं प्रधानमंत्री भी नहीं था, जब मैं मुख्यमंत्री था तब से मेरा उनका परिचय है। और आज वो एक पूरे परिवार के साथ, बच्चों के साथ मिलने के लिए आए थे। और स्वाभाविक है कि एक पारिवारिक वातावरण में उनके साथ मेरी गपगोष्ठी हुई है। जहां तक डील का सवाल है, आपने जो प्रश्न पूछा है, मैं समझता हूं पूरी दुनिया में डील शब्द का कॉपीराइट एक ही व्यक्ति का है, और उस व्यक्ति का नाम है ट्रंप।
That was very nice. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I ask whether you discussed at all today the case of Gautam Adani, who's one of the wealthiest men in Asia and perceived as an ally of Prime Minister Modi? Prime Minister Modi, have you asked the President to take action on that case? Thank you.
पहली बात है, भारत एक लोकतांत्रिक देश है और हमारे संस्कार, हमारी संस्कृति वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की है। हम पूरे विश्व को अपना एक परिवार मानते हैं। हर भारतीय को मैं अपना मानता हूं। दूसरी बात है, ऐसे व्यक्तिगत मामलों के लिए दो देश के मुखिया न मिलते हैं, न बैठते हैं, न बात करते हैं।
Go ahead, please. Yeah, please. Sir, go ahead, please.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. I have a question for you as well. But, Mr. President, you have suggested, with regards to the Russia-Ukraine war, you've suggested several things that Ukraine should give up. The idea of NATO membership, territory that was seized back in 2014 by Russia. What should Russia give up?
Russia has gotten themselves into something that I think they wish they didn't. If I were president, it would not have happened. Absolutely would not have happened. And it didn't happen for 4 years. If you look at what has taken place under President Bush, they lost a lot. Under President Obama, they lost Crimea. Under Biden, it looks like they could lose the whole thing. Under Trump, they lost nothing. Ukraine lost nothing. They didn't give up anything. And you take a look at the other three presidents surrounding me, they gave up a lot. I think that when you look at Ukraine and when you look at the mess that they're in, it's got to be ended and it's got to be stopped. Now, Russia's taken over a pretty big chunk of territory, and they also have said from day one, long before President Putin, they've said they cannot have Ukraine be in NATO. They said that very strongly. I actually think that that was the thing that caused the start of the war. And Biden said it, and Zelensky said it, and I think that was one of the reasons, one of the starts of the war. But from long before Putin, they said you cannot have Ukraine going in any way into NATO. And I start from that standpoint. I think everybody knew that. Now, if a better deal can be negotiated, if they are able to make a deal where they can do that, that's fine with me. I really don't care. I want that bloodshed to stop. I don't want to see, we have an ocean between us and the site we're talking about, the site of death. We're calling it the fields of death. We have a big ocean in between us. This is more important for Europe. We shouldn't be in. They have to equalize, and they're going to have to do it fast, but they have to equalize. But as far as the negotiation, it's too early to say what's going to happen. Maybe Russia will give up a lot. Maybe they won't, and it's all dependent on what is going to happen. The negotiation really hasn't started. But I will say, as far as NATO is concerned, from many years before President Putin, I will tell you that I've heard that Russia would never accept that. And I think Ukraine knew that, because Ukraine wasn't in and never requested to be in until more recently. So that's the way it is, and I think that's the way it's going to have to be. Go ahead, please. All right, go ahead, please, with the tie. With the tie, yeah.
Mr. President.
Yes, go ahead, please.
This is Saurabh Shukla from News Mobile. Mr. President, you spoke about Prime Minister Modi as a tough negotiator. Who was a tougher negotiator today, and who has a better negotiating tactic when it comes to tariffs?
Oh, he's a much tougher negotiator than me, and he's a much better negotiator than me. There's not even a contest. Okay? Yeah, go ahead, please. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Reena Bhardwaj from ANI. How do you see this relationship between India and the United States to counter China? And what is your vision when it comes to India, brokering peace in the Ukraine and Russia conflict?
Well, I think we're going to have a very good relationship with China. I got along with President Xi very well until COVID. That was a bridge too far. But until then, I got along with President Xi very, very well. We were very close as leaders go. I don't want to be naive, but as leaders go, I think we were very close. And I think that China is a very important player in the world. I think they can help us get this war over with Ukraine and Russia. And I look at India, I do see the skirmishes on the border, which are quite vicious, and I guess they continue to go on. If I could be of help, I'd love to help, because that should be stopped. That's been going on for a long time, and it's quite violent. It's quite violent, but I would hope that China and India and Russia and U.S. and all of us can get along. It's very important. The power of weaponry today is, and not only nuclear, but nuclear in particular, the power of weaponry is very important. I said before that I had very constructive talks in my first term with President Putin about the denuclearization of the two countries, and then we were going to go to China after we worked some kind of a deal. And we, at the confines of a deal, he really wanted to do it, so did I. Denuclear term, when you think about it. In other words, to bring it down, because the power of those weapons is too great. And I did speak to President Xi about that, and I was getting also a very good response. He's building a very strong nuclear power. He's not very close to Russia or the United States right now, but he will be soon. I mean, he'll catch up over the period of 4 or 5 years, they say. But it would be a great thing if we could, on a military basis. We're going to spend this year $915 billion on military. Russia, without the war, was spending close to 100, but with the war, I can't tell you what they're spending, but they're spending a lot. And China is spending $400 and $450 billion. We're over $900 billion. And I said, it doesn't really make sense, does it? We're spending the money against each other, and we could spend that money for better purpose if we got along. And I'll tell you, I think that something like that will happen. First, when I left, as you know, 4 years ago, we didn't have Israel and the Middle East. We didn't have October 7th, a disaster, the disaster. Nothing was happening. Iran was not going to do anything because Iran did not have much money at that point. They were broke. They were totally broke. They didn't have money for Hamas or for Hezbollah. And you didn't have Russia with Ukraine, and that would never have happened. But now I come back and I have the whole world is on fire, so I have to put out the fires. But after I put out the fires, I'm going to meet with China and I'm going to meet with Russia, and we're going to see if we can de-escalate it. We can bring it down military, especially as it pertains to nuclear. Please.
अगर आप माइक लेकर के कुछ बात करें तो
प्रधानमंत्री जी, आप इंडिया का रोल कैसे देखते हैं? आपने बातचीत की है प्रेसिडेंट ट्रम्प से टू डी एस्केलेट द कॉन्फ्लिक्ट इन रशिया एंड यूक्रेन.
आप जानते हैं मैं रशिया और यूक्रेन दोनों से लगातार संपर्क में रहा हूं. मैं स्वयं भी दोनों देश की मुलाकात कर चुका हूं. बहुत से लोगों का एक भ्रम है कि भारत न्यूट्रल है. मैं साफ करना चाहता हूं, भारत न्यूट्रल नहीं है. हमारा अपना एक पक्ष है और हमारा पक्ष है शांति, पीस. और मैंने इसी एक हमारे सिद्धांत को लेकर के राष्ट्रपति पुतिन की हाजिरी में मीडिया के सामने स्पष्ट रूप से कहा था कि युद्ध का समय नहीं है. और आज भी मेरा कन्विक्शन है कि युद्ध के मैदान में समस्याओं के समाधान नहीं निकलते हैं. अल्टीमेटली वार्ता के टेबल पर ही होते हैं. और भारत का लगातार प्रयास रहा है कि दोनों लोग जिसमें मौजूद हो वैसे फोरम में बातचीत होगी, तब कोई रास्ता निकलेगा. राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप जो प्रयास कर रहे हैं, मैं उनका स्वागत करता हूं, समर्थन करता हूं. और मैं चाहता हूं कि राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप हो सके उतना जल्दी सफल हो ताकि दुनिया में शांति के रास्ते खुले.
Everybody, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I very much appreciate the Prime Minister visiting our great country, and I do really appreciate it. We have so much in common, and all we want to do is have peace, and we want to have strength, and we want to have lots of different things together. But the relationship with India and with the Prime Minister has never been better. Thank you very much.
On that note, that the relationship with India has never been better. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the US President, in fact, cement the, time-tested ties between Washington and New Delhi, one that have seen growth over a period of years, ever since Donald Trump's previous presidency. But a host of issues that were discussed and were up for discussion. One of the key takeaways is, and a major achievement for India, is that the 2611 accused Tahabur Rana will now be extradited over to India, will be handed over by the United States. And in fact, the US President has also assured that he will be working with India on the issue of terrorism. As far as tariffs is concerned, he did acknowledge or admit that India is the highest on tariffs, though he doesn't blame India for being so. He wants to have reciprocal tariffs. We charge them like they charge us. But important to highlight that according to information coming in from the Ministry of External Affairs, there were discussions on tariff and trade, and that both the sides have in fact decided to open market access and address concerns arising from other territories with overcapacities that have taken advantage of consumption in countries like India and the United States. Both countries have discussed ways and means to address these issues in the overall context. In fact, as far as Prime Minister Modi is concerned, when he was asked about Elon Musk, he said that he's had a very old and friendly relationship with Elon Musk, and as far as making a deal with Musk is concerned, the alleged copyright over deals is only to Donald Trump. That was in a very joking spirit that Prime Minister conveyed that message. As far as the issue of illegal migrants is concerned, Prime Minister, in fact, spoke about how this is an issue which needs to be dealt with as a racket which has to be destroyed, and something that India cannot manage without the assistance coming in from the United States. He said that anyone who lives illegally has no right to be in the country. India is willing to take back anybody who moved here illegally, but many of them are victims of human trafficking. America and India will try to address the issue of human trafficking. Key takeaways now. Let's quickly introduce our guests today. I'm joined in by Amy Mitchell, who's a former U.S. State Department official, Kyle Campbell, who's a Republican strategist, also joined in by Kriti Upadhyay, a policy analyst and strategic advisor as well. Many thanks to you, ladies, for joining in. If I could begin with you, Amy, how do you assess this meet that has taken place when you look at the body language of both the leaders? Of course, Donald Trump's posturing was seen as more transactional in the beginning, but it certainly has ended on a very optimistic note. I'd like your thoughts.
Well, thank you for having me on. I think that there is a genuine liking, and we saw this under Trump's first term, between these two men. They enjoy time together. The fact that the Prime Minister is the third official invitee to the White House says something to the nature of the U.S.-India relationship and how much the United States values it. I think coming out of this, we saw some big movement, obviously strengthening the Quad, immigration, economic ties to include strengthening our supply chains, critical minerals. So this is a really good first meeting. But the president paid the Prime Minister the highest compliment, calling the Prime Minister the tougher negotiator.
Absolutely. And when President says that Prime Minister Modi has been a tougher negotiator, I think I'd like to take that question from Kriti Upadhyay. Kriti, is that also a backhanded compliment to the Indian Prime Minister for what we have managed? Because I think today was being touted as the acid test to India's dialogue and diplomacy, especially our diplomatic skills when it came to that to those tariffs, and in fact the executive order being signed just minutes before both the heads of state went into that bilateral.
Absolutely. I think the way that both the leaders took this, there was an immense amount of maturity. Let's look at tariffs, right? I think both the leaders here are focused on doing what's best for their own countries. And there is a certain tariff asymmetry when we look at US and India. So for example, if we look at aggregate tariffs that India puts on the US are around 11% whereas when we look at the same that the US puts on India, they're about 1.5%. So obviously, this is something that Trump would like to address, and it's not something that he's doing just on India. As you know, today he announced reciprocal tariffs across a host of countries, and we'll be seeing the final print and text of that shortly. But I think overall, there are 2-3 good omens that I see. One is that the fact that in the last Trump administration, we got really close to finalizing a trade deal. And that gives me hope that despite this whole trade and commerce dialogue between US and India sort of being overrun by this tariff issue, there is real scope for getting some headway and maybe picking up on those threads from last administration and building on and actually going towards that ever elusive US-India trade deal. Secondly, I also think that the time is right, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, for his part, has also shown the US that he's game to revise a lot of things. So if you look at the budget, it actually reduced a lot of customs, revised a lot of tariffs. So I think despite
Kriti, there's an interesting point that you make when you talk about how India could use the threat of tariffs also as an opportunity. On that bit, I want to ask you, many are talking about how despite the trade pact that exists between the United States, Canada and of course Mexico as well, we've seen the threat of tariffs, which has sort of pushed both these countries into a corner. Can that lead to greater bilateral trade or scope for greater bilateral trade for India and the United States?
Possibly, right? I mean, already, if we look at India, US is India's largest trading partner. And if we look at the US, then India's always in those list of, top 10 trading partners. But I think there's still scope to grow quite a lot. But I want to turn this a little bit. Rather than focusing on each other, I think the real country we should focus on is China, right? So if you look at all of the Quad nations, US, India, Japan, Australia, all four of them actually run the largest trade deficit with China. So rather than sort of, going at it with each other, I think we should come up with a sort of strategy where rather than having steel, aluminum, or tariffs that broad-based affect both of our countries, we actually look at certain areas where these tariffs affect countries that are common challenges to both of us. So just a thought there, but I do think there's immense scope for really growing US-India bilateral trade.
All right, Kyle, I want to bring you in on some statements that Donald Trump has made attacking the previous Biden administration. He said that the US-India relationship was disrupted under the previous Biden regime. And he's also alluded to both the wars and, of course, October 7th and how Hamas attacked Israel. And he's gone on to talk about how none of that would have happened. Something time and again he's been reiterating, and that he said that the world is on fire ever since he returned, and that he needs to douse that fire. When you look at all of these statements coming in and his constant comparisons to the previous presidency, do you think, or do you observe a change in Donald Trump presidency 2.0, and will that now be a challenge for India to navigate from scratch?
Well, I think first off, I have seen that this has been a very positive visit by your prime minister to Washington, D.C. You can see the friendship, the camaraderie there. And I think the main takeaway is that this is very hopeful for mutually beneficial growth, rebalancing of trade going forward. And so I want to offer that comment first, that it is just wonderful to see the continued positive relationship between these two countries go forward. This is a very different administration we're seeing. Trump 2.0 is really vastly world's more future forward, stronger, diplomatic in a different way. Donald Trump is a very different president this time around than he was the first time around. A lot of lessons learned. And then again, in between his two terms, the Biden administration, which brought a completely different tone and style of leadership, many Americans here believe that there was a tremendous lack of leadership across the board from the Biden administration. And so Trump came back in full force, and many people in the United States believe that it's better to have Donald Trump coming in now than it would have been had he had back-to-back consecutive terms in the White House. We've seen the other side. We've seen what happens and what's happened on the global stage with a different style of leadership, or lack thereof, so to say. And so he's not wrong. The world is burning. It has been burning. And even just since November 5th, when we had our presidential election and our election season, it's been really interesting to see how other nations have then made adjustments, come to the table to negotiate, since knowing that Donald Trump was coming back. He is certainly a force to be reckoned with, a master negotiator. He is the deal maker. MAGA is even a very different movement now. So we love MEGA. We want to see MEGA happen. I think that Prime Minister Modi is absolutely correct. When we join forces, we will have mega prosperity. So I loved hearing that from him. But Donald Trump is dead set on getting these international conflicts resolved and getting trade deficits and trade partnerships rebalanced now going forward. And I also want to say, I think it's really refreshing now to see a foreign leader come in, as Prime Minister Modi has today, right, and work with Donald Trump alongside him on this. It's not like President Petro, who came in and fought him, and Mexico and Canada, who have fought these tariff adjustments. So really refreshing to see that from him today.
Absolutely. I'm sure, ladies, all of us will unanimously agree that there's been quite a different approach adopted over here. When you look at other countries who've been slapped with tariffs, whether it is Mexico, Canada versus India, look at how the US President has welcomed the Indian Prime Minister. In fact, he's hosting him to dinner in just a while from now. But Amy, I want to bring you in on a very crucial point, and that is of counter-terrorism. The day for the Indian Prime Minister began with that very significant meet with Tulsi Gabbard, the newly appointed US Intel chief. And it has culminated with the promise coming in from the US President himself of the extradition of the 26/11 terror accused Tahabur Rana. Not just that, he was also asked a question with regards to Khalistan terrorism, to which he, of course, very subtly conveyed that he will be, in fact, assisting India in ensuring that justice is done. So do you think that this is a dawn of a new era when it comes to fighting radical terrorism? And will India and the United States now be joining hands? Something we did also see during the previous Trump administration as well.
Thank you for that. To Kyle's earlier point, I think we're seeing a much different Donald Trump, as she noted. And part of that is Donald Trump becomes the deterrent. We talk a lot about deterrence and what will stop people from doing things, and he is the main deterrent. In terms of fighting terrorism, yeah, I think that there are 2 points to be made here. One, you've seen that the president is very big on sovereignty issues, maintaining our borders, ensuring that those who commit crimes here are sent back to their home countries, and vice versa. And I think that was, something that he wanted to demonstrate to India today by returning the November 26th plotter to India for trial and possible, repercussions. And so I think in terms of the bigger terrorism question, what we'll see is that he's going to get into these issues more personally than he did in his first term. And again, I think that will give a lot of people that want to harm, either India or the United States pause.
All right. Right. Let me quickly go across to our correspondent Sanjay Suri, who is currently live from Washington, D.C. Sanjay, when we talk about the key takeaways, the moot question right now, this hour is, has India managed to stave off the threat of tariffs, especially by giving greater access to the United States and vice versa? Sanjay, if you can hear me, the question this hour, of course, is, has India managed to stave off the threat of tariffs by granting greater market access to the United States and vice versa?
Well, the short, straight answer to that is no. Trump was very emphatic, very clear that the reciprocal tariffs will apply to countries and that they will apply to India. He was emphatic and he said it more than once. We will charge what they charge. So reciprocal tariffs are there to stay. There has been much that was said that is supportive of a joint working together between the two countries. A great deal of warmth in the room. But then Trump held firm on the question of reciprocal tariffs, and that's going to have the economic consequences it will. Those consequences are going to be considerable. They're not going to be the easiest to manage, but that now is the given situation. Trump has shown no sign that he's going to budge from that or make an exception in that case. The increased business and the increased sales that India is offering by way of LNG purchases from the US or more oil products, defense goods, these will address what Trump sees as the trade imbalance, and it's going to be a lot of efforts to correct that imbalance. But that is separate from the issue of reciprocal tariffs. Trump did not link the two, and the two, as of now, do not seem to be linked.
Right. And when you talk about the kind of market access that's being granted by the United States and India to each other, how will that now pave the way forward for perhaps greater defense procurement, our energy needs as well? These are two sort of concerns that were being raised earlier prior to the bilateral talks. What are you learning in terms of our own energy needs, which perhaps the US will also be looking into?
You know, we are seeing this by way of energy needs. For the US, for Trump, it's energy sale. We are looking at defense procurement. For the US, it is sale of these goods. They are not, and Trump mentioned F-35s, and that is very, very significant. There are questions there down the line whether it's going to be that or the Rafale, but Rafale M. But these are questions down the line. But the point as of now is that Trump is looking to sell these goods to India. These are heavy, heavy price goods, and both oil and defense. And this would then open up a market and in India that did not exist before for these goods. So to that extent, this is a good market for the US to tap, and it's on offer from India. It would seek to correct that trade imbalance, and we've had many figures, one suggesting 32 billion, one up to 50 billion. Trump mentioned 100 billion. Trump's figures usually are rather exaggerated, and no doubt they were in this case. But the fact is that what for India may be a need or a procurement will be a need or a procurement also at two levels. One is, of course, you can do with the defense goods, you can do with the oil, but then also you're using this to appease the US and offer them the market they want.
I want to bring in Kriti Upadhyay on that note. Kriti, I somehow still see a silver lining to the negotiations that have taken place today, because I think the silver lining to Donald Trump's America First policy this time around is that he's at least not threatening sanctions for dealing with Russia when it comes to our energy and oil purchases. Remember, in 2019, India had to put a stop to our imports of Iranian crude oil, and India agreed to do that because India was slapped with threats of sanctions back then under CAATSA. This time around, CAATSA word has not surfaced. Isn't that, I think, a positive indication?
Look, whenever we look at US-India relations, I think for US's part, they have really met India more than halfway. India did take those S-400 deliveries. Some of them did come into India for testing and trials.
Right, but this time around, there's been no mention during the bilateral.
Exactly. India wasn't hit by those CAATSA sanctions, right? I think there's an understanding on the US part that India has these legacy platforms and needs, and wherever India can, it has diversified. India, if you look at the CIPRI figures, India has actually reduced more than 500% in the past decade or so its defense procurements from Russia, while increasing the same from the likes of US and its allies like France, Israel. I mean, just look at this. 10 to 15 years back, we had zero defense trade between the two countries. Today, we are looking at a very impressive pipeline of more than $20 billion. India has the American P-8Is. It has, these are used for maritime surveillance and security, especially in that Indo-Pacific region. India gets Sonu buoys from Ultra, which is again a US company, and just today they announced that they're going to be doing some co-production with India's PDL as well. India has the CJ-130s from US. It has these hosts of platforms, the Apaches and so on, and there is a real need to really buy more. So India is going to buy more of these P-8Is, more of the transport aircrafts, and then there's some newer deals on the table like Stryker, Javelin, many of which have a co-production element to them. I mean, think about it. Which other country is the US doing co-production in jet engines with? I mean, jet engine technology is the most critical technology. It takes decades to get to that technology. It takes billions of dollars, and US companies and the US government, the Congress actually approved this, have allowed India to go into co-production with this. So I think, they're all positive signs. And just one last point, any relationship has its issues, right? Even if you're friends or partners, you're not going to agree on 100% everything. And the US-India relationship is the same. I think what we need to remember is that our convergences are really strong here. What we believe in, our fundamentals, those are strong, and those are what keep us going.
Kyle, I want to bring you in on the aspect of the groupings that India and United States are part of, something that Donald Trump also alluded to. He talked about how it was under his previous administration that the Quad was reinvigorated. We continue to remain an integral part of the I2U2 as well. And when you look at the kind of strategic partnership that New Delhi and Washington have now established, do you think that that gives us an edge over other nations which are currently being equated with India, whether it is China, Mexico, or even Canada?
I absolutely think it does. The reestablishment of these relationships is really more critical than I think that we realize right now. Not just when we're talking about trade or when we're talking about, some of these more economic financial issues. But if we take a step back and look at what Donald Trump is trying to do on the global scale, right? We always talk about he's playing chess, everyone else is playing checkers. He's looking several steps ahead here and how to neutralize threats that have had the last 4 years the ability to really grow and run unchecked in a lot of ways. And so by reestablishing and strengthening and bolstering these kinds of alliances, India, again, being a great friend to the United States in the past, and I think that he is eyeing ways that he can regroup with trusted partners and really have a mutually beneficial relationship going forward. Again, as the issues of what is to come with the Russia-Ukraine war, and how do we keep China at bay in a lot of respects when it comes to nuclear, when it comes to tariffs, when it comes to trade, when it comes to the fact that they are so positioned right now globally to accomplish their goals, let's say it that way. And that can be pretty frightening. I think that he's really looking forward here, and it's smart. And you have to understand, too, what is going on domestically at home in the United States that has an effect here. And that
in fact,
is that
on that point, Kyle,
home.
on that point of China that you've just made, in fact, I'm just getting in information that Donald Trump did refer to the skirmishes that had happened at the Indo-China border, where he's talked about, if I could be of help as far as the violent skirmishes are concerned. He, in fact, is still ready to offer help to India, something we did not see happen during the previous Biden administration. It was more concerned with how to protect Taiwan when it came to China, but didn't really show the same kind of concern when those skirmishes took place at the India-China border.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there. India has the ability and the current production to be handling some of the things that Taiwan is. We all know that China is highly interested in taking Taiwan, and they are strategically, militarily positioned to do that. And a lot of people with expertise in this area believe that we really dodged a bullet during this last Biden administration in China not making a move either on Taiwan or on the United States. And Trump has been sitting back for 4 years watching all of this. And while it was a different scenario during his first term, it's a new day now. He's watched us really dodge the bullet for 4 years, and coming in strong, he understands the landscape better. And I think that he is very focused on achieving peace. And that is, he has more confidence now in how to handle China and how to push back. And so I'm not surprised by that. We're glad to see it, glad to hear that he is offering help in that capacity.
All right. Let me quickly, in fact, bring in Amy Mitchell. And in fact, before I go to Amy, I want to quickly take a question from Sanjay. Sanjay, the fact that the US president has lauded the Indian Prime Minister by calling him a better negotiator than him, what prompted him to say that? What has India managed so skillfully that earns that praise?
Well, that was, Akanksha, really a nicety. He was just being gracious in speech, and no doubt with a good deal of sincerity. But also, just to add to, what we were speaking about a minute back on China, it's very interesting how Trump steered the discussion away from one country versus another. He almost was coming across as a one world figure. He was put a question about how he may want to build India against China, and he said he has nothing against China, that he gets on very well with Xi, and then that's the context in which he mentioned border skirmishes, and he says they've been quite violent, and if there's anything he can do to end that, he will. On the other hand, he's also speaking of ending the war in Ukraine, between Russia and Ukraine. So he is coming across as some sort of Mr. Peace, Mr. Peacemaker, and he's offering his good offices for that. And that is a language that is quite different from the China hawkish policy that he himself has adopted. To an extent, he continues to. We've seen those tariffs being imposed, but clearly he is, in his mind, making, and in his policy, making a difference between the policies over trade, where he wants reciprocal tariffs, and other policies which he is seeing as supportive of peace and supportive of mutual well-being. It might seem an overstatement, and no doubt there'll be a lot of cynical viewing over this, whether this really is sincere or not. But you were speaking of the silver lining. I do see actually more than a silver lining. It's a pretty broad silver lining. There have been several good takeaways from this interaction, and not just matters arising between India and the US.
Right. In fact, we did get a bird's eye view of the entire geopolitical prism through Donald Trump, as he was also asked about the war in Russia and Ukraine. Remember, he was also asked about that phone call that he had with the Russian president. Amy Mitchell, I want to bring you in on the issue of illegal immigrants, because much of it was being debated. But India, especially Prime Minister Narendra Modi, has shown or offered his complete cooperation when it comes to deporting those illegal immigrants. Do you think that that will also give us an edge now with the H-1B visas, because India has always dichotomized between illegal immigrants versus the legal ones, who are only adding to the qualitative workforce in the United States?
So two issues there. I just want to go back to the China issue very briefly. One of the readouts from today, or the takeaways from today, was on supply chains and critical minerals and rare earths. And right now, the United States is very dependent on China for those minerals and rare earths. And with the tariffs that went into effect last week, China put more export controls on 3 more critical minerals. So Trump is being very strategic in looking for ways that we can bolster our supply chain through other nations such as India, and have those relationships where the U.S. isn't dependent, and other nations, quite frankly, aren't dependent upon one nation. So I think that's a major takeaway today in U.S.-China relations. On immigration, I think it was very smart for the Prime Minister to get out ahead of this. He knows that immigration was the #1 issue that President Trump was elected upon. He has been very aggressive in his first 3 weeks. We've seen that there has been issues with Latin American countries and South American countries here in the Western Hemisphere taking back their immigrants. And it's taken a lot of, quite frankly, a pressure campaign from the president himself, utilizing either social media or the news conferences. So I think the Prime Minister was very smart to get ahead of that today and to make an ally of President Trump, to be a partner in this. Again, considering that, some of the Indian citizens that are here weren't necessarily brought here of their own volition. To your point about the visas, yes, I think that obviously was put on hold in before the president was inaugurated. It has not come up again. I'm sure that it came up today, but I think you saw some keys to that in their statements when they talked about emerging tech and kind of increased sharing and education. And so I suspect that we're going to see that issue kind of dissipate and the sharing continue between the two nations.
All right, I want to quickly give closing thoughts to Kriti over there when it comes to India-US civil nuclear cooperation, which so far many critics have been saying has been left to being unfinished business. But today we do see some kind of forward movement, especially when it comes to SMRs. Remember, Kriti, several Indian firms, whether it is about those hailing from Tata, Birla, Reliance, the Adanis, they all want to address. But there have been regulatory hurdles. Do you think that Trump presidency 2.0 will ensure that those regulatory hurdles are taken away, as will India, as far as our US-India nuclear treaty is concerned? And the pact was supposed to be very stringent under the former Prime Minister, late Mr. Manmohan Singh.
Well, it's interesting that the civil nuclear deal was signed under a Republican president, and if it does materialize, and if it materializes under Trump, I think we'll be coming full circle. Look, India in its last budget has sent a strong signal. They've been open to amending the nuclear liability law, and that was the major issue in really realizing the civil nuclear deal. So I'm thinking, next 6 months, 1 year, if this happens, and if there's enough support, we'll definitely see the US-India civil nuclear deal after almost more than a decade getting materialized. But on that, I think we shouldn't be too optimistic too. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. SMRs is not a very easy technology. So there's a lot of work to be done, but I'm very, very hopeful that we'll very soon come close to materializing the civil nuclear deal.
Quick closing thoughts from Kyle as well. Kyle, over to you.
Yes, again, I think it was a great visit and a first step of many with the bilateral going in a strong direction here. So I think there's a lot of elements of this to be pleased with, a lot of silver linings, and we're just grateful to see Prime Minister Modi coming, extending that hand of friendship, and continuing on a strong relationship with the United States.
Absolutely. I think I just want to end with one line, that is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to the United States, that too as a third head of state who's been warmly welcomed by the US President, even being hosted to dinner, is an indication of the kind of strong ties that India and the United States share. Perhaps also expect some forward movement under Donald Trump presidency 2.0. And with that, it's a quick wrap from my end. Thank you so much for watching. I also leave you with the reaction coming in from the Indian Prime Minister with regards to the issue of illegal immigration. Remember, he said that it is not just about the victims, but it is about the issue of human trafficking, which will have to be dealt with both by India and the United States together. Thank you so much for watching our live and rolling coverage. It's over to Anand Narasimhan now.
सवाल सिर्फ भारत का नहीं है, वैश्विक रूप से हम इस मत के हैं कि गैर कानूनी तरीके से जो लोग दूसरे देशों में होते हैं उनको वहां रहने का कोई कानूनी अधिकार तो है नहीं। जहां तक भारत और अमेरिका का सवाल है, हमने हमेशा कहा है कि जो वेरीफाइड होगा, कि जो सच्चे अर्थ में भारत का ही नागरिक होगा, वो अगर अमेरिका में गैर कानूनी तरीके से रहता है तो उसको वापस लेने के लिए भारत तैयार है। लेकिन बात हमारे लिए वहां से रुकती नहीं है। ये सामान्य परिवारों के बच्चे होते हैं, उनको बड़े बड़े सपने दिखाए जाते हैं और उनको ज्यादातर ऐसे होते हैं उनको गुमराह करके लाया जाता है। और इसलिए ये ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग में जुड़े हुए पूरे इकोसिस्टम पर हमने वार करना चाहिए। और अमेरिका और भारत मिल करके हमारी कोशिश है और हमारी कोशिश रहनी चाहिए कि इस प्रकार की पूरी इकोसिस्टम को हमें जड़ मूल से नष्ट करना चाहिए ताकि ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग बंद हो और गरीब लोगों को जो अपनी धन दौलत बेच करके ऐसे बड़े बड़े सपने दिखा करके उनको अंधेरे में रख करके ले जाया जाए, उनके साथ भी अन्याय है। और इसलिए हमारी बड़ी लड़ाई उस पूरे इकोसिस्टम के खिलाफ है और मुझे विश्वास है कि राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप भी इस इकोसिस्टम को खत्म करने में भारत का पूरा सहयोग करेंगे।
On our continuous rolling coverage of the Trump-Modi meet, Prime Minister Narendra Modi having extensive talks, not just with people who are very close to the Trump administration, influential businessmen like Elon Musk, who's also in charge of Dodge, but he's also met Vivek Ramaswamy. Questions that were fielded at the press conference after a very, very high energy and perhaps in a very positive frame of mind. If you look at the body language amongst all the leaders, there is optimism all across. And when Prime Minister Narendra Modi says, if Trump wants to make America great again, Bharat and I want to make India great again. So MAGA and MEGA, our collective thoughts are on the same line. We are thinking alike and we want to further the interests of both the nations. Now, that's where whether there will be consensus, whether these whole ideals of these two tall leaders, will it coincide for the benefit of each of these nations, or are we going to run into rough weather? These are questions that remain. Trump has talked tough on tariffs. That's something that he's been very clear about. And he has said that I will look at reciprocal tariffs. Whatever you charge me, I will charge you. Now, will this help the American economy or will it hurtle it towards recession in the long term? Because many believe that this kind of a position can only end up with less manufacturing and more dumping of goods into the American market. But will Trump be able to counter that? That's his problem. For us, we've got to look at how we are going to negotiate through this. The two leaders have also said that they want to they want to work out, and they've asked their teams to work out a mutually beneficial trade deal. Now, the art of the deal is something that President Donald Trump has penned. It's his book. And in fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi during that press conference also joked that when somebody asked him, what is the deal with Elon Musk? And he says, with respect to deals, he's the boss, he's the best man with the deal. And Donald Trump, they had a laughter, it was fun, and also the atmosphere lightened a bit. And then Donald Trump turned around and said that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is a much tougher negotiator than I am. So clearly, both leaders comfortable with each other, understand what works with the other, using those the language that is going to keep the other person happy, and the tone that is going to keep the other person happy. Bharat, big takeaway is Tahavur Rana's extradition. Now, that is going to resolve a lot of matters with respect to the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks. In terms of rising radical Islamist threat, Trump has given his assurance that he will back any efforts to try and quell such threats. He's also said that Bharat has the US on its side if China makes forays into our territory and with the border skirmishes. But he's also turned around and said he's looking towards Bharat and China to together work with the US to settle the issue between Russia and the Ukraine. Telling the NATO nations, telling Europe that you guys have to pay up more if you want to continue to fund Ukraine in this long-drawn war. Sanjay Suri has been tracking this and he's joining us live. Sanjay, good evening, if I may say, in the US of A. The two leaders are going to be meeting for dinner again. Overall, positives on both sides, or would you believe that we'll have to wait till fall?
Well, for a start, thanks for saying good evening and good morning to you. Yes, a good deal, that is positive. This has been quite a harmonious meeting. It's very positive vibes. We have some very specifically positive takeaways. The one case of extradition that you mentioned that India has long sought. Trump made a point of saying that he has ordered that. And Trump said that he believes this is a very violent man. And then, even more significantly, he said there will be more to follow, because he said there have been, excuse me, because there have been other requests. So clearly, there are a number of Indian extradition requests with the US government. And Trump has indicated that the US government will respond to those requests and order more extraditions. So there is sort of more where that came from, which is something the Indian government would be very pleased to hear, because this has been a continuing concern about security issues involving people in India and events in India and events related to India. And these are actions carried out by people who then find shelter and protection in the US, both physically and legally. So this is certainly a very strong takeaway, as there have been others, but there is a major problem that has arisen and that's not going away, and that is over reciprocal tariffs. Trump was emphatic and repetitive in saying that yes, they will go ahead. India will not be made an exception. No country will be made an exception. We will charge India what India charges us, that they will impose equivalent level of tariffs. And bear in mind that this is an issue, Anand, that hits India more than it hits any other country. Of all the countries that the US trades with, India has the highest level of tariffs. Now, in principle, if the US government were to impose an equivalence, this could create an upheaval, and before the upheaval, uncertainty in all sorts of ways, because it's not very clear how you enforce this equivalence. They're different goods, and they're being sent from India to the US. After all, they're not trading exactly the same things. Otherwise, they wouldn't be trading at all. And each product has its own economy, its own production cycle, its own workforce behind it, its own pricing mechanism. And how do you, in fact, introduce this equivalence? It's not going to be easy.
Well, the tariff is not going to be an easy one to dodge, but they were working towards a trade deal the last time around. Had Trump come back in 2020, yes, there was COVID that derailed everything and also shifted priorities, but there were advanced level talks of a contours of a limited Bharat-US trade deal. Now, important areas of cooperation where perhaps the Americans need us and where we need them. If there is, the contours are drawn, and within those parameters, if there is something that's exercised, and it looks like Donald Trump is willing to make concessions as long as there is a deal. There is something that he can go back and tell the American people, his core voter base, that see, I've been able to do what other governments have not been able to do, and I've been able to get this. So he's got to have a win-win story there. But somewhere this Trump administration is wise enough to understand that if they go down this tariff route, it's only going to perhaps, turn America into a dump yard and eventually towards recession, because this is not going to promote manufacturing. One wonders if Mr. Donald Trump knows that, because he's by business a capitalist. He's someone who's gone ahead and expanded and he's made and he's built. So one wonders how long he's going to take this tariff aspect, or perhaps is it just that he wants to make an example before making concessions. Sanjay, do stay on with us. I know you've had a long day and it's going to be a further long evening for a bit, but we have got other talking heads, and we also had the MEA India, Randeep Jaiswal has put this out, saying making greater strides in the India-US special relationship. Prime Minister Narendra Modi met with POTUS real Donald Trump of USA at the White House today in Washington, D.C. The leaders held extensive talks on a wide range of subjects, including trade and technology, defense and security, energy and people-to-people ties. Both sides also exchanged views on regional and international developments of mutual interest. Ambassador Ashok Sajjanhar with us, Dr. Joseph M. Chalil with us. We should also have Zinia Bahal, foreign affairs expert, joining us in a bit. Namaste, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Good morning. Dr. Chalil, Trump has spoken on reciprocal tariffs. India is not talking about the tariff aspect at all. Now, is that the art of the deal?
I think it was a masterclass in how do you handle a joint press conference when everybody don't agree with everything. And the skillful way they both either answered or dodged questions which were not unpopular, whether it is the Bangladesh or China or even with Adani. So this I would say, this is very well done. Congratulations to Prime Minister Modi and President Trump in getting it done. Looks like a lot of was accomplished, and the credit goes to the team behind working all these things behind the scenes. But the compact, as they signed, will be negotiating these tariffs in a longer term, because there's no way to negotiate a tariff right now. Giving away, India did not give away anything, and came back with an F-35 and a lot of more stuff, from nuclear deal to even the liquefied natural gas. So I think it's a win-win in this case, the best we could have hoped for.
Not just the F-35s, we also have the extradition of Tahabur Rana after nearly 2 decades, and that's been a long wait. It's something that we've been wanting for a while, and his extradition is important. Here, Ambassador Sajjan Har, with respect to security and defense, we have a few boxes ticked, but are we going to be able to match this reciprocal tariff expectation of Donald Trump? Does everything hinge on that, or can we work through that too?
Yeah, Namaste Anand. Thank you very much for having me. You know, I think this is a typical, classical Donald Trump, you know, basically increasing the pressure and increasing, you know, what he's mentioned in his own The Art of the Deal, and what Prime Minister Modi very aptly said that the copyright on the word deal, that belongs to Mr. Trump. So, you know, this was, of course, in context of his discussions with Elon Musk. But, you know, the goalpost that Prime Minister Modi established in that context was 2030, that we are going to have our bilateral trade doubling in quantum from what it is now. And now it is both goods and services, it's in the range of about $190 billion. So taking it more than twice that figure to $500 billion. He didn't get into sort of, you know, the what is going to be the exact correlation of tariffs. In any case, I think that's a very difficult exercise because you have different, you know, nomenclatures, you have different tariff line numbers, etc. So how that's going to be done, that's quite, you know, inconceivable. But I think at the macro level, what President Trump has said is we need a better deal from India. And the discussions are going to take place on that. And by fall, that is September or so, when President Trump comes to India for the Quad Summit, hopefully the contours of a mini trade deal should be ready with us. You mentioned yourself, Anand, that at the end of the last Trump tenure, Trump 1.0, there were discussions on a mini trade deal, and it was told that we are quite close. We are within striking distance of that deal. But we couldn't do that because the last 1 year, 2020, was consumed by COVID-19 pandemic. So I think right now, and you know, there are so many possibilities. You know, it is defense deals is definitely one of the items where we can enhance our imports from there, because we have in any case been importing, you know, whether it was when Prime Minister came in 2023, it is the MQ-9B Predator drones, it is, you know, G414 engines, it is Apache helicopters, Chinook, so much in the defense area, sophisticated high-end technology. Also in the area of oil and gas. You know, that also, you remember last time, we had ordered a large number of civilian aircrafts and also oil and natural gas. So I think as the Indian economy has grown, Anand, our requirements and our possibilities to be able to absorb these increased imports which our economy requires. We, of course, have to be sensitive about agricultural products, about MSMEs, which are, you know, more labor intensive in nature. But I think we can find very many items where we can deal with this whole question of what is Trump really worried about? Not so much about the tariffs. He is worried about the trade surplus that India has, which is to the tune of about $40 billion. So I think if you are seen to be making progress towards dealing with that, I think that should really be able to satisfy.
Well, he believes that PM Modi is a much tougher negotiator, but both came armed with their facts and their numbers, but both of them have a similar project where they don't want to look at bringing any other nation down. What they are looking at is making their own nations great again from their own perspectives, respective perspectives. Zenia Bahal, how would you look at this meet, the Trump-Modi meet? What are your key takeaways?
You know, it's not a lot different from when they met previously, right? When Trump first came to power, or even, you know, during the Biden administration. there has been a very strong relationship, a relationship that goes beyond trade. Of course, trade is integral to the relationship, but it's a very fruitful relationship that India and US have shared. And I think that this relationship is integral in countering China's growing influence, in the AI space, in the technology space, manufacturing space, and just generally in the South Pacific region. The US views China as an adversary. We have heard that time and time again. Many experts have said that the US China relationship is beyond salvation. And that's when the US can look to India to be its very important strategic partner. While the US is India's biggest trading partner, India is the 10th largest trading partner for the United States, and that can change, right? Because there's so much opportunity in India, especially when it comes to energy and energy needs of AI. At the end of the day, we need to realize that what powers AI is data centers, and data centers require energy. And India has really mastered, using renewable sources of energy such as wind, solar, hydro, to be able to power data centers, right? And then we talk about semiconductor facilities as well. So there's a lot of opportunity between the two countries, but of course there are those protectionist strategies that Modi adopted. Trump did say that India is the king of tariffs, right? And Trump is adopting those, right, by enforcing tariffs, by announcing the memorandum today, having his Secretary of Commerce look into or investigate, where tariffs can be imposed, and looking at countries which have imposed tariffs on U.S. Imports, and doing something similar, for goods that are imported into the U.S. So protectionism may come in the way, but I think, as I said, this relationship goes beyond trade. There is so much in the defense sector and the defense ties that India has with the US, as my fellow panelists talked about. I mean, between 2000 and 2023, what has been contracted from the US is combat helicopters, anti-tank missiles, portable surface-to-air missiles, and now defense technology, defense AI. A lot of that is being worked on, and that's another thing that the two countries can collaborate on: cybersecurity, counterterrorism, intelligence. There's so much there, so much opportunity there for this relationship to truly flourish and continue to grow.
Well, how and what will be the contours, we'll have to see, and perhaps if they are all able to find common ground. One aspect is that there is a certain comfort, and Trump 2.2, the construct of it, administration-wise, is very, very different from Trump 1. Sanjay Suri, the two leaders are supposed to be having dinner. Has the dinner started? Is it closed door? Are we going to get some pictures? Who are all part or invited to this dinner? And what happens thereof? How long before the Prime Minister embarks on his return back to Bharat?
Well, the only certain thing I can say about the dinner is that I'm not invited, but that dinner is taking place, and that is going to be a dinner that's, of course, a sweetener in a diplomatic and political sense, because after the warmth we've seen, that marks an informal and slightly extended moment away from structures where people can meet, and then there's not going to be just, of course, the Prime Minister and the President. There are going to be a lot of other influential leaders from the US government who are expected at that dinner. And so this will be an occasion, really, sometimes these are the moments that are more critical than the more formal moments, more productive. Yeah. And there's certain to be some warmth and bonhomie in the room. There's a lot of goodwill between India and the US. There is, of course, this monster that has arisen, and no less than that, by way of reciprocal tariffs. It's going to have to be negotiated. It's a difficulty, but around that difficulty, there are lots of other areas where there's a goodwill and good cooperation.
Now, is it possible that we are going to continue to charge some of these imports in some sectors, some products, while we'll reduce the tariffs on some of the other imports and other products, and then vice versa? Can there be a midway? But Sanjay, just quickly weigh in on this, because Donald Trump said, "We missed you. I missed you." That's how, when they first hugged and they said hello, and that's the ambient sound that picked, "I missed you" at the swearing in. Now, does that then silence the entire opposition and that whole list of detractors back home, which tried to say that Prime Minister Modi was not invited and that Dr. Jaishankar's presence there was actually managed, quote unquote, despite Dr. Jaishankar getting front row position ahead of certain other world leaders and certain other leaders of other countries, heads of state? But does this then settle that aspect? That PM Modi was invited and that PM did not go because there were other closer compulsions.
Anand, I'm not sure how much one could read into that remark and whether one could read into the remark all the implications you are considering. And the implications you're considering are quite rational. There's no question about it. But I don't know if Trump had all that in mind and whether it was that serious a distinction being drawn by Trump between an invitation to the Prime Minister or a non-invitation. I don't think he was quite getting into that tone of it. It was a warm, friendly remark, and it's really something that seemed to establish a bonhomie. It was a welcoming remark. It was a reconnection remark because there have been some very strong experiences that the two leaders have shared. The Howdy experience, the Namaste experience. And these were very, very big, splashy events that they were there together. And the two leaders acknowledged that presence. So they've shared all that through the first term of Trump as president. And now they have met again at the start of the second term. And of course, Trump said, well, I missed you. And there was a context to it, but whether it was so definite as to read into it the kind of distinction that may be possible to read into it given the Indian politics and around this and how that has played out, I'm not entirely certain.
Well, you're being more diplomatic than the diplomat on our panel. But let me ask Ambassador Sajjanahar there. When somebody comes out, President Trump could have said, "Hi, good to see you again. Glad that we are reconnecting." But he said, "I missed you." Now, the only place where Donald Trump in the recent past would have missed Prime Minister Narendra Modi's presence is at the swearing-in, because that's the big comeback for Donald Trump. I can't hear you, Ambassador Sajjanahar. Are you on mute? Please.
Yes, I'm on mute.
Okay.
Yeah. What I was saying is I agree with you because, when you meet a person and you say that I missed you, that means you were expecting to see that individual in some place and you did not see him there, so you missed that individual there. So I think if you read that comment, Anand, in conjunction with what Dr. Jaishankar had mentioned, if you recall when he had the press conference on the 22nd of January, he said, I have come as the special envoy of the Prime Minister. So now, meaning the Prime Minister will send a special envoy if he is the one who's been invited. Meaning if invitation was extended to Dr. Jaishankar, and then he accepted the invitation and he came, then he would not be, participating there as the special envoy of the Prime Minister. It is if the Prime Minister has been invited and the Prime Minister has mandated that an individual should go there and participate as my special envoy, then only. So I think I would like to read this statement, this comment by President Trump in conjunction with what was said at that time. And I think it was also possibly, would have been mentioned because we saw the first meeting of the Quad foreign ministers taking place on the morning of the 21st of January. That is within, few hours after, one day after the inauguration of Donald Trump. So maybe when the invitation would have come, I would have thought, either the invitation, whichever way it might have been worded, would have come for Prime Minister Modi, or invitation would have come for India's representation at the inauguration. And I think the importance that was given to Dr. Jaishankar was there for all to see, because there were other foreign ministers of Quad countries, of Japan, of Australia, and both of them were seated, much behind him. He was there in the first row, first place, next to, I think, the president of, I don't know, El Salvador or somewhere, from some South American country, important country, of course, there. So he was, upgraded, so to say, in his presence there. But coming back to the same question, I think I would see it in conjunction with what Jaishankar had said, that I come as the special envoy. That would tie in with what President Trump has also mentioned to Prime Minister Modi today.
Well, one wonders who's the diplomat here right now on the panel. But the fact is, Sanjay Suri doing a phenomenal job there. The other aspect from the press conference, as we take this conversation forward, is how the issue of Khalistan and how the issue of Adani was addressed. I know Dr. Chalil also spoke about it and touched upon it, saying that, they both handled these questions which are going to come their way in an open press conference very deftly. But Donald Trump, the first time, said, I didn't understand the accent. And the second time, moved away from this entire Khalistan issue towards Tahawur Rana and called him a violent man. So, was that the US establishment saying, we are not willing to comment on that aspect yet, because there is a court case that's still going on with respect to what happened around Gurpatwant Pannu? Sanjay. I bring in Dr. Chalil and Zini on this.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with that. Yes. No, I completely agree with that. It did not seem to be the case at all that Trump actually had not heard what was said. What was said was spoken with enough clarity for Trump to know what is being asked. He simply ducked the question. He simply sidestepped away from the question. He didn't want to say something about it. So that is an issue that has been a thorny one, and Trump is quite aware of aspects of the case that are tricky for the US government and for the Indian government. Clearly, he is aware of that. Clearly, he did not want to make any commitment on that particular case. He did not want to make any commitment or a comment on the whole Khalistan issue and what some of these people are up to and what they want to do here. So that's certainly something he very deliberately sidestepped.
Well, this entire Tahawur Rana extradition happens 6 years since Pulwama. 14th of February 2019 was when the Pulwama attacks happened. And thereafter, Bharat responded with Balakot, and it's a different story what unfolded back in 2019. But Dr. Chalil, the aspect of security, foreign interference, and this entire K-bogey that's been raised specifically under the Biden administration, and there is confirmation now that among the Five Eyes Treaty, it was the US that actually gave chatter or audio information as a warning to the Trudeau administration, which is supposed to be not something which is supposed to be there in their possession. They just said, have a look at this, and then what Justin Trudeau did with it. Was this a deliberate attempt to try and fan the flames, to try and ensure that there is something that will perhaps compromise Bharat's position internationally, given its growing stature? And how the Trump administration responded to it? What's happened? Mr. Ajit Doval didn't travel the last time around. This time the NSA is in the US.
Unfortunately, I believe I've been in the White House multiple times in the past year with with President Biden. President Biden did not have control over his intelligence, and the team running a team kind of sort of took over. Now the things have changed. We have a DNI, a Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Again, she even said during her confirmation, people accuse me I'm a Modi puppet. And she said, I'm not a Modi puppet, because that was a perception some people had. So, we talk about Mike Waltz, another, NSA, National Security Advisor to the President Trump, who was a or vice chair of the India caucus. He was actually actively lobbying for India, in his past role as a congressman in the US Congress. We had Marco Rubio, who's a known friend of India. So this is going to be a much different India, much different US. And President Trump and his team has complete control over what's being said, what's being happened. And the main difference I can see in the past several visits Prime Minister Modi has made, even though the last visit, I see the invitation behind me, at the state visit, even though the Prime Minister was there, we had all the pompous and 5,000 people, including everybody, was at the White House. The mainstream media in America was not covering that visit. Today, it's a huge difference. If you look at any American mainstream media channels, from MSNBC to CNN to CBS to all of the channels, they all covering this press conference. And they're discussing this. They were talking about, Prime Minister Modi talking about, make India great again and making it, mega. And he said, India has finally put, a PR team to work. behind coming. So everybody seemed to be taking this as it's a mainstream news, especially the first ministerial or principal contact after a reciprocal tariff was announced. This was a masterclass, as I mentioned, and very well done.
Zinnia, quick comment before we take a break. Your thoughts?
So, you know, when we talk about all these issues, right, overall, Narendra Modi met with, he had a meeting with NSA, Michael K. Waltz, he had a meeting with Tulsi Gabbard. So, counterterrorism, right, and intelligence is integral. It's an integral part of this. It has been an integral part of this bilateral meeting, an integral part of this visit for Narendra Modi. Because at the end of the day, you know, you look at USAID and what happened there, and the discussion, or you know, what the news that came out in the media about, you know, a former official actually on record saying that USAID interfered in elections around the world in democratic countries, you know, including in India and in Bangladesh and certain countries around the world. So you're seeing all these, as my fellow panelists talked about, you're seeing all these stories come to light now. All this get a lot more attention, which is why intelligence, security, counterterrorism, cybersecurity, cyber threats, and especially election interference has become a very big issue for nations around the world, the threat to democracy. Right. And that, of course, has been an integral part of the discussion. And while Trump ducked that question, he knows exactly what he was asked, as your reporter said, and he didn't want to comment on it because he wanted to focus on, you know, tariffs and some other parts of this discussion. But behind closed doors, I'm sure it was an integral part of their conversation. And, you know, in the future, what I want to see is more of intelligence data shared between the two countries and them really working strategically together to counter terrorism, counter cybersecurity threats, and any such threats to democracy.
Well, then Bharat did benefit through intelligence inputs and critical inputs during the April Galwan issue when the PLA tried to invade and enter Bharat's territory. It's now on record that the Trump administration did supply critical information, vital information in the nick of time for us to be able to defend our borders ably. And he's reiterated that again, saying that he is ready to help if the PLA and the Chinese try to get a little more bolder or try to invade or incurse into our territory. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, trades, tariff and Tahavur Rana, that was the focus as far as the US is concerned. What is Bharat's pitch and where is it that we can perhaps negotiate a good deal for MEGA? Stay with us.
Hexaware Technology.
Your Excellency, Rashtrapati Trump,
President Trump,
दोनों देशों के delegates,
delegates of both countries,
मीडिया के साथियों,
friends from the media,
नमस्कार.
Namaskar.
सबसे पहले
I would like to, first of all,
राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को
express my heartfelt gratitude to my dear friend President Trump for the grand welcome and hospitality accorded to me. President Trump's leadership has been instrumental in nurturing India-US ties and making them vibrant. I could feel today the same enthusiasm, the same enthusiasm, the same energy, the same commitment that we had worked with during our first term. Our discussions today highlighted our pride in our accomplishments during his first term, the deep mutual trust that we share, and also the resolve to attain new goals.
मैंने आज भी महसूस की है, आज की चर्चाओं में उनके पहले टर्म में हमारी उपलब्धियों का संतोष और गहरे आपसी विश्वास का सेतु था। साथ ही नए लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने का संकल्प भी था। हम मानते हैं कि भारत और अमेरिका का साथ और सहयोग एक बेहतर विश्व को शेप कर सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन यानी मागा से परिचित है। भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन।
Back live in our continuous coverage of Trump meets Modi, and this is the first meeting of the two leaders since Donald Trump swore in again as the President of the United States. So under Trump 2.0, this is the first official meeting between the two leaders. Trade, tariffs, technology, Tahavur Rana, and some more tough talk. That summarizes the meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the US President Donald Trump at the White House. PM Modi coined the word MEGA after MAGA, and he vowed to make India great again. The two leaders addressed several key topics, including tariffs, the extradition of 2611 accused Tahavur Rana, illegal immigration, and the Russia-Ukraine war. And just hours ahead of the two leaders' meeting, the US President has announced sweeping reciprocal tariffs hitting both allies and competitors in a dramatic escalation of an international trade war, a possible international trade war that economists warn could fuel inflation back at home. However, both leaders have agreed to settle the negotiation talks on the trade deal, and they have instructed their teams to complete the deal and the arrangements, the negotiations, by fall this year. So in the matter of months that this would happen. Sanjay Suri is with us. Sanjay, Washington DC is reporting, especially on the Khalistani and the security aspect, on elements of in the US working against India, including Khalistani separatists. President Donald Trump has said, I don't think India had a good relationship with the Biden administration. A lot of things happened that weren't very appropriate between India and the Biden administration. We are giving a very violent man, Tahavur Rana, back to India immediately. There are more to follow because we have quite a few requests. So we have to work with India on crime, and we want to make it good for India. That's music to the ears.
President Trump was quite emphatic in that. President Trump was quite emphatic on that. He said that this is a violent man that they are sending to India. And he said there will be more because there have been many other requests as well. So this would indicate that the new Trump administration is going to look at the extradition request from India far more supportively than the Biden administration did. We have a very firm indication of that from President Trump at the press meeting today. So to that extent, this certainly is something that's a very strong takeaway for the Indian government. And this is something the Indian government has been lobbying for a long time with the Biden administration, with the Trump administration earlier. And this coming very early in the new term of President Trump is a matter of considerable reassurance to the Indian government.
Ambassador Ashok Sajjanhar is also with us. Sanjay, thank you for your inputs. Ambassador Sajjanhar with us. Ambassador Sajjanhar, now if Donald Trump says we're going to work very, very closely, Tahavur Rana, he said we're going to hand him back to India immediately. Today is the 6th anniversary of the Pulwama attacks. There will be certain people in the neighborhood who will be watching this very, very closely.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. I think you're very right. And I think definitely as far as the whole security scenario is concerned, this security and the counter-terror architecture in our neighborhood is concerned, I think the discussions that have taken place and, these are discussions and articulation that has been made in public. What would have transpired behind closed doors when Prime Minister Modi and President Trump had their own one-to-one interactions, one can only speculate about that. But if you also permit me, Anand, the discussion that we were having before the break, in which it was said about the Khalistanis that, he was non-committal, he ducked the question. My assessment and understanding is slightly different. Because when, initially one of the reporters asked and Trump said, I cannot understand, please make it louder, etc. But then the same question was asked by another reporter and he responded to that. And then he said, Tahavur Rana, yes, he is a violent criminal, he is going back. But there are many more who are going to go. Yeah. And there are many requests that have been made to the US administration. Now, what are we talking about when we are talking about those requests? Basically, those requests have been made for the Khalistanis that have been there. And action has not been taken against these elements, people who came and who burnt the San Francisco consulate and, although, statements were made, but there was no really action taken against. And Trump was quite categorical about it. And also, if we look at the team, at Team Trump, whether it is the director of the DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, or it is the NSA, Mike Waltz, I think we know that both of them know the Indian situation very well, and they are very sympathetic and they are very supportive of the Indian position is.
Now, sometimes you have to read between the lines. So let me just, that's why we got the entire quote of what Donald Trump had said. He said a lot of things happened that weren't very appropriate between India and the Biden administration. He also says, I don't think India had a good relationship with the Biden administration. Ambassador Sajanhar and Dr. Chalil, is this perhaps the biggest hint that a world leader can drop on a public platform in front of his counterpart, that some of it that you faced was perhaps orchestrated by the administration? Because one of the charges, Ambassador Sajanhar, is that this man Panun and this entire K-Bogi is backed by certain arms or certain elements within the CIA, because he had federal cover. There were former FBI agents or senior people who were seen giving him protection, and he was floating between or moving between Canada, Australia. It was not the local Canadians or the local Australians who were giving him protection. And
you're absolutely right. I mean, that was the speculation that was so rife in India, that why is the US government not taking any action, because he's supposed to be an asset of the CIA. Like, in the case of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, he was supposed to be, in hand in glove with the Canadian intelligence agencies, and, because he was hobnobbing with them so very closely. So here, as far as Gurpatwant Singh Pannu is concerned, the space that he was given. And also, I think it was, my other eminent panelist here who said that, during the Biden administration, he was not in total control. In fact, the right hand did not know what the left hand was doing, and they were acting at cross purposes, particularly as far as relations with India are concerned. Because, Anand, we might also remember that in June 2023, when Prime Minister Modi went as a state guest to the White House, to the United States, we had just a week before that, the National Security Council had invited a team of Khalistanis, and they had discussions with them, and they said that, their interests and their security and their safety would be sort of, kept in mind, and, they would be protected. That sort of message that was going out. Meaning, one is that you do such a meeting undercover. You don't speak about it, you don't say anything about it, but you have a particular, strategy that you want to take forward. The other is that you, just before the big visit, you come out openly about it and speak openly about it. What does that mean? You're sending out a message that, we are, very much in conversation and in contact with, all these other elements. So, connecting this with what maybe you could also read what Trump said later on, that there are many more going to follow.
Yeah.
You know, it didn't limit only to, you know, just this, that Biden was, you know, incompetent and, you know, India did not have a good relation with Biden. And it is so good that, you know, Prime Minister Modi just kept quiet. He didn't sort of, you know, take this on in any way, meaning as was to be expected. But Trump also said that there are going to be many more that are going to
Yeah,
follow.
there are many more to follow because we have quite a few requests. So we work with India on crime and we want to make it good for India. So clearly what he is saying is, listen, I'm going to work with what are your pain points. I'm going to help ease situations at your borders because I'm going to perhaps back you on China, tell the Pakistanis and their ambitions to back off there and keep the, tell them to pipe down. Whether he'll help restore democracy in Bangladesh, we'll have to wait and watch. I'm going to do all of this from a security point of view. What are you going to do for me? And that's perhaps the art of the deal for Donald Trump. That's where he's turning around and saying, I'm going to take away these pain points for you. You help me on tariffs and you make me look good in front of my constituency back home. Now, that's the challenge for PM Narendra Modi. Dr. Chalil. You're on mute, sir. Yeah.
Sorry. One more difference you should expect in the Khalistanis is that their main funding source was as many of their members in the Sikh community, especially in Canada, were truck drivers. So these guys were driving trucks, you know, from Mexico with spare parts all the way through North America towards Canada to the factories and back and forth. And I was informed from reliable sources that what's coming in those trucks were more than just spare parts.
Yeah.
Now with the 10,000 Mexican troops on the border, 10,000 or so Canadian troops on the border, with another expected maybe around 8,000 or so American troops, and the new wall coming up with the extra security going in, their funding will be cut. The fentanyl they've been trafficking from Mexico will be cut. That means they won't have the funds for long term to lobby the Canadian politicians nor the American politicians. So I would say the days of Pannoon will be done because he's been openly threatening Air India flights and then walking in. Now he you know, shows his own video walking in like a zombie in Congress building and crashing into, you know, parties. But I would assume, with knowing very well our DNI and our NSA and even the FBI director who knows what's happening, you know, truthfully, will take stern action. And I would say India will be a safer country with these few elements gone.
Safer country, yes, but then this is a dangerous game because generally, Dr. Chalil, the US is known to stay in business by meddling in other people's business. Now, what happened with USAID and what Mike Benz has come out and said, they tried to engineer in Bangladesh. America has done this and engineered this at other countries in the past and still gotten away with it. So, how does this change? They may not be doing it with India. What stops them from doing it from another country? And tomorrow, if the deal goes sour, how do we know that the Trump administration will not change tack?
The change is not just in the one leader. Again, Trump believes he was sent there by God because his life was saved and he's there for a purpose. And he's going to change the world, make it a peaceful, and he's talking very highly about reducing nuclear and everything else. But it's not just a change in one leader. You're talking about laying off the entire, you know, federal workforce and, you know, offering voluntary retirement and packages to even the CIA officers and FBI. So the deep state, the people who are controlling it, including this USAID director, you know, Samantha Powers. You know, she's been a former ambassador of America into the UN and then, you know, took over as USAID. She's been defending her association. In fact, Trump said in Oval Office that we know of a lady, you know, she's making $200,000 salary, somehow made up $30 million asset. So it's clearly meant for the former director of USAID. So it's a message to all of them that, hey, if you are working for American government, and you are staying at home and working, collecting multiple paychecks from different sources, we will investigate you. I think this is America is not going to be the same old America anymore. I think it's going to be, as I said, this America is going to be transformative, not transactional. You know, you could see the relationship and the meetings Prime Minister Modi had with the DNI. He didn't just meet with Tulsi Gabbard. he met with Tulsi Gabbard and her husband. He met with Vivek Ramaswamy and his father-in-law. He met with Elon Musk and his kids. So it's more of a family affair. And even the question about, what deal you had with Elon Musk, Prime Minister Modi very tactically said, nothing. He's been friends of me even before I was a prime minister. Why the media was after him to say that, hey, we're going to bring Tesla to India or something. He did not say nothing about it. So this was, as I said, a masterclass of how to handle media, how to handle foreign relationship. And this is, I think Modi became a better diplomat. His third term, he's a very smarter prime minister than he was ever before.
Everybody seems to have learnt and everybody seems to have aged, perhaps a little wiser, that the art of showing a lot of promise without making one. Let's listen into what Prime Minister Narendra Modi had to say.
अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन, भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन, यानी मिगा। जब अमेरिका और भारत साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं, यानी मागा, मागा प्लस मिगा, तब बन जाता है मेगा पार्टनरशिप फॉर प्रॉस्पेरिटी। आज हमने द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को 2030 तक 2 गुना से भी अधिक बढ़ाकर $500 बिलियन तक पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है। हमारी टीमें एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को शीघ्र संपन्न करने पर काम करेगी। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में भारत और अमेरिका दृढ़ता से साथ खड़े रहे हैं। हम सहमत हैं कि सीमा पार आतंकवाद के उन्मूलन के लिए ठोस कार्रवाई आवश्यक है। ये ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग में जुड़े हुए पूरे इकोसिस्टम पर हमने वार करना चाहिए और अमेरिका और भारत मिलकर के हमारी कोशिश है और हमारी कोशिश रहनी चाहिए कि इस प्रकार की पूरी इकोसिस्टम को हमें जड़ मूल से नष्ट करना चाहिए ताकि ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग बंद हो।
Well, Dr. Chalil and Ambassador Sajjan stay on with us. Prime Minister Narendra Modi making a few important points. We've got an update coming in from the US. There is supposed to be an MEA briefing post the engagements of the leaders, but there's a delay in the meeting itself. So the dinner seems to have extended. There are some other meetings, and we're given to understand that this briefing will now take place in just about half an hour from now, in another 30 minutes from now. So Sanjay, clearly talks far more fruitive, if we may say, because they are extended. So the dinner is extended, the conversations are extended. So the MEA briefing is also perhaps now delayed by another half an hour.
Well, this kind of extension, Anand, is always good news. It just means that people are getting on. They have something to say to one another beyond the constraints set by a protocol. And this is a good sign. And it's not the only sign. We've seen a lot of goodwill, and it's remarkable that this expression of goodwill and this determination to work together and quite sincere and specific expressions of where and how, what may be possible, this came around the apparent obstacle, and the real obstacle really, which is the reciprocal tariffs. So Trump said, well, this is what the US policy is. India can have a problem with it. So the two can have differences over that. India ideally would not have liked that. But that's a decision taken, okay, we will deal with that. It's a problem, we'll deal with it when the time comes. But around that, there are other things going. There has been a security cooperation, there's been very strong intelligence cooperation, and there are a lot of issues on which the US government is being supportive of India. In fact, the announcement about the extradition of Rana, if you consider what had to necessarily happen before that announcement, first, that decision would have to be taken. First, that decision was taken. That decision necessarily would involve the head of the national intelligence. It would involve, Tulsi Gabbard, it would involve Waltz, necessarily, security person, almost certainly Kash Patel, the FBI head. All these persons would have been in the know of the decision, taken the decision. Second, they then briefed the President of the US that this is a decision we have taken, and the President then chose to share it in the presence of the Prime Minister. So this is a very structured, carefully thought out decision that has been taken, and it points to a rather promising new direction.
A squadron of F-35s and also buying more oil. You know, the imbalance because we were buying far more, importing crude from Russia during this entire Russia-Ukraine war, and over the last 2 years that we've improved, that oil imports itself, and of course this entire squadron of F-35s, if Bharat were to ink that deal, should offset the trade imbalance quite a bit. But let's come back to the security angle. With respect to Russia, what can be Bharat's position? Both leaders seem to be tossing the ball to the other's court with respect to Russia-Ukraine. And Ambassador Sajjanar, Bharat's position that India is not neutral, but we want peace. Is that a message to the Kremlin while sitting in the White House?
No, absolutely. I think this is definitely a message. Also, what Prime Minister Modi said, that he has been in direct contact with both Russia and Ukraine, thereby emphasizing that the approach that President Trump has taken is in full conformity with the approach that he has been following, after the war, that and obviously President Trump knows about it, that PM Modi has visited Russia, has met President Putin, has also visited Kiev and met President Zelensky, and the statements that have been emanating that this is not an era of war, that you cannot find any, solution for any dispute on the battlefield, you have to come on the negotiating table. So I think basically this is an attempt to bring both these approaches together, and also expressing support of President Trump's, initiative that has taken. But in addition to that, I think it also sends out a message that, India and the United States are on the same page in terms of reaching out to Mr. Putin. Because I think that is also a very important element, that if the relations between the United States and Russia improve, the pressure that India has been feeling because of its close relations with Russia on the issue of defense supplies, on the issue of energy supplies, that pressure will come down, and, it will help these three countries to have a more workable relation. I don't want to use any expression which is more positive than that. At least some baby steps towards normalization of relations, and that would be to the benefit of India. It would be to the benefit of the United States also. But if you permit, I will take one more step what was being discussed earlier, what Dr. Chalil had mentioned in terms of dealing with the terrorism. The cross-border terrorism is an issue that came up very strongly as far as Prime Minister Modi was concerned. And I think there are also these whole issue of, the fact that in our neighborhood, there has been the deep state that has been active in this region. And what President Trump is trying to do is, change the ecosystem. It is not that, one individual thinks that he should be going sort of, taking, seeing what India's concerns are, etc. And particularly on our eastern side also, you have this Islamic fundamentalism also raising its head. So I think this is a change of the ecosystem. Once the ecosystem changes, then of course it is not, that person is there or not there, that it is going to go back to business as usual. So I think that is a very important change that President Trump wants to make. Of course, at this moment, the configuration in the United States, whether it is DNI, whether it is NSA, and if Kash Patel were also to come, this whole, this trinity would be very understanding, sympathetic, and supportive of India's concerns.
Right. Dr. Chalil, quick comment, sir. We're going to take a break.
No, this is excellent because what Ambassador was saying is very true. That this is the first time in the past several years that a president from the podium has mentioned against radical Islamic terrorism. Yeah. I know Biden administration was never, or anyone from the administration will never even say that word. So it's acknowledging that it is true, it is real. And if I were to be in Pakistan trying to drum up a state visit with the Turkish leader, at the same time trying to cover the news that this is big happening, and here we go, my neighboring country is getting F-35 while I'm getting nothing. So I would be worried. If I'm Bangladesh, if I'm advisor Yunus, I would be worried because Tulsi Gabbard is personally invested as an ISKCON member to protect the minority. She took an oath on Bhagavad Gita in the Oval Office yesterday night.
Yes, interestingly, people are rallying under the banner of the Awami League and its sister organizations actually raised slogans against the Bangladesh chief advisor Mohammad Yunus outside the Blair House at Washington, D.C., where PM Modi is currently staying. And protesters were seen raising slogans against Mohammad Yunus, saying, step down, killer Yunus, killer Yunus. So this was, and these are Hindu community members from New York who organized this protest in front of the White House to raise awareness about the ongoing pogrom against Hindus in Bangladesh. So clearly, it's a different kind of flags and different set of protesters this time around compared to the last time Prime Minister Narendra Modi was there under the Biden administration. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us this morning. We're going to take a short break. The coverage continues. We are also standing by for a briefing by the MEA soon as the dinner concludes. Stay with us.
बात जब अपने
Your Excellency, Rashtrapati Trump,
President Trump,
दोनों देशों के
delegates of both countries,
मीडिया के साथियों,
friends from the media,
नमस्कार.
Namaskar.
सबसे पहले
I would like to, first of all,
राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को
express my heartfelt gratitude to my dear friend President Trump for the grand welcome and hospitality accorded to me. President Trump's leadership has been instrumental in nurturing India-US ties and making them vibrant. I could feel today the same enthusiasm, the same enthusiasm, the same energy, the same commitment that we had worked with during our first term. Our discussions today highlighted our pride in our accomplishments during his first term, the deep mutual trust that we share, and also the resolve to attain new goals.
मैंने आज भी महसूस की है, आज की चर्चाओं में उनके पहले टर्म में हमारी उपलब्धियों का संतोष और गहरे आपसी विश्वास का सेतु था। साथ ही नए लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने का संकल्प भी था।
Visit to the United States at the invitation of President Donald Trump. As you all know, this is Prime Minister's first visit after the first visit to the United States after the inauguration of President Trump for a second term. And as I had mentioned earlier as well, the fact that this visit is taking place within just 3 weeks and a bit of the inauguration is a signal of the priority that both leaders attach to the India-US relationship. Prime Minister arrived in Washington, D.C. yesterday evening. He was hosted at Blair House, and he had a number of engagements on arrival yesterday. The newly confirmed Director of National Intelligence, Ms. Tulsi Gabbard, paid a call on the Prime Minister. This morning, the Prime Minister received Mr. Elon Musk and Mr. Vivek Ramaswamy as well. The discussions at the White House began this afternoon and went on for nearly 4 hours, comprising discussions in a restricted format, in the press conference, and an extended discussion over dinner with larger delegations. The discussions covered a lot of ground. The entire gamut of the relationship, ranging from strategic and security cooperation, defense, trade and economic engagement, technology, energy security and people-to-people linkages, as well as regional and global issues of concern were dealt with. There is a joint statement that has been issued. I think it's not yet available online, so let me take you through some of the key aspects of the joint statement, but I would urge you to go through the joint statement in some detail because it's a really rich and substantive statement and lays down the blueprint for the near and medium-term future of the India-US relationship. The two leaders jointly launched the US-India Compact for the 21st century. This compact stands for catalyzing opportunities in military partnership, accelerated commerce and technology. In the area of trade and investment, for instance, the leaders launched Mission 500, aiming to more than double total two-way trade to $500 billion by 2030. The two leaders also announced plans to negotiate the first tranche of a mutually beneficial multi-sector bilateral trade agreement by the fall of 2025 towards advancing this process. And this issue did figure in some detail in the discussions as well. Both countries will take an integrated approach to strengthen bilateral trade across the goods and services sector. This will include themes such as increasing market access, reducing tariff and non-tariff barriers, and deepening supply chain integration between the two countries. There is also a renewed commitment to making greenfield investments in high-value industries in each other's countries, and you will see in the joint statement references to investments in excess of $7 billion made by Indian companies such as Novelis, Jindal Steelworks, Jubilant, and Epsilon. Defense, as was pointed out by both leaders, remains a very important area of cooperation in the strategic partnership between the two countries. The leaders announced plans to finalize a new 10-year framework for the US-India major defense partnership in the 21st century. This is a framework that will run from 2025 to 2035 and is expected to be finalized later this year. They also agreed to move forward on ongoing defense procurement negotiations for a number of platforms, including land and air systems, as well as co-production agreements. There was also agreement to initiate discussions on the reciprocal defense procurement agreement. One of the striking aspects of the joint statement in this regard is a process that the United States will begin, whereby it will review its arms transfer regulations, including the international traffic in arms regulations, in order to streamline defense trade, technology exchange, and maintenance, spare supplies, and in-country repair and overhaul of US-provided defense systems. The two countries have also launched the Autonomous Systems Industry Alliance to scale industry partnerships and production of autonomous systems, which will foster next-generation defense and technological collaboration, specifically in the field of underwater domain awareness. You're also aware that for the last several years, technology has become a motive of the India-US partnership, and the two leaders in this latest round of discussions committed to taking forward cooperation in critical and emerging technologies by launching the US-India Trust Initiative. The Trust Initiative stands for Transforming the Relationship Utilizing Strategic Technology. This initiative will catalyze collaboration among governments, academia, and the private sector to drive innovation in defense, artificial intelligence, semiconductors, quantum computing, biotechnology, energy, and space. Artificial intelligence is on everybody's mind. We just had the AI Action Summit in Paris, which the Prime Minister had co-chaired. And in today's discussions, the leaders committed to bring Indian and US private industry together and conclude a US-India roadmap on accelerating AI infrastructure by the end of the year. Both the countries will work together to enable industry partnerships and investments in next-generation data centers, on access to compute and processors for artificial intelligence. The two leaders launched Indus Innovation, a new innovation bridge that is modeled after the successful IndusX platform for defense applications. Indus Innovation is meant to focus on space, on energy, and other emerging technologies. A new US-India cooperative program to recover and process critical minerals, a strategic mineral recovery initiative, has also been launched. Under the Trust Initiative, incidentally, the two sides will also address export controls, enhance high-technology commerce, and reduce barriers to technology transfer between the two countries. In the energy area, this is a subject that has remained in focus in the bilateral relationship in the recent years. India is a significant buyer of US energy, and today's discussions covered a lot of ground on this particular subject. In order to ensure energy security, the two countries agreed to work together on the production of hydrocarbons and for commerce in hydrocarbons to support global energy price stability and secure affordable energy access. In addition, there was agreement to realize the potential in the area of civil nuclear energy, building US-designed nuclear reactors in India, and taking forward that process also through large-scale localization as well as technology transfer. And of course, the two countries have been discussing for some time cooperation in small modular reactors, and that is again something that was flagged today. The obstacles in realizing this cooperation in previous years on account of some of the legal provisions that have remained in place in India have already begun to be addressed. You would have noticed the announcements that have been made in the budget in this regard. And we imagine that these progress on these issues will enable us to realize the promise of cooperation between India and the United States in this very important sector. A new partnership has been launched between the US National Science Foundation and the brand new Indian Anusandhan, which is the National Research Foundation, for deepening research linkages in critical and emerging technologies. There's an MOU that was signed between the NSF and the ANRF just a couple of days back to take forward this cooperation. On the people-to-people front, finally, you're aware there are nearly 300,000 Indian students studying in the United States, and the contribution of these students, especially to the US economy, was acknowledged in the joint statement. The leaders agreed to strengthen collaboration between higher education institutions of the two countries, and India invited the United States to take advantage of the reforms in the Indian education sector to set up offshore campuses of premier educational institutions of the US in India. They also committed to streamline avenues for legal mobility of students and professionals, and facilitating short-term tourist and business travel, while at the same time committing to aggressively addressing and tackling illegal immigration and human trafficking. I would also invite your attention to the parts of the joint statement where you can see a commitment from both sides to take decisive action against elements who threaten public and diplomatic safety and security, and the sovereignty and territorial integrity of both nations. There's a commitment to strengthening law enforcement cooperation in this regard, and this is especially significant from our perspective given some events that have taken place. Last point relates to the deepening strategic convergences between the two countries on regional and global issues, and this is something that came through clearly in the discussions today between the Prime Minister and President Trump. Whether it is the shared vision for the Quad, India will be hosting the Quad summit later this year, and the Prime Minister has extended an invitation to President Trump for that, or the commitment to increasing our collaboration with partners in West Asia, or in enhancing cooperation in the Indian Ocean region. The two leaders agreed to convene partners under the IMEC initiative, as well as the I2U2 construct within the next 6 months to announce new initiatives. They also launched the Indian Ocean Strategic Venture, a new bilateral forum to advance coordinated investments in connectivity and commerce in this region. All in all, I would say that though short, this was an extremely substantive and productive visit. It allowed two leaders who know each other well, who are comfortable with each other, to renew their contacts from President Trump's first term and to commit themselves to greater things in the relationship. The mood in the room today and the overall environment of the meetings today lent great confidence to both sides that the relationship is on a solid footing and there is much to achieve in the coming months and years. Let me stop there and take a few questions.
We have time just for a few questions, so please bear it with us. Yoshita.
Thank you. Yoshita Singh with Press Trust of India. On the issue of the deportation of illegal immigrants, was that issue raised the way they were brought to India in the military aircraft and shackled? And what was the Trump administration response on that? And also on Tahavur Rana, is there a time frame or timeline by when he will be extradited to India? Thank you.
Mr. Sukhpal, yeah, please.
Sukhpal Singh Thanwa. If you don't mind, can I ask you in Hindi? It will be easy for my audience to understand what I am going to ask.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Sir, my question nahi hai, this is a concern for both the countries. In present situation, as we saw a major shift in US immigration policy, तो इंडिया ने सबसे पहले वेलकम किया कि अगर वो हमारे लोगों को डिपोर्ट करते हैं जो इलीगल आए हैं यहाँ, तो उनको हम वापस लेने के लिए तैयार हैं. इन दिस सिचुएशन अगर कभी आने वाले समय में, क्योंकि अब तो मीटिंग हो चुकी है और भी बातें चलती रहेंगी, अगर हम अमेरिका में देखें तो यहाँ जो फार्मर्स हैं वो ज़्यादातर कैलिफोर्निया में सिख फार्मर है, इंडियन फार्मर्स हैं, और जो यहाँ की ट्रकिंग इंडस्ट्री है वो डोमिनेट करती है बाय सिख्स और पंजाबीज. तो इन दोनों जगहों पे प्रेजेंट सिचुएशन में बहुत ज़रूरत होगी अमेरिका को, जो अगर वहाँ से इंडिया से हम लीगल वे से नहीं भेज सकते तो सीजनल लेबर जो है वहाँ से ट्रकिंग इंडस्ट्री एंड रिलेटेड टू फार्मर्स, तो वहाँ से अगर ये पॉसिबल हो सके दोनों देश आपस में बात करें, दैट विल बी विन विन सिचुएशन फॉर बोथ द कंट्रीज. थैंक यू सो मच.
Parikshit.
Foreign Secretary, we saw how President Trump said that US is going to increase military sales to India by billions of dollars this year, also paving the way for sale of F-35s to India eventually. Have we agreed to purchase F-35s from America?
Vishnu, here.
Good evening, Foreign Secretary. This is Vishnu from South Asian Herald. What is the expected timeline for bilateral trade agreements between the two administrations that can pave a way to reduce the trade deficit and promote a fair and expanded trade partnership? The second question is, given the ongoing frictions on trade and tariffs, do you believe the Quad, I2U2, and IMEC will serve as a unifying factor between the both administrations? Thank you.
So I think we can take it. I think let's collect all the questions and
Okay.
I'll do it in one.
Okay. Please.
Sam Shubhendu from DD India. How is India to interpret President Trump's statement on India's neighborhood, Bangladesh?
Okay. Question here, yeah, please.
Yeah. Well, my question. Yeah.
Can you repeat your Bangladesh question? So how is India to interpret President Trump's statement on the situation in Bangladesh? He said that I leave it to the Prime Minister.
How is India going to respond to President Trump's proposal that he could mediate between India and China over territorial disputes and skirmishes?
Sriram.
President Trump spoke about reciprocal tariffs at the press conference. Is it your understanding that these will be on hold until the trade deal with the U.S. is negotiated? That's question one. And secondly, he mentioned reducing the deficit through energy purchases. Is India treating this literally, taking this literally, or as an encouragement to purchase more energy from the United States? Thank you.
Geeta.
President Trump on extradition said that
the Hawur Rana will be extradited, but there are more to follow because there are many requests from India. Could you just tell us what are the requests from India? Are there any more names that you've given to the Americans?
Manish.
सर मैं मनीष हूँ TV9 भारतवर्ष से प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप उदाहरण दे रहे थे कि बहुत से जो अमेरिकन प्रोडक्ट है उस पर 30-40% से लेकर 70% तक टैरिफ है उन्होंने अमेरिकन कार का हवाला दिया तो क्या हम भारत की तरफ से इस पर एक कोई जस्टिफिकेशन दिया गया या फिर हम अमेरिका को कोई रियायत देने के लिए जा रहे हैं
प्लीज
Chidu Rajkata, Times of India. FS, can you give us a sense of what you thought of the very discordant note throughout the day President Trump struck on the tariff issue? He mentioned it several times. And also his smackdown on BRICS.
So you can take these questions.
He also kind of said something to the effect of BRICS is dead or dying.
Let me try and address. I think some of the questions and concerns are common, but insofar as the issue of illegal immigration is concerned, yes, it did figure during the discussions today, and the Prime Minister said, as I think he mentioned during the press conference as well, and during the discussions also he said that India has made its stand very clear that if there are illegal immigrants proven to be Indian citizens in any country abroad, we will take them back. But he did emphasize, and again, I think he referred to this in his remarks at the press conference, but even during the discussions, he did emphasize that the return of illegal immigrants is not the end of the story. There is an ecosystem that thrives on this racket and that promotes and enables this racket. And it is the responsibility of both countries to do something about this. And in that, he sought the cooperation of the United States in finding out more details about these rackets and, if need be, through institutional cooperation between the law enforcement authorities and intelligence organizations of the two countries to actually try and do something about these ecosystems that enable this particular phenomenon. So this is something that the two sides will continue to discuss. On the Hawur Rana, I think I addressed this in an earlier press conference as well. This is an issue on which the U.S. authorities have taken very clear decisions. I think you've seen the President announce it himself from the White House podium, the decision of the United States to extradite him. It's reflected there in the joint statement as well. We are working on the logistics of this, his surrender and extradition to India. There are a few final steps to be completed. The two sides are in touch on this particular issue. आपका जो प्रश्न था अमेरिका की जो इमिग्रेशन पॉलिसी है उसको लेके और जो यहाँ पे एक इंडस्ट्री है ट्रकिंग वगैरह को लेके उसमें जो उसमें सीजनल लेबर इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है. देखिए, जहाँ तक यहाँ पे ये लेबर किस तरह आ सकता है और इनकी इमिग्रेशन पॉलिसी के साथ कैसे फिट करता है, ये तो अमेरिका की नीतियों का सवाल है. तो वो अगर ऐसी नीति बनाए और हमारे पास ये गुंजाइश हो ऐसे लोगों को भेजने की, तो उसमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि एक तरह से ये लीगल मोबिलिटी होगी। और हमने हमेशा कहा है कि हम लीगल मोबिलिटी के पक्ष में हैं, हम लीगल मोबिलिटी के खिलाफ हैं। लेकिन अगर लीगल मोबिलिटी है, अगर किसी देश की कोई नीति है और उस नीति के तहत लोग वहां पे जाते हैं, बाकायदा वीजा लेके जाते हैं या वर्क परमिट लेके जाते हैं, तो उसमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं होनी चाहिए। तो आगे के आने वाले समय में अगर ऐसी गुंजाइश हुई तो इसके बारे में जरूर दोनों देशों के बीच में बातचीत की जा सकती है। Parikshit, your question on military sales to India, I think, look, there is a process by which platforms are acquired. You are well aware of that process. There is, in most cases, a request for proposals that is floated. There are responses to those. They are evaluated. I don't think with regard to the acquisition of an advanced aviation platform by India, that process has started as yet. So this is currently something that's at the stage of a proposal, but I don't think the formal process in this regard has started as yet. With regard to the timeline for the bilateral trade agreements, well, this issue was discussed today. There is an understanding that we will try and do it as quickly as possible. I think there is a reference in the joint statement by fall of this year, so we are looking at the next 7 to 8 months to get this done. And today, in a sense, both teams have got the instructions or the indications from the highest levels to start engaging on this, and the work will begin as quickly as possible. On addressing these possible frictions over trade through mechanisms such as I2U2, IMEC and Quad, yes, to the extent that some of those forums will facilitate trade, even though none of them is really a trade agreement or a preferential trading arrangement, but to the extent that they can increase understanding between the various partners, they would certainly be helpful. On what we make of the statement on Bangladesh, well, just to share with you that this was a subject that was discussed between the two leaders, and the Prime Minister shared his views and indeed his concerns with regard to recent developments in Bangladesh and how India sees the situation. I think we hope that the situation in Bangladesh will also move forward in a direction where we can pursue relations in a constructive and stable way with them. But there are concerns about that situation, and the Prime Minister shared those views with President Trump. I think your question about the offer to mediate between India and China, I suspect you know the answer to this question. We have whatever issues we have with any of our neighbors. We have always adopted a bilateral approach to dealing with these issues. It's no different between India and China. We have been discussing any issues that we have with them on a bilateral plane, and we will continue to do so. On reciprocal tariffs and what the fate will be, look, we have indicated, and the two leaders have agreed today to start discussing trade and tariff-related issues. So I will let those discussions start before pronouncing on what may happen with regard to the plans that have been announced today by the US administration. On reducing deficit through energy purchases, well, I mean, we are a significant purchaser of U.S. energy in any case. I think last year we purchased about $15 billion in U.S. energy output. There is a good chance that this figure will go up to as much as $25 billion in the near future. And so therefore we are a significant producer, and today's discussions did focus considerably on the possibility of more energy purchases, and it is entirely possible that these increased energy purchases will contribute to impacting the deficit between the two countries as well. On extradition, yes, there are other requests as well. I won't go into the names immediately, but there are other requests that are registered with the U.S. authorities. I think the other questions were also essentially on tariffs, and I think Chidu's question on tariffs being a discordant note. Look, I would say that, you know, we've been hearing about tariffs for quite some time, and in today's discussion between the two sides, this issue came up quite normally in the talks between the two leaders. They both had their perspectives, but what's more remarkable is, or what's worth looking at, is the fact that we have a way forward on this issue in terms of the undertaking to discuss or start discussions on a bilateral trading agreement. And this may actually be a very good opportunity to take forward something and conclude something which was actually foreseen in the first Trump administration. There was, you would recall, a trade deal that was on the anvil at that time. For various reasons, it did not go forward at that time. So therefore, in the current environment, we see these developments as an opportunity to take this issue forward and come to a mutually beneficial understanding about these particular issues. I think that about takes care of all the questions. I literally have a plane to catch, therefore we'll have to run.
Please, sorry. No,
I think there's a flight to catch, so we'll close the press conference.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's a briefing there by the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri there, talking about all aspects: trade, tariffs, technology, Tahawur Rana, and also some of the conversations that the two leaders have had, confirming that the Modi-Trump meet extended over 4 hours, and that's why literally the rush. There was a delay in the about 30-35 minutes delay in the MEA briefing, and Vikram Misri there admitting that he could not take any more questions because he has literally a plane to catch. We've got a break to take, and we see you on the other side.
Hexaware Technology.
Your Excellency, Rashtrapati Trump,
President Trump,
दोनों देशों के delegates,
delegates of both countries,
मीडिया के साथियों,
friends from the media,
नमस्कार.
Namaskar.
सबसे पहले
I would like to, first of all,
राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को
express
मेरे शानदार
my
स्वागत
heartfelt
और
gratitude
आतिथ्य सत्कार के
to
लिए
my dear friend President
हार्दिक
Trump
आभार व्यक्त करता
for
हूं.
the grand welcome and hospitality
राष्ट्रपति
accorded to me.
ट्रंप ने
President Trump's
भारत और अमेरिका
leadership
संबंधों को
has been
अपने नेतृत्व
instrumental in
संजोया
nurturing
है,
India-US ties
जीवंत बनाया
and
है.
making them vibrant.
जिस उत्साह से
I could
उनकी
feel
पहली
today
टर्म में
the same enthusiasm, the same enthusiasm, the same energy, the same commitment that we had worked with during our first term.
आज की चर्चाओं में
Our discussions today
उनके पहले टर्म में
highlighted our pride in our accomplishments during his first term, the deep mutual trust that we share, and also the resolve to attain new goals.
मैंने आज भी महसूस की है, आज की चर्चाओं में उनके पहले टर्म में हमारी उपलब्धियों का संतोष और गहरे आपसी विश्वास का सेतु था। साथ ही नए लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने का संकल्प भी था। हम मानते हैं कि भारत और अमेरिका का साथ और सहयोग एक बेहतर विश्व को शेप कर सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन यानी मागा से परिचित है। भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन यानी मिगा। जब अमेरिका और भारत साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं यानी मागा, मागा प्लस मिगा, तब बन जाता है मेगा पार्टनरशिप फॉर प्रॉस्पेरिटी। और यही मेगा स्पिरिट हमारे लक्ष्यों को नया स्केल और स्कोप देती है। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को 2030 तक
Back live in our rolling coverage of the Modi-Trump meet, and these are pictures of when the two met, and Donald Trump gifting his latest book, where he has also got collated pictures of the Howdy Modi event and the engagements between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and himself during his first term. But interesting to see what is written on the cover that we just saw in those pictures, which says, "Mr. Modi, Mr. Prime Minister, you are great." And then it's signed Donald Trump. So that's the thing. We'll try and zoom in on those pictures and get you what is written clearly, what Donald Trump has handwritten there and signed it as he presented that book to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So Donald Trump showing that this is what I have written for you, this is what I think you are, and then signing it and then handing over that book. And he had also opened during that entire press meet at the Oval, where he opened it, and then he also said, this is how the Oval Office, this is how it is. This is what, these are the pictures of me and Prime Minister Narendra Modi when I was in Ahmedabad, when he was in Texas, and thereafter writing, "Mr. Prime Minister, you are great." And he has written, signed it as Donald Trump. Let's listen in to what Donald Trump also had to say.
Starting this year, we'll be increasing military sales to India by many billions of dollars. We're also paving the way to ultimately provide India with the F-35 stealth fighters. In addition, the United States and India will be working together like never before to confront the threat of radical Islamic terrorism, a threat all over the world, actually. Today, I'm pleased to announce that my administration has approved the extradition of one of the plotters and one of the very evil people of the world, and having to do with the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attack, to face justice in India. So as we deepen our defense partnership will also strengthen our economic ties and bring greater fairness and reciprocity to our trading relationship. As a signal of good faith, Prime Minister Modi recently announced the reductions to India's unfair, very strong tariffs that limit U.S. access into the Indian market very strongly, and really it's a big problem, I must say. India imposes a 30 to 40 to 60 and even 70% tariff on so many of the goods, and in some cases far more than that. And as an example, a 70% tariff on U.S. cars going into India, which makes it pretty much impossible to sell those cars. Today, the U.S. Trade deficit with India is almost $100 billion, and Prime Minister Modi and I have agreed that we'll begin negotiations to address the long-running disparities that should have been taken care of over the last 4 years, but they didn't do that. I look at India, I do see the skirmishes on the border, which are quite vicious, and I guess they continue to go on. If I could be of help, I'd love to help, because that should be stopped. That's been going on for a long time, and it's quite violent. It's quite violent, but I would hope that China and India and Russia and U.S. and all of us can get along.
So he wants all nations to get along, especially the 3-4 big superpowers. Sanjay Suri is with us. Raymond Vickrey, Senior Associate, Wadhwani Chair in the United States India Policy Studies, CSIS, is with us. James Russell, Associate Professor, Department of National Affairs, is also with us. My namaste and greetings, gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. An extended media briefing, a little delayed, just as we were about to come across to you, where the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri coming out with that briefing. Sanjay Suri, big takeaway where he's confirmed that the crude purchase will go up by a good $10 billion or with almost immediate effect, and there are advanced process of the repatriation or bringing extradition of Tahawur Rana to Bharat.
Yes, that extradition was, of course, a very significant announcement, and to cap that, the indication that there will be more to follow, the acknowledgement that there are requests before the U.S. government from India that are pending and that will be acted upon. But of course, on the trade front, we have had the two very broad indications from President Trump that the U.S. now expects to sell a great deal of military hardware to India, and also a very much raised level of energy products, oil, LNG and other related products. And the Foreign Secretary acknowledged that this will go some way to redressing the trade imbalance between the two countries. The instrumentation for that has been announced. Trump wanted a follow-up steps to be taken, and those are being taken. We know from the Foreign Secretary that a process has been initiated to look at trade issues, and the aim really is to come to some sort of a trade agreement. And as you were pointing out, Anand, there was a move towards the end of Trump's first term, and it did not come to fruition.
Yeah.
The question really is, if you look at the length of the time India and Britain have been negotiating a trade deal, it's been years, there's no trade deal. India had negotiated a trade deal with the EU that was started even earlier, went on for 10 years, the negotiations, and then it was abandoned, and nothing has been picked up since. We have the World Trade Organization that's supposed to look at some sort of system for trade. That's not very effective at all. It's quite toothless.
Right.
We had NAFTA, the North America Free Trade Agreement that involved the US, Canada, Mexico, and we know what's happened to that. So the trade deal intention is easier said than done, because this is a very involved subject. There's a whole myriad of issues here, and that have to be negotiated, worked out in many, many ways in goods and services. Whether there can be a trade agreement that delivers by fall, well, who can say it's impossible, but it does look unlikely.
Well, Trump coming back after that loss in 2020 did not look possible, but it's been made possible. So anything can happen, and that's what we believe. Somewhere there seems to be more preparedness, and they're looking at a 10-year defense deal that's also being spoken about. And the way it's been coined also shows, one, it's about transformation, second, it's about trust. That's how they've tried to coin these deals and these engagements. Raymond Vickrey, your thoughts? Do you believe MAGA plus MEGA can be mega, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi said. Thank you for your patience. Regret the delay in coming across to you.
Well, thank you very much for having me. I think it's been another good day in U.S.-India relations. It's absolutely imperative that these two great democracies work together, one, on protecting and enhancing their own democracies, but second, working together for peace and prosperity throughout the world. I think that it is also the case that every president and every prime minister that we've had since the time of Bill Clinton has left the relationship in better shape than it was before. And the really good news is that this looks like this trend will be continued. All that having been said, there's a lot to be done, apart from the slogans of MAGA and MEGA and MEGA, which shows, of course, that Prime Minister Modi is an excellent politician. He knows how to please President Trump by adopting some of his slogans and giving him a big bear hug, just as he did for President Putin and many others. So those are all good signs, but there's a lot of heavy lifting to be done. The one area which, of course, is most bothersome is this business about reciprocity on tariffs across the board. You know, under the World Trade Organization, there is something called most favored nation, and that is that you're going to give to other countries the lowest tariff that you have. You give it to everybody. Well, that system goes out the window when you start just doing bilateral deals based upon the considerations in a bilateral arrangement. As has been said, there were negotiations in Trump 1.0, which made some progress. And I have been writing and advocating for more than a decade for a free trade agreement between the U.S. and India. But that's easier said than done. And if you're going to have tariffs across the board, that's going to create chaos in the relationship, and nobody knows where that ends, because it's just not feasible to take everybody one at a time and to be able to reach what you want to have. So what the parties have done on tariffs basically is kick the can down the road. As has been said, it's taken a long time on negotiations with the EU, with the UK, and this will take time. And how things will develop on that are unknown. I'm very encouraged by the mention of civil nuclear. I worked long and hard as the secretary for something called the Coalition for Partnership with India that got the deal through the Congress of the United States in the first place. And it's been a success in the sense that it has restored trust between these two great democracies, but it's not been a success in the kind of cooperation that we ought to have that builds non-polluting energy on both sides and provides employment. So I'm encouraged by that.
James Russell, your thoughts?
My thoughts are that I think the last several days have provided the world community with a pretty interesting contrast, which is that we've had the Secretary of Defense in Europe, for example, basically suggesting that the United States is going to be dramatically altering its security partnership with the Europeans. We're seeking to walk away from the war with Ukraine. We are not going to be extending security guarantees for any kind of a settlement there, which means there will no be security guarantees because the Europeans can't provide them. This is by contrast, and Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, said this in Europe as well, which is that the United States is serious about, again, pivoting more forcefully to South Asia and the Indo-Pacific. And of course, as my two learned colleagues before me have said, these relationships, these kinds of relationships in which you're working out the mechanics of how the partnerships are supposed to work on AUKUS, for example, upon the nuclear cooperation, these take years to build. I mean, the relationships, for example, which the United States appears to be walking away from in Europe, took 50, 60 years to build, and we are now just at this beginning of this process with the Indians.
Right.
And I would hasten to endorse also the observations of my colleagues, which is that the fanfare and the sort of the metaphor of the great possibilities of the American-Indian partnership have not yet been realized. And in part, I would respectfully suggest it's because the Indians themselves are ambivalent about being seen as too close to the United States. India has historically pursued a very independent policy and strategic line over the years. And Modi is, again, my colleagues have suggested, is a master politician, in ingratiating himself to Trump and realizing the buttons to push. But in terms of this being the foundation of a new Indo-Pacific strategic partnership, we're not there yet, but again, with deference to my colleagues, I believe we're headed in the right direction. And again, is contrasted with the United States, again, retreating from Europe, and who knows where NATO, for example, is going to end up. I mean, this is all...
Well, there is a draft and the contours of this entire limited free trade agreement or a limited trade deal that's already in place by the end of 2019, early 2020. There was talk that it's in much advanced stages. So if they're going to pick up the pieces from there, the next 7 months should not be so difficult to traverse, and perhaps work will be done. The intent has been shown, as you said, James Russell. Gents, we're going to take a very short break. Do stay on. We'll take the conversation forward when we come back. Stay with us.
Your Excellency, Rashtrapati Trump,
President Trump,
दोनों देशों के
delegates of both countries,
मीडिया के साथियों,
friends from the media,
नमस्कार.
Namaskar.
सबसे पहले
I would like to, first of all,
राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को
express my heartfelt gratitude to my dear friend President Trump for the grand welcome and hospitality accorded to me. President Trump's leadership has been instrumental in nurturing India-US ties and making them vibrant. I could feel today the same enthusiasm, the same energy, the same commitment that we had worked with during our first term. Our discussions today highlighted our pride in our accomplishments during his first term, the deep mutual trust that we share, and also the resolve to attain new goals.
मैंने आज भी महसूस की है, आज की चर्चाओं में उनके पहले टर्म में हमारी उपलब्धियों का संतोष और गहरे आपसी विश्वास का सेतु था। साथ ही नए लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने का संकल्प भी था। हम मानते हैं कि भारत और अमेरिका का साथ और सहयोग एक बेहतर विश्व को शेप कर सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन यानी मागा से परिचित है। भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन, यानी मिगा। जब अमेरिका और भारत साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं, यानी मागा, मागा प्लस मिगा, तब बन जाता है मेगा पार्टनरशिप फॉर प्रॉस्पेरिटी। और यही मेगा स्पिरिट हमारे लक्ष्यों को नया स्केल और स्कोप देती है। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने
There is confidence, there is tough talk, the aspect of trade, reciprocal tariffs looms over, but can there be a trade deal? The art of the deal, can both Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Donald Trump work this out in the interest of both Bharat and America? Sarah Spector, attorney and political expert with us. Sarah, good morning here in India, but thank you very much for your time. Your thoughts. Your thoughts on these two leaders engaging beyond the optics of it, beyond both trying to say the right things in each other's presence. They have engaged for 4 hours. There's been a delay in the dinner, delay in the briefings because the leaders have engaged for more than 4 hours. Do you see something concrete coming out of this that will be mutually beneficial?
I think so. I don't think Trump, although he's not the most predictable person in the world, I don't think he would invest that much time if they weren't moving forward on something. And it appears they will. I agree with your previous guest that the Prime Minister did a fabulous job of manipulating the optics to impress Trump. And I think he did everything right. So as far as I could see about what he could do to influence Trump. And I have optimism that there will be a deal as to tariffs and probably greater business with India than other parts of the world. I think he did a great job.
As long as we get the trade imbalance fixed, is that the larger concern for Donald Trump beyond just the reciprocal tariffs? Is that just perhaps the in for us? But these are many questions. There are many questions with respect to security, with respect to peace in this region, and also what's happening in our neighborhood. And can Donald Trump help? Is there an indication of what could happen in Bangladesh? Many questions, but the compulsion of taking yet another very short break. I'm going to request our guests to please stay on with us. And to our viewers, stay tuned on our rolling coverage.
Your Excellency, Rashtrapati Trump,
President Trump,
दोनों देशों के
delegates of both countries,
मीडिया के साथियों,
friends from the media,
नमस्कार.
Namaskar.
सबसे पहले
I would like to, first of all,
राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को
express my heartfelt gratitude to my dear friend President Trump for the grand welcome and hospitality accorded to me. President Trump's leadership has been instrumental in nurturing India-US ties and making them vibrant. I could feel today the same enthusiasm, the same energy, the same commitment that we had worked with during our first term. Our discussions today highlighted our pride in our accomplishments during his first term, the deep mutual trust that we share, and also the resolve to attain new goals.
मैंने आज भी महसूस की है, आज की चर्चाओं में उनके पहले टर्म में हमारी उपलब्धियों का संतोष और गहरे आपसी विश्वास का सेतु था। साथ ही नए लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने का संकल्प भी था। हम मानते हैं कि भारत और अमेरिका का साथ और सहयोग एक बेहतर विश्व को
Good morning, you're watching The Breakfast Show right here on CNN News 18. My name is Toya Singh, and as we speak, the Indian Prime Minister right now in the US for a sit-down meeting with Donald Trump. What's come out of it? Remember, trade, tariffs, immigration, visas, these were some of the big talking points. Let's just take you very quickly to all of the conclusions, the moving points, and of course, what this is going to mean for our country. Prime Minister on a two-day visit to the US. He met, as we said earlier, US President Donald Trump earlier today. Let's take you through all of the fine lines. The duo discussed several key issues, including tariffs, the extradition of 26/11 attack accused Thakur Rana, illegal immigration, and the Russia-Ukraine war. The Prime Minister coined the word MIGA, M-I-G-A, Make India Great Again. He says it's his version of MAGA, Make America Great Again, which was, remember, the slogan for the US President Donald Trump during his first term, remains that in his second term too. The Indian Prime Minister said that MIGA and MAGA together have become a mega partnership for prosperity. The two leaders announced plans to negotiate the first tranche of a mutually beneficial multi-sector bilateral trade agreement by the fall of 2025. What will that actually look like? Which sectors will that most affect in India and the United States? That's what we're going to be taking a deeper look at right here on the show. In the area of trade and investment, the leaders launched Mission 500, aiming to more than double two-way trade to $500 billion by 2030. We're going to take a look at all of the ramifications, the implications. First, though, just take a look at these reactions that have come in over the last few hours.
अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन, भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन, यानी मिगा। जब अमेरिका और भारत साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं, यानी मागा, मागा प्लस मिगा, तब बन जाता है मेगा पार्टनरशिप फॉर प्रॉस्पेरिटी। आज हमने द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को 2030 तक 2 गुना से भी अधिक बढ़ाकर $500 बिलियन तक पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है। हमारी टीमें एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को शीघ्र संपन्न करने पर काम करेगी। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में भारत और अमेरिका दृढ़ता से साथ खड़े रहे हैं। हम सहमत हैं कि सीमा पार आतंकवाद के उन्मूलन के लिए ठोस कार्रवाई आवश्यक है। ये ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग में जुड़े हुए पूरे इकोसिस्टम पर हमने वार करना चाहिए और अमेरिका और भारत मिलकर के हमारी कोशिश है और हमारी कोशिश रहनी चाहिए कि इस प्रकार की पूरी इकोसिस्टम को हमने जड़ मूल से नष्ट करना चाहिए ताकि ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग बंद हो।
Okay, to bring you more context on this entire story, two guests continue to join us. James Russell, the Associate Professor for the Department of National Affairs, and Sarah Spector. She's an attorney and a political expert. Thank you both for joining us. I know both of you have been speaking to our audiences over the last few hours. We are starting the show, and so I'll ask you questions that may seem basic. I know we were in quite a deep, nuanced part of the discussion right now, but I do want to sort of realign our audiences, open up with more basic questions. First, James, if you could just explain to us, there was a lot of anxiety for India, for the US. There were three areas in particular that we were highlighting again and again. One was, of course, the big question of tariffs, the larger question of trade deals. The other was immigration. The third was this question around H-1B visas and how that would be addressed. Now that the meetings have taken place, how do you think the scoreboard lies for India, for the US?
Well, my impression, and as usual in these kinds of summits, the chances of them having dramatic new agreements is small. It seems, particularly with the summit that's only running a couple of days. I think that what happens in these kinds of meetings is that momentum gets established for the creation of working groups so that the working levels from both countries can get together to try to put the I's dotted and the T's crossed on settling what are, and coming to, very complicated agreements. And if we look, for example, across the security sector, military to military cooperation, for example, this is something that it can't just be conjured up overnight. We have to have experts that are going to sit down and figure out, for example, I'm just going to talk about the F-35. This is something that has been talked about in the context of these meetings. I think we're months away from an F-35 sale by the United States to India. But the point is, it's going to take a lot of heavy lifting by the experts on both sides to reach agreements on these issues. And the interesting thing I would say about that also is that Trump seems to be divesting the United States government of the very kinds of experts which he's going to need to work out the details of visas, for example, on trade, and on defense as well. So I think the real sort of point of these meetings is to establish the momentum for the meetings. And as I said, from the perspective of the United States at the kind of strategic level, it's clear, I think, that the Trump administration wants to try to move out more aggressively in South Asia and the Pacific and de-emphasize these historic partnerships that the United States has had in Europe. So it's just the contrast, as I've said, between the Defense Secretary's visit in Europe and the atmospheric surrounding the Modi visit here in Washington, D.C. are very striking, and I think they're indicative of a change in focus in the United States.
Okay, I want to take part of that question to Sarah Spector. Sarah, if we could ask you, in the last few days when we've discussed tariffs here in India, we've talked about the fact that you've seen Canada, China, Mexico all see tariffs. But the way we've discussed India is as if the India-US relationship is more delicate. And so tariffs, the announcement of tariffs, the conversation around it might be a little bit more delicate. At the same time, right ahead of the meeting, Trump announcing sweeping reciprocal tariffs. But did you read all of those developments?
Trump has been announcing a lot of tariffs, but he seems to hesitate when they actually get implemented, or when they're supposed to get implemented. And I don't know if he's doing this as a warning or a threat, or a negotiating tactic to get the other side to come forward, or if he is really going to institute these tariffs. It appears that I think with the tariff, as far as the tariffs go, it appears that India is willing to negotiate Donald Trump on lowering their tariffs on the United States. So I think that I think there's a great deal of hope as far as the tariffs go, and I also think with the mention of oil and your country buying oil from America, I think that's what Trump. It's very important to Trump because much of his funding comes from people who have oil, people from the petroleum industry. They fund him. They fund the Republican Party, and so I think by saying, "Oh, we're going to buy your oil," I think Trump might lighten up on the tariffs issue.
So, Sarah, can I just say, you've touched on something very interesting, the use of tariffs for negotiation. James, if you could just illustrate for our audiences, because we've seen exactly that in the last few days, tariffs being announced, but then further discussions taking place. And I don't mean this in the context of India, I mean this in the context of the 3 other countries we just discussed. Tariffs being announced, but then over the next few days, the sternness with those tariffs were first said, that's seemingly being negotiated. Could you just illustrate how we've seen that take place in the case of these other countries, just for us here in India?
Well, I mean, it seems clear that the operating style of the new president of the United States is to make these big, dramatic, flashy, headline-grabbing announcements, and as a result, can sort of point to the campaign rhetoric, in which he said, "I'm going to be renegotiating these trade agreements," and then, of course, the second day story is exactly as you say, which is that he thinks about it. The leader of Canada, the Prime Minister of Canada, the President of Mexico, Modi comes to town, and they talk to him about the particulars of the agreements, and of course, we are then back into a process that I've sort of tried to describe before, which is that these are complicated technical issues. They require the experts of both sides to sit down and try to hammer these things out in a way that satisfies the interests of both sides. I would have said in the case, for example, of the American-Indian trade relationship, it's not actually all that big. It's for the United States, they're the 10th largest market for the United States today. Now, should we in the United States try to grow that agreement? Yes, absolutely. And it's going to require American experts and Indian experts to get together to nail down the terms and conditions of how this is supposed to work. This takes time. It's not something that can be conjured up at a photo op between 2 national leaders. So I think, which is again one of the points I would make about the overall point about the American-Indian relationship, is that the photo ops and the optics of these meetings often tend to overshadow the actual hard work, which still has yet to really fall into to actually produce the mechanics of how these things are going to work on a day-to-day basis, on issues like immigration, on issues like tariff, on issues like security cooperation. It all, again, these things, cooperation between states take time. And it's also the case that I don't want to monopolize the conversation here, but in the case of India, in the United States, we're not formal allies. We don't have these institutions in place, for example, to work on these things the way we have, for example, with the Europeans and NATO and the European Union. These are relationships that we've built over 50 years. So a lot of these institutional arrangements have to be created that routinize the interactions at the technical level that can bring together these 2 countries in a more fruitful relationship, which I think, of course, both countries seek.
So, James, I'm going to come back to you in a second to understand exactly this. In the next few months, if the 2 countries are serious about charting out a trade agreement, other agreements in other areas, what that process would actually look like. We'll come back to you to understand that in a second. But before we do that, Sarah, I just want to ask you, there's an elephant in the room we haven't talked much about, China. And I just want to understand from you, for both countries, the US and India, how are we viewing China as we approach this deal? How much of an elephant is it actually in the room as these conversations are taking place?
Sorry. Can you see? Oh, sorry.
I can repeat the question if you'd like.
I heard you.
Yeah.
I think it's a huge elephant in the room. I think everybody, all the major countries in the world look at China and with great fear and respect. But you know, China is everything we do, I think China looks at. Our retreat from Europe, our willingness to when Trump says something, does he mean it? Is he willing to defend certain places where China might be the aggressor, and then also China as an economic competitor as America? So there's a lot of I think a lot of performative stuff. I agree with your other guest. It's a lot of performative stuff, but what concerns me, and it also, is that he's dismantling a lot. Trump is dismantling a lot of the parts of our government that would go ahead and do the nitty gritty and get down and figure out how to go forward on security, on trade, and because all of this, to me, the trade, the security, everything is all interrelated, the economics, and when one goes out of whack, the other goes out of whack, and as Trump is basically taking people in our State Department and he's wanting to basically dismantle them. And so the experts, the people that have been in the State Department for decades and have the experience and know all the ramifications of all these things, we don't have this. And so we have this performative art from Trump. And right now, I don't know, and I can't predict whether he knows what comes next. But I can tell you this: China is on Trump's mind, and it's on India's mind, obviously, it's on America's. And so, yeah, they're a big player. But the question is, does Trump's staff have the knowledge and the complexity to actually move forward with any agreements with any country without basically messing up other agreements or other parts of the world? Because we're all interrelated now. I don't think we can just throw out Europe and look at India without having some massive bad effects on all of us.
Okay, if we could then ask, because I think the interesting point you're raising is, how will this play out, especially when the administration looks the way it does? James, I said I'd come to you earlier to talk a little bit about how this will become a reality, the trade deal itself, the discussions that will take place. So I do want to ask you, if we take a look at the US President's first term, are there lessons there for us as to how he actually approaches and how his administration has sat down and approached these discussions in the past?
I think that the history of the first term suggests that again, Trump and his team care a lot about headlines. They care a lot about the optics of things. And as my colleague mentioned, they are somewhat less strong on the follow-up, right, that's really required, upon which, as again my colleague has expertly told us, depends upon the participation of subject matter experts. And so the record from the first term is frankly of erratic behavior by the chief executive. And another characteristic is the lack of sustained institutional and organizational commitment to these objectives. And I don't think, this is just my opinion, I don't think that the United States and India can realize the kind of progress that your Prime Minister and the President talks about without sustained institutional commitment by both governments, right, to form these expert working groups to thrash out these issues. Now, I don't want to leave you with the impression that I think this is all a matter for bureaucrats to get together to dot the I's and cross the T's. There has to be a shared strategic vision that drives the activities forward. I've got to be honest, I'm not sure that the Indians and the United States are completely synced up on this strategic vision. As I have said before, India has historically charted an independent foreign policy in which it has not wanted to be associated too closely with the East or the West, And for example, the Indian military today is still largely equipped with Russian military equipment. And that's because the Indians have found it useful to have a relationship with the Russians. So, in other words, India has always wanted to, historically, has charted this delicate path between world powers.
Non-alignment, as we like to call it, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I don't expect Modi to really alter that. I think Modi is going to want to try to get the best deal that he can out of the United States. And I expect him to pursue this with vigor and interest. And I wish I could say I thought that on the American side, again, per my colleagues' remarks, that the Trump administration had a nuanced and sophisticated view about the strategic vision part in the Indo-Pacific around which it could then build an American-Indian partnership. I think that has to be determined, so we'll see how this unfolds over the ensuing months and years, of course.
Okay, James, Sarah, stay with us, please, for a second. We're just going to play out what it is that the US President has actually said in the last few hours. We'll go to his statements, then we'll return to the experts.
Starting this year, we'll be increasing military sales to India by many billions of dollars. We're also paving the way to ultimately provide India with the F-35 stealth fighters. In addition, the United States and India will be working together like never before to confront the threat of radical Islamic terrorism, a threat all over the world, actually. Today, I'm pleased to announce that my administration has approved the extradition of one of the plotters and one of the very evil people of the world, and having to do with the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attack, to face justice in India. So as we deepen our defense partnership, we'll also strengthen our economic ties and bring greater fairness and reciprocity to our trading relationship. As a signal of good faith, Prime Minister Modi recently announced the reductions to India's unfair, very strong tariffs that limit U.S. access into the Indian market very strongly, and really it's a big problem, I must say. India imposes a 30 to 40 to 60 and even 70% tariff on so many of the goods, and in some cases far more than that. And as an example, a 70% tariff on U.S. cars going into India, which makes it pretty much impossible to sell those cars. Today, the U.S. Trade deficit with India is almost $100 billion. And Prime Minister Modi and I have agreed that we'll begin negotiations to address the long-running disparities that should have been taken care of over the last 4 years, but they didn't do that. I look at India, I do see the skirmishes on the border, which are quite vicious, and I guess they continue to go on. If I could be of help, I'd love to help, because that should be stopped. That's been going on for a long time, and it's quite violent. It's quite violent, but I would hope that China and India and Russia and U.S. and all of us can get along.
All right, we're going to be heading into a quick break. On the other side, our post-meeting analysis of how the meeting took place, what the outcomes are going to be for both of these countries over the next few years, that very much continues right here. Do stay with us. This is CNN News 18.
GOBP में
Your Excellency, Rashtrapati Trump,
President Trump,
दोनों देशों के
delegates of both countries,
मीडिया के साथियों,
friends from the media,
नमस्कार.
Namaskar.
सबसे पहले
I would like to, first of all,
राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को
express my heartfelt gratitude to my dear friend President Trump for the grand welcome and hospitality accorded to me. President Trump's leadership has been instrumental in nurturing India-US ties and making them vibrant. I could feel today the same enthusiasm, the same the same enthusiasm, the same energy, the same commitment that we had worked with during our first term. Our discussions today highlighted our pride in our accomplishments during his first term, the deep mutual trust that we share, and also the resolve to attain new goals.
मैंने आज भी महसूस की है, आज की चर्चाओं में उनके पहले टर्म में हमारी उपलब्धियों का संतोष और गहरे आपसी विश्वास का सेतु था। साथ ही नए लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने का संकल्प भी था। हम मानते हैं कि भारत और अमेरिका का साथ और सहयोग एक बेहतर विश्व को शेप कर सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन यानी मागा से परिचित है। भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन यानी मिगा। जब अमेरिका और भारत साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं यानी मागा, मागा प्लस मिगा, तब बन जाता है मेगा पार्टनरशिप फॉर प्रॉस्पेरिटी। और यही मेगा स्पिरिट हमारे लक्ष्यों को नया स्केल और स्कोप देती है। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को 2030 तक 2 गुना से भी अधिक बढ़ाकर $500 बिलियन तक पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है। हमारी टीमें एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को शीघ्र संपन्न करने पर काम करेगी। भारत की ऊर्जा सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने में हम ऑयल तथा गैस ट्रेड को बल देंगे। ऊर्जा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में निवेश भी बढ़ेगा। न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी क्षेत्र में हमने स्मॉल मॉड्यूलर रिएक्टर्स की दिशा में सहयोग बढ़ाने पर भी बात की। फ्रेंड्स, भारत की डिफेंस प्रिपेयर्डनेस में अमेरिका की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। स्ट्रैटेजिक और ट्रस्टेड पार्टनर के नाते हम जॉइंट डेवलपमेंट, जॉइंट प्रोडक्शन और ट्रांसफर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी की दिशा में सक्रिय रूप से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। आने वाले समय में भी नई टेक्नोलॉजी और इक्विपमेंट हमारी क्षमता बढ़ाएंगे। हमने ऑटोनोमस सिस्टम्स इंडस्ट्री अलायंस लॉन्च करने का निर्णय लिया है। अगले दशक के लिए डिफेंस कोऑपरेशन फ्रेमवर्क बनाया जाएगा। डिफेंस इंटरऑपरेबिलिटी, लॉजिस्टिक्स, रिपेयर और मेंटेनेंस भी इसके मुख्य भाग होंगे। फ्रेंड्स, 21वीं सदी टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन सेंचुरी है। लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में विश्वास रखने वाले देशों के बीच टेक्नोलॉजी क्षेत्र में
All right, the visuals you're looking at right now on your screens, Prime Minister Modi, as you can see, heading out. This is after the set of meetings that he's had with the US President Donald Trump. We'll continue to bring you more context. The Indian Prime Minister there towards the end, the tail end of a 2-day visit in the United States. All right, you can see him boarding on your screens the official plane for the Indian Prime Minister. He's bidding adieu to the senior officials from the United States who have gathered there. And it's a chilly 4 degrees centigrade over there, which is why you can see the Prime Minister jacketed up. Okay, we're just going to go back to our guests to understand a little bit more, but we'll keep one eye on these visuals. The Prime Minister leaving the United States after a 2-day visit to meet the US President Donald Trump. The 4th leader to do so, as the US President came back into an office he had occupied about 4 years ago. Okay, let's go back to our guests, James Russell, the Associate Professor for the Department of National Affairs, and Sarah Spector, an attorney and political expert. Both remain with us to shed a light. We also now are joined by an Indian voice, Purnima Nath. She's a geopolitical observer and former US Congress candidate who will be joining us. Let's just go over first to James to understand a little bit more. James, if you could just tell us, we haven't talked so much, we've spent a lot of time talking in the last few minutes about the tariffs. We haven't talked about the visas, the big question around H-1B visas. In the last few days, right as the US President came into power, we saw what seemed like were contradictory statements, not just from the US President, also from Elon Musk and other senior officials within the US administration. I just want to ask you, it was believed that this may or may not be a conversational topic that was addressed in this meeting. But there were some experts who said that no, this is a topic that should be left to Silicon Valley to lobby for, that the Indian Prime Minister need not bring it up. I want to understand your own view of the topic. How do you think India could navigate it, and where do you think the topic stands as we speak?
Well, I think it was your foreign minister in the briefing that said that this was in fact covered in the discussions between the leaders. And of course, again, getting back to the campaign, this was a big issue for President Trump. And so it's going to be front center of meetings that he's going to have with foreign leaders. And in the case of the Indian-American kind of relationship, there are tens of thousands of Indians in the United States today at our institutions. And we have a very sizable and very vibrant Indian-American community today, which was highlighted by the fact that, you're going to be opening a couple of more consulates here in the United States. So, and just speaking again as a citizen, I wish we had more Indians in the United States. I mean, they contribute greatly to the economic and cultural and political vitality of our country, and we're lucky to have them in the United States. So my guess is again, and something I should have emphasized in my previous remarks. I think that both countries have an interest in making sure that these kinds of issues, like visas, for example, and immigration, don't stand in the way of trying to develop this more comprehensive strategic partnership. The issue of visas is a more kind of technical issue, I think, and I don't see it as a big political problem between the two countries. But I think to the extent there are problems, I think it's incumbent upon both leaders who see the broader strategic and political framework of the American-Indian relationship, that this issue is not going to be allowed to disrupt, delay, or deny the development of this better developed political and strategic partnership because of our congruent interests to appear more politically aligned in the Indo-Pacific with the rise of China, again, as my colleagues have remarked.
Okay, James, stay with us. I'll actually request all our guests to stay with us. We're joined right now by a reporter. Sanjay Suri has been reporting on this story through the night. Sanjay, a rather basic question for you. The hopes that India went into this meeting with, how many did India achieve? We were just discussing that at such meetings, it's often about the optics. When it comes to the actual work that needs to be done, that's usually done over the next few months after such a meeting. Still, what was achieved that India hoped for, what wasn't?
Well, India really went into this with hopes and with some apprehension. The apprehension was over the, of course, the reciprocal tariffs. On that, Trump held firm, and he did so emphatically. He reiterated the U.S. position, and that is a position that will not change. As he said, there's been no exception made for India, and no exception was expected. The one hope really around this a real obstacle or perceived obstacle was a view that this would be just a ploy by Trump, a negotiating tactic to state an extreme position, get India to the negotiating table, get some concessions and live with that. That turned out to be not quite that kind of outcome, going by the indications we have at the end of this visit. In fact, on the contrary, a mechanism has been set up to implement that aim of the U.S. to have reciprocal tariffs, and also to address the other concern that Trump had about a trade imbalance. So India has agreed to, certainly India has been offered a great deal of military hardware, which is of course going to be pricey. India is going to get a lot more energy goods, LNG and other forms of oil-based energy products from the U.S. And the Foreign Secretary said as much, that these imports and the increase in such imports will go some way towards redressing the trade imbalance with the U.S. So to that extent, India has had to agree to what Trump wanted, but there have been a number of positives as well. For instance, on security cooperation, the announcement Trump made that Rana, the chap wanted over the 26/11 attacks, is to be extradited to India. Trump said also that others will follow because there are other extradition requests pending. So on security issues, there has been a good deal of firm reassurance from the U.S. India certainly would have been looking for such reassurances. This has been a long-standing concern. So to that extent, the Indian concerns were met.
Sanjay, tell us, you said that a mechanism to address tariffs, the entire conversation around it, that has now been set up. I just want to understand from you the feeling right now that the Indian delegation is feeling. I ask you that because in the last few days, we've seen Trump announce tariffs on Mexico, China, Canada. How much of that has actually come through, though, is a different picture. Is India hopeful for that? Where is the Indian mindset right now in that delegation?
You know, with Mexico and Canada, those announced tariffs have not been reversed. The decision has not been withdrawn. What we have is some time given to the two countries, and in fact to all countries, to see what they can try to work out. And that time is not a very long time frame. It's within about a month or so. We are approaching the time when we will expect to see some movement on that. So that the demands raised by the U.S. have not been abandoned in those cases either. In this instance, Trump was very emphatic that he is going to have parity in tariffs, and the way to work that forward is there's been an agreement to set up some sort of a commission or some sort of a joint panel that will look at these issues and hope to deliver its report by the fall of this year. And a part of that movement, move overlaps with a stated aim to have some sort of a trade agreement in place again by fall, and that this correction, as the U.S. calls it, in tariffs would become a part of that package deal. So that is the way this is moving forward. It has not been abandoned, and in fact it's been given some teeth and some specific mechanism to operate it and to implement it.
Okay, Sanjay, just stay with us. Let's go to the two guests we have joining us. Sarah Spector, attorney and political expert. Purnima Nath, she's a geopolitical observer joining us from Washington. She's also a former US Congress candidate. She also joins us right now on the show. Purnima, if I could come to you first and understand, let's get into the meat when it comes to actually discussing the tariffs. India has particularly high tariffs in a few sectors when it comes to what it is that the US is trying to import. Certain luxury goods, for example, you have 100 and 150% import tariff on them. When the US says that it's going to put reciprocal tariffs, do you see it following through sector by sector to that exact percentage? How do you think this will play out?
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. Good evening, good morning to you. Actually, I'm in Wisconsin. It's one of the Midwestern states. Right. Quite important for election. Actually, it has become one of the battleground state. So to answer your question on tariff, I would hope that President Trump actually looks at it from a sector by sector basis, product by product, services by services. But I'm not sure exactly how much time he and his administration is going to spend on this to actually be fair on this particular note. For example, before the election, we have heard tremendously about the Harley Davidson, fully made bikes, motor vehicles from America. In fact, Harley Davidson's headquarters is right here by me in Wisconsin, in Milwaukee. India posed about 40 to 50% import taxes, and obviously it has been brought down to 30% now. There are several of the categories I've seen the recent budget in India. They have reduced the percentage that America has to pay. However, I would think, I don't know whether President Trump or his administration is actually going to spend the time in order to be, looking into product by product basis. Perhaps that homework needs to be done by Narendra Modi and his administration, and actually present it at this point of time to President Trump. However, I think what President Trump is doing here in America, he promised tariff. He promised during campaign trail also he specifically mentioned that India is the biggest abuser of tariff. So he's going to take an action. Of course, in the first round, he didn't target India. Well, he actually communicated about Canada, Mexico 25% and China 10%. However, probably they were waiting for this particular conversation and see what comes out of it. I would hope that at the end of the day, this tariff, the conversation is probably a conversation around selling more defense equipment to India, because
we're just going to have to come back to you in a second. I believe we have a joint statement coming through from the United States and India, so we're just going to have to shift to that for a second. The US President and the Indian Prime Minister, President Trump and Prime Minister Modi, have reaffirmed the strength of the India-US Comprehensive Global Strategic Partnership. This is language directly from that joint statement. They've said it's anchored in mutual trust, shared interest, goodwill and robust engagement of their citizens. Okay, let's go back to our colleague Sanjay Suri, who, remember, has been covering this story since last night. He's been bringing us moment-by-moment updates. Sanjay, we've just read out a small part of that joint statement. Initial thoughts, what do you make of it?
The joint statement is a very broad, comprehensive statement. It includes certain elements that are of particular interest, and I know we keep coming back to this. It's about the trade imbalance. And I think you raised a very pertinent question here. I mean, how do you work these things out? Because when two countries are trading, clearly they're not trading the same products, or they wouldn't be trading at all. These are very different products. Something is manufactured here or grown here that is needed somewhere else. Something else is produced there, needed here. And these are necessarily different products. They are necessarily incomparable in themselves. So how do you work out a tariff structure that includes the incomparable and seeks to derive some sort of a standard, a single standard by which tariffs will be measured? Now, this is a difficult situation. it's also at the macro level a difficult situation, because the imbalance between the US and India on tariffs is greater than between the US and any other country, which is to say that India has the highest tariff rate of all of the trade partners of the US. So at the macro level, if we were to try and achieve parity, either of two things or a combination of two things would have to happen. One, India would have to lower tariffs on US products dramatically. And dramatically mean cut down to a small fraction of where they stand now. Or the other way could be that the US takes decisions at its end, and the prices of the goods that are exported to the US, those go up a great deal. And so if you are going to have this kind of price differential where either way the consumer is affected or the producer is affected, then we are looking at a whole range of possibilities. And trade agreements are, notoriously elusive. We haven't had one between India and Britain after years of negotiations, not with the EU. The World Trade Organization itself, which is supposed to put all this together, has quite failed to have a comprehensive agreement that everyone has signed up to. So this is a very difficult matter, and it's easy to put it arithmetically as Trump has, that if you're charging us that much tariffs, we will charge you that much. It's going to be very difficult to implement.
Sanjay, is it then fair to tell our audiences that they should hold on, that it isn't necessary, just hearing reciprocal tariffs to jump to a conclusion? What really plays out in the next few months will tell us where the two countries are headed?
Absolutely, because this is all about nuts and bolts. When we're talking about trade, we are not talking about concepts, we are talking about goods. There is a particular good. So somebody is manufacturing shirts and sending somewhere else. Somebody is manufacturing bandages or other medical equipment, they are sending it there, or whether it's diamonds, or whatever it is, it's something specific. We have to speak necessarily of the nuts and bolts of this. And with each product, there is a certain production cycle, there's a certain production economy, there's a level of employment associated with it, a level of profitability associated with it, and all the uncertainties that come with that. And then that's just one product. And we are talking of multitudes of products going both ways. So a single catch-all agreement or a pattern, let's say, or even a module that seeks to encompass all the divergence that such trade necessarily will include is going to be very difficult to work out, certainly very difficult to work out by the fall of this year as stated.
So Sanjay, we'll ask you to stay on with us. We're heading into a short break, but stay on with us to break this down for us. We're going to return in a few minutes. All of the implications, we're breaking them down right here on CNN News 18. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Your Excellency, Rashtrapati Trump,
President Trump,
दोनों देशों के
delegates of both countries,
मीडिया के साथियों,
friends from the media,
नमस्कार.
Namaskar.
सबसे पहले
I would like to, first of all,
राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को
express my heartfelt gratitude to my dear friend President Trump for the grand welcome and hospitality accorded to me. President Trump's leadership has been instrumental in nurturing India-US ties and making them vibrant. I could feel today the same enthusiasm, the same enthusiasm, the same energy, the same commitment that we had worked with during our first term. Our discussions today highlighted our pride in our accomplishments during his first term, the deep mutual trust that we share, and also the resolve to attain new goals.
हम मानते हैं, मैंने आज भी महसूस की है, आज की चर्चाओं में उनके पहले टर्म में हमारी उपलब्धियों का संतोष और गहरे आपसी विश्वास का सेतु था। साथ ही नए लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने का संकल्प भी था। हम मानते हैं कि भारत और अमेरिका का साथ और सहयोग एक बेहतर विश्व को शेप कर सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन यानी मागा से परिचित है। भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन यानी मिगा। जब अमेरिका और भारत साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं यानी मागा, मागा प्लस मिगा, तब बन जाता है मेगा पार्टनरशिप फॉर प्रॉस्पेरिटी। और यही मेगा स्पिरिट हमारे लक्ष्यों को नया स्केल और स्कोप देती है। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को 2030 तक 2 गुना से भी अधिक बढ़ाकर $500 बिलियन तक पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है। हमारी टीमें एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को शीघ्र संपन्न करने पर काम करेगी। भारत की ऊर्जा सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने में हम ऑयल तथा गैस ट्रेड को बल देंगे। ऊर्जा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में निवेश भी बढ़ेगा। न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी क्षेत्र में हमने स्मॉल मॉड्यूलर रिएक्टर्स की दिशा में सहयोग बढ़ाने पर भी बात की। फ्रेंड्स, भारत की डिफेंस प्रिपेयर्डनेस में अमेरिका की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। स्ट्रैटेजिक और ट्रस्टेड पार्टनर के नाते हम जॉइंट डेवलपमेंट, जॉइंट प्रोडक्शन और ट्रांसफर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी की दिशा में सक्रिय रूप से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। आने वाले समय में भी नई टेक्नोलॉजी और इक्विपमेंट हमारी क्षमता बढ़ाएंगे। हमने ऑटोनोमस सिस्टम्स इंडस्ट्री अलायंस लॉन्च करने का निर्णय लिया है।
Welcome back to the Breaking News Show right here on CNN News 18. We're continuing to cover developments that took place in Washington. The Prime Minister has just departed. This is after a 2-day meeting with the US President Donald Trump. Now we're going back to the panel of experts we've had with us here on the show, and we're going to be joined in a second by those who can provide us with context on developments that have taken place in the US over the last 2 days. Remember, India was anxious about 3 separate areas. There's the concept and the questions around trade and tariffs, immigration and visas. When it comes to tariffs, the US had US President Donald Trump just a few hours before he was set to meet the Indian Prime Minister make the announcement that reciprocal tariffs would be put. What that essentially means is that the US would match We don't know yet if it would be sector by sector, but the US would match the tariffs that any country puts. So if, for example, India puts a 50% tariff on a certain sector, the US would match that. Now, how that would actually play out, what the timeline for that would be, that obviously remains the big question. What we're given to understand is that the two countries have set up mechanisms to address exactly this in the meeting that's just taken place. We're going to head into a quick break. On the other side, more of the country's top stories. This is, of course, the Morning News Show right here on CNN News 18.
बात जब अपने
Your Excellency, राष्ट्रपति ट्रम्प,
President Trump,
दोनों देशों के
delegates of both countries,
मीडिया के साथियों,
friends from the media,
नमस्कार।
Namaskar.
सबसे पहले
I would like to, first of all,
राष्ट्रपति ट्रम्प को
express my heartfelt gratitude to my dear friend President Trump for the grand welcome and hospitality accorded to me. President Trump's leadership has been instrumental in nurturing India-US ties and making them vibrant. I could feel today the same enthusiasm, the same enthusiasm, the same energy, the same commitment that we had worked with during our first term. Our discussions today highlighted our pride in our accomplishments during his first term, the deep mutual trust that we share, and also the resolve to attain new goals.
मैंने आज भी महसूस की है, आज की चर्चाओं में उनके पहले टर्म में हमारी उपलब्धियों का संतोष और गहरे आपसी विश्वास का सेतु था। साथ ही नए लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने का संकल्प भी था। हम मानते हैं कि भारत और अमेरिका का साथ और सहयोग एक बेहतर विश्व को शेप कर सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन यानी मागा से परिचित है। भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन यानी मिगा। जब अमेरिका और भारत साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं यानी मागा, मागा प्लस मिगा, तब बन जाता है मेगा पार्टनरशिप फॉर प्रॉस्पेरिटी। और यही मेगा स्पिरिट हमारे लक्ष्यों को नया स्केल और स्कोप देती है। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को 2030 तक 2 गुना से भी अधिक बढ़ाकर $500 बिलियन तक पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है। हमारी टीमें एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को शीघ्र संपन्न करने पर काम करेगी। भारत की ऊर्जा सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने में हम ऑयल तथा गैस ट्रेड को बल देंगे। ऊर्जा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में निवेश भी बढ़ेगा। न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी क्षेत्र में हमने स्मॉल मॉड्यूलर रिएक्टर्स की दिशा में सहयोग बढ़ाने पर भी बात की। फ्रेंड्स, भारत की डिफेंस प्रिपेयर्डनेस में अमेरिका की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। स्ट्रैटेजिक और ट्रस्टेड पार्टनर के नाते हम जॉइंट डेवलपमेंट, जॉइंट प्रोडक्शन और ट्रांसफर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी की दिशा में सक्रिय रूप से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। आने वाले समय में भी नई टेक्नोलॉजी और इक्विपमेंट हमारी क्षमता बढ़ाएंगे। हमने ऑटोनोमस सिस्टम्स इंडस्ट्री अलायंस लॉन्च करने का निर्णय लिया है। अगले दशक के लिए डिफेंस कोऑपरेशन फ्रेमवर्क बनाया जाएगा। डिफेंस इंटरऑपरेबिलिटी।
Hello, you're watching the breaking news show right here on CNN News 18. My name is Toya Singh, and over the next 1 hour, we're going to be bringing you an in-depth analysis of a two-day meeting that just took place. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Washington. He's just left, in fact, but in Washington to meet the US President Donald Trump. He was the fourth world leader to do so. The duo discussed several key issues. And remember, what was right on top of the agenda? Number one, the question, the conversation around tariffs. The US President has, at several previous occasions, called India a tariff king, said that its tariffs are simply too high and that it needs to reduce them. India, however, has been careful about giving in, and we were looking to see if further discussion would be made on that point. The second key area was, of course, that of immigration and the larger question of H-1B visas, something we've seen a number of senior leaders in the US administration raise in the last few days, but what the clear direction would be there obviously remained unclear. This and more was addressed in the two-day meeting that just took place. But more than that, what we're also looking at is A, the extradition of 2611 accused Thakur Rana. He's someone who is known as a close associate of the 2611 main accused, David Headley. The issue of illegal immigration and the Russia-Ukraine war, these were all touched upon in this two-day meeting. We're going to tell you a little bit more about what has come out from this meeting. Remember, there were a lot of hopes. The two countries and the two leaders in particular share a close bonhomie. But whether or not that bonhomie would actually translate to changes in terms of tariffs, in terms of these real discussions, that obviously remained the big question. Take a look first at different reactions coming in from the meeting, then we'll bring you more details.
अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन, भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन, यानी मिगा। जब अमेरिका और भारत साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं, यानी मागा, मागा प्लस मिगा, तब बन जाता है मेगा पार्टनरशिप फॉर प्रॉस्पेरिटी। आज हमने द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को 2030 तक 2 गुना से भी अधिक बढ़ाकर $500 बिलियन तक पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है। हमारी टीमें एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को शीघ्र संपन्न करने पर काम करेगी। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में भारत और अमेरिका दृढ़ता से साथ खड़े रहे हैं। हम सहमत हैं कि सीमा पार आतंकवाद के उन्मूलन के लिए ठोस कार्रवाई आवश्यक है। ये ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग में जुड़े हुए पूरे इकोसिस्टम पर हमने वार करना चाहिए और अमेरिका और भारत मिलकर के हमारी कोशिश है और हमारी कोशिश रहनी चाहिए कि इस प्रकार की पूरी इकोसिस्टम को हमें जड़ मूल से नष्ट करना चाहिए ताकि ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग बंद हो।
Starting this year, we'll be increasing military sales to India by many billions of dollars. We're also paving the way to ultimately provide India with the F-35 stealth fighters. In addition, the United States and India will be working together like never before to confront the threat of radical Islamic terrorism, a threat all over the world, actually. Today, I'm pleased to announce that my administration has approved the extradition of one of the plotters and one of the very evil people of the world, and having to do with the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attack. To face justice, citizenship as a signal of good faith, Prime Minister Modi recently announced the reductions to India's unfair, very strong tariffs that limit U.S. access into the Indian market very strongly, and really it's a big problem, I must say. India imposes a 30 to 40 to 60 and even 70% tariff on so many of the goods, and in some cases far more than that. And as an example, a 70% tariff on U.S. cars going into India, which makes it pretty much impossible to sell those cars. Today, the U.S. Trade deficit with India is almost $100 billion, and Prime Minister Modi and I have agreed that we'll begin negotiations to address the long-running disparities that should have been taken care of over the last 4 years, but they didn't do that. I look at India, I do see the skirmishes on the border, which are quite vicious, and I guess they continue to go on. If I could be of help, I'd love to help, because that should be stopped. That's been going on for a long time, and it's quite violent. It's quite violent, but I would hope that China and India and Russia and U.S. and all of us can get along.
Okay, let's first walk you through all of the key takeaways out of this meeting that's lasted the last 2 days. These are what are being looked at as positive takeaways, but what we're going to illustrate for you in the next few minutes is some of the nuances, the nitty-gritties. Number one, India gets hold of 2611 plotter Tahabur Rana. Tahabur Rana is a close associate of someone who was considered the main conspirator in 2611. We're talking, of course, of David Headley. Tahabur Rana himself is a Canada national. He, as we speak, was in LA. He was at a detention center, so he will possibly be extradited according to the discussion. Now, this point is really key. Trump remains firm on reciprocal tariffs. It's not just against India, it's against all countries. He said whatever a country is charging us, we're going to charge them. In the case of India, though, he said that that will very much be consistent. So he'll be doing the same with India. There's not going to be any shift, and that's really where India was hoping for some leg room. India was hoping that the high tariffs that India imposes on the US would not be imposed back on it. Number three, both nations have said they're going to be signing a trade deal. This is really where the experts who joined us were expressing some skepticism. It takes a lot of administrative work, a lot of coordination from both countries to get a trade deal on the ground. So they were saying this would take a lot of effort. Now, when it comes to what was actually achieved, the movement that we will see take place, there's a big thrust on defense. And this is key, oil and gas. So what will it mean for India to import oil and gas from the US, which is what the US wants? Well, it could be tricky for India. India has a number of partners in the Middle East and Russia that it gets oil from. Could taking more oil from the US affect that relationship? What price would the US send that oil in? This remains crucial questions. Now over here, India asserting its stand on peace vis-a-vis the Ukraine war. Here it's key to know. This is a key point for Donald Trump. The US president has said that this ending the Russia-Ukraine war was right on top of his global priority list. It's something he's already made a move on. He'd negotiated, he had a conversation with the Russian president, also Vladimir Putin, on exactly this. So India giving its support, saying that it stands for peace. Really a big point for the US president. Now, India seeks equal focus on traffickers. What's the interpretation here? The US president bringing up that when it comes to Indian illegal immigrants, remember the US has been sending back Indian illegal immigrants via plane in the last few days. India has agreed to take them back. But India is now saying it also wants to focus on those who are responsible, the traffickers, the human traffickers who are responsible for allowing those Indians via systems to come into the country. They want that to be a focus, not just illegals. Let's move on to the next point. The US is saying, and we talked about this a little earlier, that it's going to be providing F-35 stealth fighters to India, so enhancing India's military capability. Remember, the two countries have a shared enemy, in a sense, in China. China is India's closest competitor when it comes to just the military prowess that India needs to show. It's right at the border. So in that sense, this is something that helps both those countries. Now, when it comes to the crucial question of immigration, we talked about this a little earlier, of visas. What we're learning here, new consulates in Los Angeles and Boston. How will this actually affect that conversation around visas? That's something we're going to discuss with our reporters in just a second. Number 9, the Prime Minister inviting the US President to India for bilateral conversations. Remember, this is just taking this discussion forward. So we can see the two countries remain firm on doing that. Let's move very quickly to the last point. Here we see that India and the US are going to be undertaking initiatives to develop AI. This isn't entirely unexpected. We've seen this. India co-chaired the AI conference in Paris just a few days ago. We know that the country has been having key discussions with Sam Altman, for example, who heads OpenAI. Let's go back to our reporter who's been covering this story through the night last night, Sanjay Suri. Let's just go over to him to understand more. Sanjay, if we could come to you to ask you, we were just discussing what some of the takeaways are from the last 2 days. One of the biggest takeaways is that India has agreed to import more oil and natural gas from the US, though the rate at which the country will be doing that has not been fixed yet. I just want to understand from you, Sanjay, could this potentially mean a softening from the US when it comes to the trade tariff discussion? Is that how India saw this? How should we understand it?
Well, that is the critical question that you raise, because there is an agreement to buy a good deal more oil and oil products from the US. The Foreign Secretary in his briefing said that that level stands currently at 15 billion, and that could be in a fairly good time taken up to $25 billion worth of imports. So that's substantial, and nobody's going to necessarily conclude that it will stop at 25. The one question that was not addressed was at what rate, because the impetus to this clearly is a desire from Trump to reduce the trade imbalance, and towards reducing that trade imbalance, India has agreed to get more oil products, and the Foreign Secretary said that this increased import will be some step towards fixing that imbalance. So the push really is coming from that, and not about the normal market pricing strategies where you will say, okay, what are you going to sell, at what rate, does this work for me or does it not? And that would suggest that the price that India is going to be paying for this will be perhaps a good deal higher than it might have paid otherwise, certainly a good deal higher than what it has been paying for Russian oil. The issue with Russian oil is that given the phone call between Trump and Putin, the political hurdles between accessing Russian oil may be now receding away, but now the new push is for the US government to sell its own oil through its companies, and India would be one ready, almost captive market now for that kind of oil and the oil products associated with it, such as LNG and other goods.
Sanjay, a little early to ask you this, but could it have possible ramifications on India's relationship with countries in the Middle East and Russia that it is taking oil from right now?
Well, I doubt that, because these are market deals, and if Russia is producing oil and if India is buying oil, and if India buys other oil products from another country at a price agreed with them, that's between India and that other country. So the relationship here we're talking about is outside of OPEC. OPEC is, of course, a grouping that sets a price for oil per barrel, and it does so through mutual consultations, and those can be quite fraught, and then they agreed as a cartel to sell to the world. If outside of that kind of agreement, other countries come to their own terms as well, that's the way it is. Russia has been doing that. It's selling at a price other than the OPEC price, and then the US has been doing the same. India gets a lot of oil from the US, and those are not OPEC prices. So a lot of this pricing around oil products is quite fluid.
Okay. Sanjay, if we could now shift the topic slightly, if we could move to the larger discussion around tariffs. I just want to ask you quite a rudimentary question. Can you explain to our audiences how the structuring of the tariff conversation works for a country like India? Is there a fear that the US president could agree to a certain number, perhaps in a few months, a few years, increase that number? Or is it usually written into an agreement that tariffs cannot be increased once they're decided upon?
Again, a good question, because look, there is the broad picture, and the broad picture is the sum of the parts. If you look at the sum of the parts, then the tariffs that are charged by the Indian government are on average 6 to 7 times those charged by the US. So the Indian government applies very heavy tariffs on imports from the US, and the US very much less so. Trump, looking at this broad imbalance, says this needs to be fixed. So it's fixed by either India reducing tariffs or the US raising tariffs. But it has to come down to specifics. Let's look at 2 examples. The biggest Indian export to the US is diamonds. So what happens if Trump raises the duty or the taxation, the tariff on diamonds exported from India? For instance, what would that mean down the street where I'm standing, in the house next door? If someone has to propose to marriage, does that mean that Trump is making a marriage proposal more expensive? In America, it's the done thing to say that with diamonds. Or will someone says, you know, sweetheart, your diamond is 20% smaller than it might have been, but will you still marry me? How does this work out? How do you work out a tariff on something like this? On the other hand, and this is an example Trump mentioned, that India charges 70% duty on cars, it's perhaps even more. But the US charges 2.5% on cars it imports. Can India do the same? This would completely throw the Indian automotive industry out of gear. It would have huge implications for the automotive businesses in India, for employment within those factories. So India cannot really go down to 2% and then buy cars from all over the world at almost no tariff at all. So there are different kind of realities for different kind of products, and a catch-all solution to all of these is not going to be something that's going to come about in a deliverable manner in a great hurry.
Can I ask you, Sanjay, to elaborate there? Can you tell our audiences a little bit more about the sectors that would be most effective if India were to lower those tariffs? The fear, obviously, in India has long been that we need to protect our own domestic companies from the onslaught of US companies entering into the economy and what that could potentially do, not just to prices, to consumerism, to everything else. I just want to understand from you, what are the sectors? You just talked a little bit about automotive. Can you just tell us which sectors would be most affected?
You know, look at the principal Indian exports to the US. The biggest is diamonds. That's upwards of $10 billion a year currently. Related to that, also jewelry. Indian jewelry is very finely made, as we all know, and it is very, very widely appreciated here in the US, and there's a lot of people paying a lot of money for that quality of jewelry exported from India. Then you have a lot of medical goods. A lot of the stuff used in hospitals around the US and in clinics, a lot of the normal kind of usage, bandage, this medicine, that medicine, you know, various things are exported from India, and this is quite substantial. Again, $7–8 billion a year. On the other hand, what is India is importing from the US is a lot of manufactured goods. There is also oil, and there is also medical equipment. There is pharma stuff coming, other stuff coming from the US as well. Now, this kind of officials speak of this trade basket, that trade basket. Now, each basket is different from the other. Its contents are different from the other. So, this is the kind of diversity both ways through which there is going to be an attempt now to get some uniformity by way of taxation of goods flowing from one side to the other, and of course vice versa.
Okay, Sanjay, thank you for breaking that down for us. Just stay with us for a second. We have more reactions coming in from the Ministry of External Affairs. Take a look and then we'll go back to our reporters.
Prime Minister has just concluded a very substantive and productive visit to the United States at the invitation of President Donald Trump. As you all know, this is Prime Minister's first visit after the first visit to the United States after the inauguration of President Trump for a second term. And as I had mentioned earlier as well, the fact that this visit is taking place within just 3 weeks and a bit of the inauguration is a signal of the priority that both leaders attach to the India-US relationship. The newly confirmed Director of National Intelligence, Ms. Tulsi Gabbard, paid a call on the Prime Minister. This morning, the Prime Minister received Mr. Elon Musk and Mr. Vivek Ramaswamy as well. The discussions at the White House began this afternoon and went on for nearly 4 hours. The leaders launched Mission 500, aiming to more than double total two-way trade to $500 billion by 2030. The two leaders also announced plans to negotiate the first tranche of a mutually beneficial multi-sector bilateral trade agreement by the fall of 2025. Both countries will take an integrated approach to strengthen bilateral trade across the goods and services sector. There is also a renewed commitment to making greenfield investments in high-value industries in each other's countries. The leaders announced plans to finalize a new 10-year framework for the US-India major defense partnership in the 21st century. This is a framework that will run from 2025 to 2035. They also agreed to move forward on ongoing defense procurement negotiations for a number of platforms, including land and air systems, as well as co-production agreements.
Okay, on the other side, we continue to decode exactly what all of this is going to mean for both the US and, of course, our country. We're just going to return in a few minutes. Do stay with us.
Hexaware Tech.
Your Excellency, Rashtrapati Trump,
President Trump,
दोनों देशों के delegates,
delegates of both countries,
मीडिया के साथियों,
friends from the media,
नमस्कार.
Namaskar.
सबसे पहले
I would like to, first of all,
राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को
express my heartfelt gratitude to my dear friend President Trump for the grand welcome and hospitality accorded to me. President Trump's leadership has been instrumental in nurturing India-US ties and making them vibrant. I could feel today the same enthusiasm, the same enthusiasm, the same energy, the same commitment that we had worked with during our first term. Our discussions today highlighted our pride in our accomplishments during his first term, the deep mutual trust that we share, and also the resolve to attain new goals.
मैंने आज भी महसूस की है, आज की चर्चाओं में उनके पहले टर्म में हमारी उपलब्धियों का संतोष और गहरे आपसी विश्वास का सेतु था। साथ ही नए लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने का संकल्प भी था। हम मानते हैं कि भारत और अमेरिका का साथ और सहयोग एक बेहतर विश्व को शेप कर सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन यानी मागा से परिचित है। भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन यानी मिगा। जब अमेरिका और भारत साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं यानी मागा, मागा प्लस मिगा, तब बन जाता है मेगा पार्टनरशिप फॉर प्रॉस्पेरिटी। और यही मेगा स्पिरिट हमारे लक्ष्यों को नया स्केल और स्कोप देती है। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को 2030 तक 2 गुना से भी अधिक बढ़ाकर $500 बिलियन तक पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है। हमारी टीमें एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को शीघ्र संपन्न करने पर काम करेगी। भारत की ऊर्जा सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने में हम ऑयल तथा गैस ट्रेड को बल देंगे। ऊर्जा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में निवेश भी बढ़ेगा। न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी क्षेत्र में हमने स्मॉल मॉड्यूलर रिएक्टर्स की दिशा में सहयोग बढ़ाने पर भी बात की। फ्रेंड्स, भारत की डिफेंस प्रिपेयर्डनेस में अमेरिका की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। स्ट्रैटेजिक और ट्रस्टेड पार्टनर के नाते हम जॉइंट डेवलपमेंट, जॉइंट प्रोडक्शन और ट्रांसफर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी की दिशा में सक्रिय रूप से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। आने वाले समय में भी नई टेक्नोलॉजी और इक्विपमेंट हमारी क्षमता बढ़ाएंगे। हमने ऑटोनोमस सिस्टम्स इंडस्ट्री अलायंस लॉन्च करने का निर्णय लिया है। अगले दशक के लिए डिफेंस कोऑपरेशन फ्रेमवर्क बनाया जाएगा। डिफेंस इंटरऑपरेबिलिटी, लॉजिस्टिक्स, रिपेयर और मेंटेनेंस भी इसके मुख्य भाग होंगे। फ्रेंड्स, 21वीं सदी टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन सेंचुरी है। लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में विश्वास रखने वाले देशों के बीच टेक्नोलॉजी क्षेत्र में करीबी सहयोग पूरी मानवता को नई दिशा, शक्ति और अवसर दे सकता है। भारत और अमेरिका आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, सेमीकंडक्टर्स,
All right, welcome back. We are continuing to decode for you all of the implications from the meeting between the US President Donald Trump and the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The Indian Prime Minister has, as we speak, as of just a few moments ago, left Washington. He is flying out, but it brings to an end a two-day meeting where very, very important topics. Number one, the question of tariffs. Whether or not the US would be imposing reciprocal tariffs, it has since become clear that they will. But how they'll do that, what the structure will look like, that obviously remains a big question. The second key area was, of course, that of immigration and visas, H-1Bs. That visa and the controversy we've seen around it, with multiple US administration officials coming out and making seemingly contradictory statements on whether or not those visas would have a further cap or not. Okay, so we're just going to bring you more conversations. We're having reporters join us to decode this with us. But before that, a conversation, just to break this down for you. Parikshit Luthra speaking with Dr. Mukesh Aghi. They're speaking together about what this meeting has looked like for the US and India. Aghi says that the reciprocal tariffs are not intended against India alone, and there is a breather for negotiations. Take a look.
Trump's focus is on getting China to the table, making China to give them concessions, and somehow put a lot of pressure, ultimate pressure tactics on China. In the midst of this all, where does India fit in?
Well, you have to understand India has maintained strategic autonomy in every aspect because it has to live with China on its border. But at the same time, China also has taken a position that it will never treat India as an equal partner. So India has to find its own position. Now, it does not mean that it's going to be 100% dependent on the United States. It will leverage that relationship. It's going to partner in a way that is win-win for both countries, but at the same time do not sacrifice its autonomy vis-a-vis China itself. More important is I think the Trump team, from a geopolitical perspective, will try to leverage its partnership with India to put pressure on China. And it all depends how far India goes managing that also.
One pain point which you hope that India will erase, either during this visit or in the coming few months?
So I think you have to understand that the transport of illegal migration, at least there was a hue and cry from the opposition. And hopefully some kind of a deal will be done so you can move them on a humanitarian basis. And I think if nothing else, India can send its own planes to pick up those and bring them back. So that's, I call the short-term pain point. I think the bigger long-term would be is how do you look at mobility of professionals from India into the US? Because there is a crying need in the US for those professionals. But the H-1B visa process has worked and it has not worked also. So I think that has to be streamlined. That should not be shut down. And I think what we're going to see is this administration will find a way to recruit PhD in STEM program, graduate people from STEM program, and fulfill that need on a stronger basis.
Okay, let's go back to Sanjay Suri. He's joining us from the ground this morning in Washington. He's been bringing us coverage through the night there in Washington. Sanjay, if we could ask you, one of the things experts have said over the last few months when it comes to observing the tariff discussion is they've said that India is playing a defensive game. It should instead play an offensive one when it comes to navigating tariffs and waiting for the US to decide what it has to. I want to ask you if you agree with that analysis, and if so, what you think India should, not what you think India should do different, but what experts think India should do different.
Well, you know, that thought seems to arise from what happened in 2019.
Time, Trump took a decision to take away from India the preferences, the generalized system of preferences advantages. So under that GSP, India would have a lot of advantages because
all right, we'll just wait a second. Sanjay Suri explaining the system of GSPs that the United States uses, the generalized system of preference, via which it has allowed such low tariffs on certain countries. He'll just join us in a second to explain that to us. GSP is actually just a system the US has had for more than 40 years now. It's how they implement their tariffs. We'll just wait for a second. Sanjay will join us again once we have that connection restored. We'll ask him a little bit more. All right, Sanjay, I'll just repeat the question. I know you've heard it, but just for the sake of our audiences, we were asking you, many experts have said that India is playing a defensive game instead of an offensive one when it comes to navigating and negotiating these conversations. Do you agree with that assessment? How do you see it?
You know, we were talking about what happened in 2019 when Trump was president. He took away India's GSP rights, which is the generalized system of preferences. And the basis of those advantages to India was that India was seen as a developing country and had slightly preferential rates for trade. That was withdrawn by Trump, and India reacted very strongly. Coming to your question, India imposed tariffs on 42 goods that were imported from the US. For example, apples from Washington State, almonds from California. India imposed higher tariffs, and that meant that those growers and those exporters had some difficulties. And of course, there were some difficulties on the Indian side as well. You know how passionate Indians are about almonds. But of course, it was a signal to the US government that if you want to hurt us, well, we can reciprocate. So India moved very strongly at that time in sort of hitting back at the US and over its moves against India. This time, it's somewhat different. It is a matter of almost overeager attempts by the Indian government to accommodate Trump. And Trump really today has got just about everything he wanted. He wanted reciprocal tariffs, yes. Not only was this agreed, the implementation has been actioned straight away. Then he wanted the trade imbalance to be reduced. Yes, okay, so we'll get more oil from you. Further reduction of the trade imbalance, yes, we will get military hardware from you. So Trump is selling military hardware, selling oil, and India is going to buy all that. This is going to reduce the trade imbalance. So the fact is that this has worked quite well to Trump's advantage, and the kind of pushback and the kind of reaction we saw from the Indian government in 2019, and it was the same BJP government, the same Prime Minister of India, we haven't seen something comparable this time around. The Indian government is doing this a bit differently.
Can I ask you, Sanjay, one of the big headlines out of this has been India getting a hold of, in the future getting a hold of the 2611 associated Tahawoor Rana. Now, Tahawoor Rana is someone who's a close associate of the main conspirator, one of the main conspirators, David Headley. But I do want to understand from you, for our audiences, how big a win is this actually? One way of looking at it is it's a golden bone, you know, where the US has been able to forward a lot of its own agenda, or is this indeed a big get?
Well, it could be a bit of both, and it really depends upon perception. In itself, let's say we put all suspicions aside, certainly India would want a 2611 suspect back in India whose extradition it has sought. It was such a very serious crime. The Indian government has for a long time sought this extradition, and once it comes finally, it's something in itself to be welcomed. On the back of that, we also have an assurance delivered by Trump just a few hours back that there are other requests pending from India and that the US government will act on those as well. So in itself, that itself is something to be welcomed. The Indian government does want suspects that it has sought back in India through the extradition process, and if that happens, it's to the good. But there is a question why this is being offered. Is this being offered as a SOP? Okay, you have to now accept reciprocal tariffs, you have to accept more oil from us, you have to accept more military sales from us, may or may not be accompanied by technology transfer, but you also want something, so we are giving you Rana, we may give you a few others. That is perhaps the cynical way of looking at this exchange. Sometimes these things do work like that, as cynically as that. Sometimes they don't. It's a difficult one to take a call on definitively one way or the other.
Sanjay, we'll just ask you to wait with us. We'll play out more reactions for our audiences, then we'll come back to you to understand more.
अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन, भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन, यानी मीगा। जब अमेरिका और भारत साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं, यानी मागा, मागा प्लस मीगा, तब बन जाता है मेगा पार्टनरशिप फॉर प्रॉस्पेरिटी। आज हमने द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को 2030 तक 2 गुना से भी अधिक बढ़ाकर $500 बिलियन तक पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है। हमारी टीमें एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को शीघ्र संपन्न करने पर काम करेगी। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में भारत और अमेरिका दृढ़ता से साथ खड़े रहे हैं। हम सहमत हैं कि सीमा पार आतंकवाद के उन्मूलन के लिए ठोस कार्रवाई आवश्यक है। ये ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग में जुड़े हुए पूरे इकोसिस्टम पर हमने वार करना चाहिए और अमेरिका और भारत मिलकर के हमारी कोशिश है और हमारी कोशिश रहनी चाहिए कि इस प्रकार की पूरी इकोसिस्टम को हमें जड़ मूल से नष्ट करना चाहिए ताकि ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग बंद हो।
Starting this year, we'll be increasing military sales to India by many billions of dollars. We're also paving the way to ultimately provide India with the F-35 stealth fighters. In addition, the United States and India will be working together like never before to confront the threat of radical Islamic terrorism, a threat all over the world, actually. Today, I'm pleased to announce that my administration has approved the extradition of one of the plotters and one of the very evil people of the world, and having to do with the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attack, to face justice in India. So as we deepen our defense partnership, we'll also strengthen our economic ties and bring greater fairness and reciprocity to our trading relationship. As a signal of good faith, Prime Minister Modi recently announced the reductions to India's unfair, very strong tariffs that limit U.S. access into the Indian market very strongly. And really, it's a big problem, I must say. India imposes a 30 to 40 to 60 and even 70% tariff on so many of the goods, and in some cases far more than that. And as an example, a 70% tariff on U.S. cars going into India, which makes it pretty much impossible to sell those cars. Today, the U.S. Trade deficit with India is almost $100 billion, and Prime Minister Modi and I have agreed that we'll begin negotiations to address the long-running disparities that should have been taken care of over the last 4 years, but they didn't do that. I look at India, I do see the skirmishes on the border, which are quite vicious, and I guess they continue to go on. If I could be of help, I'd love to help, because that should be stopped. That's been going on for a long time, and it's quite violent. It's quite violent, but I would hope that China and India and Russia and U.S. and all of us can get along.
Okay, let's go back to our colleague Sanjay Suri on the ground in Washington to understand more. Sanjay, we know that the two countries have also talked about illegal immigration from India to the United States. All of this a week after 104 Indians were deported back to India on a military aircraft. Sanjay, what I want to understand from you is the relative proportion of Indian illegal immigration to the larger problem in the US. It's very small. Recent statistics saying it's 2%, merely 2% of that large number of illegal immigrants present in the US. Why then have we seen this be such a talking point?
You know, this has become a talking point because these people came back after Trump made it his talking point. In September of last year, a flight came from the US, and that was a flight full of illegal migrants from India who were deported. They came on a civilian aircraft, they were not handcuffed, they were not shackled, and that is not the only one. Every year, for years now, there are a few thousand Indians who are deported from the US who've been arriving in India, and nobody's paid them any attention. It's because Trump has made it a talking point that this lot became so much the subject of discussion, and also the manner in which they were brought, the handcuffing, the shackling and whatnot. But look at this problem at two other levels. This is a number of people who arrived, but when we are talking of the illegal migrants in the US still, we have heard the number of about 18,000 who have been brought to the attention of authorities that they are illegal, they're in some form of detention. The government knows who they are, where they are, and they plan to send them back. So that's a very substantial number, very much more than the 104. But again, beyond that, the estimate is there could be anything between 500,000 to 700,000 Indians living in the US illegally, and many of them have been here 20, 30, 40 years. I mean, they are married here, they have children who were born here, they have grandchildren too. Now, they are illegal, but their children are legal because they were born in the US.
Yeah.
So how will you deport them? Are you going to separate families and deport them? This is going to be a huge problem, both in the US and in India, where they have nowhere to come back to in India anymore. So this is going to be a very massive problem if the government in the US does, as Trump has said, it is determined to do.
Okay, so Sanjay, we just have a little bit of time left. I want to lastly leave our audiences with this very important question. In the talks that lie ahead, how can India negotiate favorably for itself? What does India have in its favor, working for it, when it comes to these conversations?
Are we speaking about illegal migration? Or
no, just purely in tariffs and trade. How can it negotiate a good deal for itself?
You know, India is in a strong place. India is, for one thing, a very large market. It's an emerging market. The purchasing power has been rising steadily, and as far as the seller is concerned in the US or Western Europe, say, they look at the middle class of India with considerable buying power, and the middle class of India has a population higher than that of many other countries. So there is that market that awaits the world. Then India has skills. India has skills that people have seen in ISRO. India has skills that are migrating every year to the US on the H-1B visa. The cutting edge position of US companies in software and in other fields, and in AI now more than any other, is really being driven by Indian professionals. The Indian professionals are really in the forefront of driving change and innovation. So this is again a strength of India. India has a lot of strength. It is a production center, it's an agricultural center, it's a tourism center, and if India promotes itself, there is a lot more that India can do with the US and in fact with countries around the world by way of trade and services and cooperation in all sorts of ways.
Okay. So if India moves its chess pieces correctly in the next few months, India could still secure a deal that could be good for itself too. Sanjay Suri joining us live from Washington right now. We're going to head into something entirely different. Stay with us. We're going to move into the cricketing world right now. Rajat Patidar was announced as the Royal Challengers Bangalore captain ahead of the 2025 Indian Premier League season on Thursday. Patidar was chosen ahead of Virat Kohli. That's why that's so significant. And it follows Kohli, Rahul Dravid, Shane Watson, Anil Kumble, Daniel Vittori, Shane Watson and Faf du Plessis as RCB skipper. The 31-year-old Patidar has guided Madhya Pradesh to the SM80 final, where they lost to Mumbai by just 5 wickets. Take a look.
A new era begins for the Royal Challengers Bangalore as the 2025 IPL season approaches. A surprising yet promising name has emerged to lead the charge. It's none other than Rajat Patidar. The 31-year-old batter from Madhya Pradesh, known for his fearless stroke play and calm composure, has been chosen to captain RCB ahead of the franchise legend Virat Kohli. But who is Rajat Patidar and why is he the man to lead one of the most passionate teams in the league? Well, from a humble beginning, he worked up his way to the ranks, making his first-class debut in the 2015-16 Ranji Trophy and later impressed in the shortest format of the game. His performances in the Syed Mushtaq Ali Trophy and the Vijay Hazare Trophy he led Madhya Pradesh to the SMAT final showcase his leadership potential. Patidar first joined RCB in IPL 2021 but had a modest run. After going unsold in the 2022 auction, fate had other plans. Mid-season, he was called up as a replacement and grabbed his golden opportunity with both hands. The world took notice when he played a breathtaking knock of 112 not out in the IPL 2022 eliminator, becoming the first uncapped player to score a century in the playoffs. Since then, Patidar has grown in stature, earning a national call-up. In December 2023, he made his ODI debut against South Africa and later stepped into the Test arena against England in early 2024. His hunger to succeed, coupled with his consistency in domestic cricket, made him a standout choice to lead RCB into the future. The decision to appoint Patidar comes as a bold move by RCB as he steps into the shoes once worn by two great leaders, Virat Kohli and Faf du Plessis.
Rajat, firstly, I want to congratulate you. Wish you all the very best.
All right, with that, we're bringing the last 2 hours of our coverage to a close. We hope you've enjoyed what we've tried to bring you, an in-depth breakdown of different aspects of the discussions that took place in the last 2 days and, of course, what it's going to mean for India and the Indian economy over the next few years. Thank you for watching. My name is Toya Singh. Do stay with us on CNN News 18.
MDH का किचन की
Your Excellency, राष्ट्रपति ट्रम्प,
President Trump,
दोनों देशों के
delegates of both countries,
मीडिया के साथियों,
friends from the media,
नमस्कार।
Namaskar.
सबसे पहले
I would like to first of all
राष्ट्रपति ट्रम्प को
express my heartfelt gratitude to my dear friend President Trump for the grand welcome and hospitality accorded to me. President Trump's leadership has been instrumental in nurturing India-US ties and making them vibrant. I could feel today the same enthusiasm, the same energy, the same commitment that we had worked with during our first term. Our discussions today highlighted our pride in our accomplishments during his first term, the deep mutual trust that we share, and also the resolve to attain new goals.
मैंने आज भी महसूस की है, आज की चर्चाओं में उनके पहले टर्म में हमारी उपलब्धियों का संतोष और गहरे आपसी विश्वास का सेतु था। साथ ही नए लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने का संकल्प भी था। हम मानते हैं कि भारत और अमेरिका का साथ और सहयोग एक बेहतर विश्व को शेप कर सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन यानी मागा से परिचित है। भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन यानी मीगा। जब अमेरिका और भारत साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं यानी मागा, मागा प्लस मीगा, तब बन जाता है मेगा पार्टनरशिप फॉर प्रॉस्पेरिटी। और यही मेगा स्पिरिट हमारे लक्ष्यों को नया स्केल और स्कोप देती है। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को 2030 तक 2 गुना से भी अधिक बढ़ाकर $500 बिलियन तक पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है। हमारी टीमें एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को शीघ्र संपन्न करने पर काम करेगी। भारत की ऊर्जा सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने में हम ऑयल तथा गैस ट्रेड को बल देंगे। ऊर्जा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में निवेश भी बढ़ेगा। न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी क्षेत्र में हमने स्मॉल मॉड्यूलर रिएक्टर्स की दिशा में सहयोग बढ़ाने पर भी बात की। फ्रेंड्स, भारत की डिफेंस प्रिपेयर्डनेस में अमेरिका की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। स्ट्रैटेजिक और ट्रस्टेड पार्टनर के नाते हम जॉइंट डेवलपमेंट, जॉइंट प्रोडक्शन और ट्रांसफर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी की दिशा में सक्रिय रूप से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। आने वाले समय में भी नई टेक्नोलॉजी और इक्विपमेंट हमारी क्षमता बढ़ाएंगे। हमने ऑटोनोमस सिस्टम्स इंडस्ट्री अलायंस लॉन्च करने का निर्णय लिया है। अगले दशक के लिए डिफेंस कोऑपरेशन फ्रेमवर्क बनाया जाएगा। डिफेंस इंटरऑपरेबिलिटी, लॉजिस्टिक्स, रिपेयर और मेंटेनेंस भी इसके मुख्य भाग होंगे। फ्रेंड्स, 21वीं सदी टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन सेंचुरी है। लोकतांत्रिक मूल्यों में विश्वास रखने वाले देशों के बीच टेक्नोलॉजी क्षेत्र में करीबी सहयोग पूरी मानवता को नई दिशा, शक्ति और अवसर।
Hello and good morning. Thank you for tuning into CNN News 18. I'm Sharon Elizabeth Matthew. Let's begin this bulletin with the top news this hour, which is how amid Prime Minister Modi's visit to United States, President Donald Trump has announced the approval of extradition of Tahir Rana, accused in 26/11 Mumbai terror attack. Now, while responding to a question during the joint press briefing on elements in the US working against India, including Khalistani separatists, Trump said, and I quote, US is giving away violent violent man, unquote, Thakur Rana back to India immediately, adding further that there are more to follow. Now, in that joint statement, both leaders pledged to work together to prevent proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and their delivery systems, and to deny access to such weapons by terrorist and non-state actors. Now, the leaders also committed to strengthen law enforcement cooperation to take decisive actions against illegal immigration networks, organized crime syndicates including narco-terrorists, human and armed traffickers, as well as other elements who threaten public and diplomatic safety and security and the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of both the nations.
आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में भारत और अमेरिका दृढ़ता से साथ खड़े रहे हैं। हम सहमत हैं कि सीमा पार आतंकवाद के उन्मूलन के लिए ठोस कार्रवाई आवश्यक है और मैं राष्ट्रपति जी का आभारी हूं कि उन्होंने 2008 के जिसने भारत में नरसंहार किया था, उस मुजरिम को अब भारत के हवाले करने का निर्णय किया है। भारत की अदालतें उचित कार्यवाही करेंगी।
Pleased to announce that my administration has approved the extradition of one of the plotters and one of the very evil people of the world, and having to do with the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attack, to face justice in India. So he's going to be going back to India to face justice. Well, I don't think India had a very good relationship with the Biden administration. Biden, they wouldn't sell them oil and gas, which is rather hard to believe because, you know, it's a good thing to do. And a lot of things happened that weren't very appropriate, I thought, between India and the administration, the Biden administration. But as you said, we're giving a very violent man, it seems to me. I mean, I don't know that he's been convicted yet or will be, but let's assume he's a pretty violent person. We're giving him back to India immediately, and there are more to follow because we have quite a few requests. So we work with India on crime, and we want to make it good for India, and it's very important.
All right, I'm now joined by CNN News 18's Arunima on this broadcast. Arunima, we have in fact been talking about the extradition of Thakur Rana for quite some time, and today it publicly Donald Trump in a press conference has in fact admitted that Thakur Rana will be handed over to India. He's a violent man is what the statement that is coming in from Donald Trump at this point.
Yes, it's a huge victory for the Indian security and intelligence establishment because, you know, there were two people whom India wanted. One was David Coleman Headley and second was Thakur Rana. When Headley's extradition was refused because he entered into a plea bargain with the United States, India put all its resources into ensuring that Thakur Rana came back to India and faced the law here. Why is it so important to get Thakur Rana back? Because he was a friend of David Coleman Headley. He was aware of the 2611 plan right from the word go. That's what the Indians suspect, Indian agencies suspect. And now, once he arrives here in India, questioning him would give India more insight, more inputs about who all in Pakistan were part of this. Of course, we do know about Hafiz Mohammad Saeed, we know about Lakhvi, we know about ISI, Major Samir and others. But who else was part of it? Because Headley, like I said, was a childhood friend of Thakur Rana, and there were a lot of secrets that he could have told Rana. And now that President Donald Trump has made it clear, and he called him a violent man, he's made it clear that not just Rana, but various others whom India wants. I know there's a list of at least 12 gangsters from India who are hiding in US. India believes ISI is supporting them, Pakistan is supporting them. If India can get after Rana more of these people extradited, it's definitely going to be a game changer in trying to understand how Pakistan is conspiring against our country.
Arunima, before coming into more details as to how the process is all going to be, let me now go across to Arunima. I request you to please stay with us as I'm now joined by Ujjwal Nigam, the public prosecutor for 2611. Thank you, Mr. Ujjwal Nigam, for joining with us. This is a big victory for you as well, personally, because you were the public prosecutor in the case. What is your first reaction to this decision that has been taken by the United States?
Indeed, it's a great success for India for two reasons. Firstly, before US administration takes the decision on the extradition of Tahoe Rana, US President on his own sumo motu had declared that Tahoe Rana will be extradited.
Okay.
This is a great statement made by the US President, and it gives a strong signal across the globe that US land will not be heaven for those persons who wants to indulge in terrorist activities on the soil of India by staying in US. So this will have a long-reaching impact also, because we have the certain criminal fugitive who have ran away after committing serious financial crimes from India and they are staying abroad. So it is for the entire globe to take a call as to how these proceedings can be expedited, number one.
Okay.
Number two is important thing is that Tahoe Rana is a big catch for India, because I have conducted the terror attack of 26 November at Mumbai. I have examined David Coleman Headley in Mumbai court. David Headley has given sensitive revelation in Mumbai court showing the nexus between Lashkar-e-Toiba and some of the army Pakistan officials. Now, the links, that is not the only oral testimony of David Headley, but David Headley had adduced the email correspondence which was exchanged between the Lashkar operatives as well as some of the top army officials. Now, he has produced the correspondence not in Mumbai, but he has produced that evidence in Chicago court. I had been to Chicago for examining the entire evidence which was adduced by David Headley in Chicago court. Number three is that Tahoe Rana has allowed David Coleman Headley to open his immigration office in Mumbai. Accordingly, David Headley had visited Mumbai before the terror attack, took the photographs of the targeted places of 26 November and parted with the Lashkar-e-Toiba. Now, this Tahoe Rana is involved in the deep-rooted criminal conspiracy more than the 26 November, because it is revealed that Tahoe Rana had also visited Delhi, Pune also, along with the David Coleman Headley. So they had other plans also. So it will come out only after Tahoe Rana will be brought to India.
Mr. Nikam, this is Arunima. I cover strategic affairs for CNN News 18. I've also covered 2611 very closely, and I do know that you had a big role to play in convincing the US administration, in convincing the US authorities about Tahoe Rana's role as far as the 2611 conspiracy is concerned. Can you please share with our viewers your personal experience when you traveled to the United States? How was the attitude of the US administration? Have you seen it change over the years? Because like President Trump today acknowledged, he's a violent man, and the way he cooperated with India, it's a big victory. But have you seen the US administration's approach change from the time that you first went and now?
Sarin, at the outset, let me make it very clear that I had not visited US so far as Tahoe Rana's case is concerned. I had visited US so far as David Coleman Headley's case is concerned. I had been to Chicago also. But you see, what I am observing very closely, monitoring also the development so far as the Tahoe Rana, I can say it's a really effective cooperation of the US administration to India. This is because of the India's and US relations are very cordial. This is because of Mr. Modi ji's and Mr. Trump have a personal dialogue. I am aware that Mr. Trump is a very different guy, saying that he's a very outspoken and he says whatever he likes, all the things. So Mr. Trump has also made certain things about the tariff, but on his own. We can't forget one important fact, that before US administration takes a decision, after the decision of the US Supreme Court that Tahoe Rana's appeal is dismissed, Mr. Trump on his own has announced that US administration will extradite Tahoe Rana. This is a very positive step, and that clearly shows that US wants to develop a very good relation with the India, and Indian Prime Minister also would like to mutually also share the same things. So let us see what happens today in development.
Yes. So the next question will be that we already know about how Pakistan ISI, the Pakistan establishment, helped, Hafiz Saeed, helped Lakhvi in carrying out this conspiracy. Once we get Tawahur Rana here, what else can NIA expect to glean from him? Why is him coming to India so important from the point of view of exposing Pakistan and this conspiracy?
Earlier, I had been to Islamabad after the execution of Ajmal Amir Kasab. My visit was as a member of the official delegation. We 4-member official delegation. We had been to Islamabad for 7 days. And we were exchanging the views with the Pakistani Home Ministry. Of course, they are the army officials. And we wanted to assess their evidence. And we categorically said that you are not prosecuting Hafiz Saeed and Zakir Rahman Lakhvi. But Pakistani stock answer was that India is not cooperating. India has not shared the evidence. So what Hafiz Saeed. We were shocked because the criminal conspiracy was hatched on their soil. And even then they are asking us, where is the evidence? What type of evidence? India did not give the evidence. In fact, they were supposed to collect the evidence. But nevertheless, we came back to India. And thereafter I examined David Headley. David Headley has given sensitive revelation with documentary evidence. We shared the entire evidence to the Pakistani authorities. We have sent the entire dossier annexing the copy of the David Headley's evidence in Chicago court as well as in the Mumbai court. But you see, now your question is very correct question. That how we will get it from Tawahur Rana. See, it's not only the terror attack of 26th November. There are some bigger plot because David Headley had visited Mumbai also. David Headley had visited Delhi also. Why? What is the purpose? I'm aware. I know the certain things why they had visited and where they had visited. But let our investigating agency will adduce the evidence to that effect. And the real agenda, perhaps it may be more than the 26th November. And their links with the Pakistani people who are the perpetrator, the terror attack for 26th November. So I'm very optimistic that because of Tawahur Rana, we'll get more valuable and important information.
Mr. Ujjwal Nigam, you just mentioned earlier that, you went to the United States, but that was for David Headley Coleman. And we have seen the statement that is coming in from Donald Trump, that he in fact said that more to follow. There could in fact be more people in the list. So do you expect that there is going to be more people who are connected to 2611, like for example, David Headley Coleman? Do you think that that could also be expected in coming days?
You see, I said earlier also, US president is a very straightforward guy because he doesn't like that people should indulge in terrorist activity unnecessary and should commit a wrong or harm to a common man.
Yes.
So I'm expecting US now will take a very tough and bold stand so far as Pakistan is concerned, and they will compel the Pakistani authorities also to take necessary action, because we don't know what is happening. They are prosecuting, they are playing the drama in Pakistan. The trial is still going on. We have finished and we have conducted an open trial. I marshaled the whole evidence in the presence of the media persons. So what is happening in the Pakistan? So I'm expecting that US administration under the presidency of Mr. Trump will take certain bold decisions. Let us see what steps they take.
All right.
Thank you.
Shirin, if you give me a moment, Mr. Nigam, before I let you go, I have to ask you this, that, when David Coleman Headley entered into a plea bargaining, it kind of gave a message to these perpetrators of terrorism, isn't it? That you can do what you want in India and then get away with it. But Tawahur Rana's extradition, to me, it looks like a larger message that wherever you are, whatever part of the world you are, if you have committed a crime against India and Indians, the Indian government, the Indian establishment will ensure that you are held accountable as per our laws. That larger message could prove to be a deterrent as far as further conspiracy from Pakistan and our enemies are concerned.
Yes, you are perfectly right. It's a very deterrent message that will be given by extraditing Tawahur Rana. And let us see, because it will be too premature to say at this juncture, because certain things are required to be put behind the curtain only. But I'm very optimistic We have certain evidence in the trial of 26 November. We have the evidence testimony of David Headley, Coleman Headley, and we have the other evidence also. Now, our NIA will strongly marshal the evidence, and let us see what happens in due course of time. Thank you very much now.
Thank you, Mr. Nikam. Thank you so much. I appreciate you joining us. That was Ujjwal Nikam, the public prosecutor who led India's trial, Mumbai Police's trial against Ajmal Kasab and exposed Pakistan's conspiracy. Shireen, it's a big, achievement for the Indian establishment. Like Mr. Nikam was also pointing out, to get Tawahur Rana here in India and to get him to face the Indian court of law is not just limited to 2611 conspiracy. It's not just limited to us getting to understand how Pakistan hatched this conspiracy. It could have larger ramifications. It could prove to be a deterrence against all those who think that they can just cross over the line of control, the international border, enter India, cause mayhem and get away with it. That's the larger message, and I can tell you it's a big day for Indian establishment, security establishment today when President Trump announced that Tawahur Rana will be extradited to this country.
Absolutely, Arunima. Big victory for Government of India and also for the agencies for how many years they have in fact been working hard, and all the efforts, of course, has now been proven worth, because now the United States has in fact decided and has announced that as far as Tawahur Rana is concerned, he is going to be extradited. But when we talk about the next step process that is in place, Arunima, I believe that just a week back you also mentioned that a team of the NIA will also be visiting the United States. So what is going to happen next? Will the team be going in next month? What is the process now?
See, I think Foreign Secretary already clarified that now that a decision has been taken at the highest level. So far, we were looking at the protocol as it exists on paper, whereby Rana had exhausted all his judicial options, but he could have sought asylum. He could have appealed to the United States that, he faces a threat to his life and therefore he should not be sent back, and hoping that politically America would take a decision on that. So that was a gray area that Indian agencies were not sure of. But now, with President Trump himself making it clear that US is going to extradite Tawahur Hussain Rana, that political intervention stage is gone. It's now very clear that Rana will have to come back to this country. So what happens from here on? The NIA team, the team of Ministry of External Affairs, they will get into a kind of negotiation for a timeline as far as Rana's extradition is concerned. That negotiation could take a couple of weeks, but the Indian establishment is very hopeful that this will not stretch on to months now. It's a matter of a few weeks before Rana is brought here to India. The National Investigation Agency has a case against him. So that, prosecution will begin. And very soon we could see NIA officials getting Rana's custody after his extradition to New Delhi.
Also, Arunima, when we talk about this extradition of Tawahur Rana, this of course sets the precedence as far as the India-US relationship over countering terrorism is concerned. Do you think that this is going to put pressure on Pakistan as well?
Oh, absolutely. Also, you have to see that, when we are talking about Pakistani conspiracy against India, it is true from they've started the Kashmiri Khalistani axis once again. After Article 370 was removed from Kashmir, the number of instances of terrorists, causing mayhem in the valley has gone down. But since then, the Khalistani axis has been activated. So even though Gurpatwant Singh Pannoon and his case is a different trajectory that is being taken in terms of India-US negotiation, Tawahur Hussain Rana's extradition to India does give you that message that Pakistan cannot expect US to be a safe haven for Pakistani terrorists or people who are conspiring against India and fleeing to US. That message is very clear. So now that Tawahur Hussain Rana will be extradited to India, I think there is a larger message for Pakistan as well, that United States and India are going to cooperate, and they made it very clear in that joint statement as far as Islamic radicalization is concerned, as far as sending back a dangerous man, as President Trump called Rana. India and US are on the same page and they're going to work together. That's something that Pakistan should read. The writing is on the wall.
Absolutely. And also, Arunima, when we talk about the entire case, has there been a precedence of someone who has been extradited by the United States to India? Why I'm asking is because what happens next? Will there be actually a prosecution? Will the trial take place from the scratch? How is it going to be going forward once he's extradited to India?
So there were two principal players. One was David Coleman Headley and second was Tawahur Hussain Rana. Rana, in fact, his role in this entire 26/11 conspiracy, just to take you back a few years, David Coleman Headley, a half Pakistani, a half American, was given the job by ISI to come to India and do a recce. So here in Delhi, for example, he went to the National Defence College to do a recce, whether a bomb blast could be carried out there. He went to Mumbai, carried out a recce of Taj, carried out a recce of Gateway of India, shot on his video camera all the routes that terrorists could possibly take. And how was David Coleman Headley in India doing all of this? Because Tawahur Hussain Rana, who ran a travel agency, gave Headley the cover of being an employee of his immigration office, a travel office here in India. So Rana helped Headley in coming to India and carrying out his recce job that was given to him by ISI. Headley entered into a plea bargaining with America. Because he was a half American citizen, it was easier for him. A plea bargain essentially means that he told American authorities that he will reveal whatever he knew, because there were American citizens also who died in 26/11. There were Israeli citizens also who died in 26/11. So plea bargaining meant Headley told the American authorities whatever he knew of the conspiracy. In return, his extradition request from India was denied by US. Rana's case, however, is different. Now that President Trump has made it clear that Rana will be sent to India, NIA will first question him. He is named as an accused, so there will of course be a charge sheet against him, and subsequently his prosecution, his trial will begin. He will have to face the law of the land here as per India's laws dealing with terrorism, like the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, UAP.
All right. Many thanks, Arunima, for decoding the entire process that is going to be followed and what is really the history of Tawahur Rana in connection with 26/11. Now, we are going to listen into what exactly was the announcement that was made by Donald Trump in that press briefing. Let's listen in.
आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में भारत और अमेरिका दृढ़ता से साथ खड़े रहे हैं। हम सहमत हैं कि सीमा पार आतंकवाद के उन्मूलन के लिए ठोस कार्रवाई आवश्यक है और मैं राष्ट्रपति जी का आभारी हूं कि उन्होंने 2008 के जिसने भारत में नरसंहार किया था उस मुजरिम को अब भारत के हवाले करने का निर्णय किया है। भारत की अदालतें उचित कार्यवाही करेंगी।
Pleased to announce that my administration has approved the extradition of one of the plotters and one of the very evil people of the world, and having to do with the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attack, to face justice in India. So he's going to be going back to India to face justice. Well, I don't think India had a very good relationship with the Biden administration. Biden, they wouldn't sell them oil and gas, which is rather hard to believe because, it's a good thing to do. And a lot of things happened that weren't very appropriate, I thought, between India and the administration, the Biden administration. But as you said, we're giving a very violent man, it seems to me. I mean, I don't know that he's been convicted yet or will be, but let's assume he's a pretty violent person. We're giving him back to India immediately, and there are more to follow because we have quite a few requests. So we work with India on crime, and we want to make it good for India, and it's very important.
All right, time to slip into a short break. More news and update on the other side. Stay tuned to CNN News 18.
Your Excellency, Rashtrapati Trump,
President Trump,
दोनों देशों के
delegates of both countries,
मीडिया के साथियों,
friends from the media,
नमस्कार।
Namaskar.
सबसे पहले
I would like to, first of all,
राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को
express my heartfelt gratitude to my dear friend President Trump for the grand welcome and hospitality accorded to me. President Trump's leadership has been instrumental in nurturing India-US ties and making them vibrant. I could feel today the same enthusiasm, the same energy, the same commitment that we had worked with during our first term. Our discussions today highlighted our pride in our accomplishments during his first term, the deep mutual trust that we share, and also the resolve to attain new goals.
मैंने आज भी महसूस की है, आज की चर्चाओं में उनके पहले टर्म में हमारी उपलब्धियों का संतोष और गहरे आपसी विश्वास का सेतु था। साथ ही नए लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने का संकल्प भी था। हम मानते हैं कि भारत और अमेरिका का साथ और सहयोग एक बेहतर विश्व को शेप कर सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन यानी मागा से परिचित है। भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन यानी मीगा। जब अमेरिका और भारत साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं यानी मागा प्लस मीगा, तब बन जाता है मेगा पार्टनरशिप फॉर प्रॉस्पेरिटी। और यही मेगा स्पिरिट हमारे लक्ष्यों को नया स्केल और स्कोप देती है। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को 2030 तक 2 गुना से भी अधिक बढ़ाकर 500।
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with CNN News 18. Now shifting focus to Kerala, where 3 people were killed after 2 elephants ran amok during a temple festival in Kerala's Kozhikode. Now around 30 people were injured in the incident and they have admitted to Koilandi Taluk Hospital and Kozhikode Medical College Hospital. Now according to the eyewitnesses, the incident took place when an elephant, disturbed by the noise of the fireworks during the festival, charged at another elephant present in the same premises. I'm now joined by CNN News 18's Neetu Regukumar. Neetu, over to you. What really transpired in that, which actually took place, the entire incident? What really transpired there?
It was a temple festival in Koilandi in Kozhikode district, where from the visuals we can see that there were 2 elephants in the temple premises at that time. So as part of the rituals, they were there. Some of the eyewitnesses say that suddenly the small cracker sounds were there, and even in the visuals we can hear that there are cracker sounds. So one of the elephants just ran with us. He, with the elephant's tusk, he hit the other elephant, and both the elephants started running among the people. And there was a building of the temple's office there in the same premises, and they destroyed that building. So one of the persons, the remains of the person who passed, was found from under the debris of this. 3 people have lost their lives, 31 have been injured. Now, the Forest Department is conducting an inquiry into this. The temple had permission for 4 elephants for the ritual. 2 were inside at the time. So they are looking at if all the rules were followed or if any of the norms were flouted, which included the distance between the people standing to view this and the elephant. So this is a very unfortunate incident which has happened where 31 people have been injured and 3 lives have been lost. 2 women, female and 1 male, have lost their lives in this horrific incident which happened in Koilandi in Kozhikode.
All right. Many thanks, Neetu, for getting us all those details. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and update on the other side. Stay tuned.
Your Excellency, Rashtrapati Trump,
President Trump,
दोनों देशों के
delegates of both countries,
मीडिया के साथियों,
friends from the media,
नमस्कार.
Namaskar.
सबसे पहले
I would like to, first of all,
राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को
express my heartfelt gratitude to my dear friend President Trump for the grand welcome and hospitality accorded to me. President Trump's leadership has been instrumental in nurturing India-US ties and making them vibrant. I could feel today the same enthusiasm, the same enthusiasm, the same energy, the same commitment that we had worked with during our first term. Our discussions today highlighted our pride in our accomplishments during his first term, the deep mutual trust that we share, and also the resolve to attain new goals.
मैंने आज भी महसूस की है, आज की चर्चाओं में उनके पहले टर्म में हमारी उपलब्धियों का संतोष और गहरे आपसी विश्वास का सेतु था। साथ ही नए लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने का संकल्प भी था। हम मानते हैं कि भारत और अमेरिका का साथ और सहयोग एक बेहतर विश्व को शेप कर सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन यानी मागा से परिचित है। भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन यानी मिगा। जब अमेरिका और भारत साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं यानी मागा, मागा प्लस मिगा, तब बन जाता है मेगा पार्टनरशिप फॉर प्रॉस्पेरिटी। और यही मेगा स्पिरिट हमारे लक्ष्यों को नया स्केल और स्कोप देती है। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने द्वीप
It was a pleasure and an honor to welcome Prime Minister Modi here. Hope he has a wonderful visit, and it was a great meeting.
He's a very special man. There is truly a special bond between the United States and India, and the world's oldest democracy and the world's largest democracy. I will tell you, we're going to have a fantastic relationship.
हमारी टीमें एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को शीघ्र संपन्न करने पर काम करेगी। गैर कानूनी तरीके से जो लोग दूसरे देशों में होते हैं उसको वापस लेने के लिए भारत तैयार है।
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with CNN News 18. Now let's talk about how Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on his two-day visit to the United States. He met US President Donald Trump earlier today and the duo discussed several key issues including tariff, the extradition of 2611 attack accused Tahavur Rana, illegal immigration. Now, when we talk about what really transpired in this meeting, let's talk about the big takeaways of that meeting that took place today. Now, India gets hold of 2611 plotter Tahavur Rana. This is, of course, the big takeaway that we are seeing at this point. And second, of course, the highlighting point is that Trump firm on reciprocal tariff against India. There has in fact been tariffs against multiple countries and there is going to be against India as well. Third is both nations resolved to sign trade deal by the year end. Now the fourth point is thrust on defense, oil, gas and civil nuke deals. Now a push, of course, on all these deals is going to happen. The fifth point is India asserts stand on peace vis-a-vis Ukraine war. This is a statement that was made by the Prime Minister where he said that India is not neutral and they want peace as well. Now, India seeks equal focus on traffickers, not just illegals. Of course, the issue connected to the deportation of number of Indian nationals from the US is something that is going to be looked into by India. Now, the seventh point is that US to in fact provide F-35 Sleeth fighters to India. So this is another significant defense deal that is happening here, and new consulates in Los Angeles as well as in Boston is going to be made, is what the talks have been. Now the ninth point is that the Prime Minister invites Trump to India for bilateral meet. Of course, all eyes are going to be on Trump, whether he is going to agree to this invitation. The 10th point is the India-US to undertake initiative to develop AI. AI, of course, was the talking point in France as well. After France, Prime Minister came to the United States, and this is the last point that we are highlighting here, that India-US is going to undertake initiative to develop AI. We are in fact getting a series of reactions on this. Let's listen.
अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन, भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन, यानी मिगा। जब अमेरिका और भारत साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं, यानी मागा, मागा प्लस मिगा, तब बन जाता है मेगा पार्टनरशिप फॉर प्रॉस्पेरिटी। आज हमने द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को 2030 तक 2 गुना से भी अधिक बढ़ाकर $500 बिलियन तक पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है। हमारी टीमें एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को शीघ्र संपन्न करने पर काम करेगी। ये ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग में जुड़े हुए पूरे इकोसिस्टम पर हमने वार करना चाहिए और अमेरिका और भारत मिलकर के हमारी कोशिश है और हमारी कोशिश रहनी चाहिए कि इस प्रकार की पूरी इकोसिस्टम को हमें जड़ मूल से नष्ट करना चाहिए ताकि ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग बंद हो।
In addition, the United States and India will be working together like never before to confront the threat of radical Islamic terrorism, a threat all over the world, actually. Today, I'm pleased to announce that my administration has approved the extradition of one of the plotters and one of the very evil people of the world, and having to do with the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attack, to face justice in India. So as we deepen our defense partnership, we'll also strengthen our economic ties and bring greater fairness and reciprocity to our trading relationship. As a signal of good faith, Prime Minister Modi recently announced the reductions to India's unfair, very strong tariffs that limit U.S. access into the Indian market very strongly. And really, it's a big problem, I must say. India imposes a 30 to 40 to 60 and even 70% tariff on so many of the goods, and in some cases far more than that. And as an example, a 70% tariff on U.S. cars going into India, which makes it pretty much impossible to sell those cars. Today, the U.S. Trade deficit with India is almost $100 billion, and Prime Minister Modi and I have agreed that we'll begin negotiations to address the long-running disparities that should have been taken care of over the last 4 years, but they didn't do that. I look at India, I do see the skirmishes on the border, which are quite vicious, and I guess they continue to go on. If I could be of help, I'd love to help, because that should be stopped. That's been going on for a long time, and it's quite violent. It's quite violent, but I would hope that China and India and Russia and U.S. and all of us can get along.
Donald Trump welcomed Prime Minister Modi to the White House, saying that he's a good friend of the United States, and US and India are great friends, and that friendship is going to continue. At the same time, there were tense conversations on tariffs that both nations had, and Donald Trump said that US is now going to impose reciprocal tariffs on India because it charges such high tariffs, and it has been unfairly treating US companies. He spoke about how in the past Harley-Davidson motorcycles have not been able to sell in India in high volumes because of high duties, and how electric car makers have not been able to import and sell cars into India because of 70% duties. So he expected that India make all those changes immediately. Clearly, defense and energy will be areas where US will now buy more to reduce the trade deficit. Donald Trump said that US can be India's #1 energy supplier, and in the months to come, we could see long-term LNG and crude oil contracts being signed between Indian companies and US entities. On the defense side, Donald Trump said that US will begin sales of billions and billions of dollars worth of military equipment to India, and this includes paving the way for F-35s as well. India also raised the concern of market access that Indian companies are facing in the United States, and he also spoke about overcapacity in China and how that's leading to dumping in India and the United States as well. So on the whole, it was a strong working visit with a lot of outcomes. There are agreements that have been made on artificial intelligence, on civil nuclear energy, and on making and developing small modular reactors as well. So let's see how things pan out in the next few months. But definitely the roadmap for a trade deal was one of the big highlights.
All right, now let's talk about what really panned out in this very crucial meeting between the Prime Minister Modi and Donald Trump. Now, in this meeting, of course, there was how the Prime Minister was in fact praised by Donald Trump. And in fact, he said that Prime Minister is doing a really fantastic job in India. So this is the statement that came from Donald Trump. The second point he made is, I'm thrilled to welcome my friend Prime Minister Modi. The third point Donald Trump made is the Prime Minister Modi is a great leader. He is a special man. And apart from that, he said that Prime Minister Modi has been a friend for a long time as far as United States is concerned. And now he also said that Prime Minister Modi is a much better negotiator than me. So, of course, there were deal talks that was going on. Around 4 hours of talk is something that was made between both Donald Trump and Prime Minister Modi, in which US President Donald Trump said that Prime Minister Modi is a much better negotiator than me. Now, let me take this across to my colleague Aman Sharma, who is joining me on this broadcast. Aman, we all know about the born homie that Prime Minister Modi and Donald Trump share with each other. And in this particular meeting, it was once again out in the public as far as both are concerned. Both of them were all about praises for each other.
Well, Sharon, yes, the born homie, the camaraderie and the friendship, between both the leaders was much evident when Prime Minister Modi visited the White House and later did this press conference along with Donald Trump. Donald Trump greeting the Prime Minister, with a warm hug, saying that we missed you a lot. The President Trump also presenting his book, Our Journey Together. It is titled to Prime Minister Modi, in which he has written that, Mr. Prime Minister, you are great. Also, certain gestures like President Trump pulling a chair for Prime Minister Modi, showcasing the strong bond both the leaders have. So India is reading significantly into the words of Trump because, that may herald a brighter future of diplomatic relationship and, a close partnership in Trump's tenure till 2029. President Trump also saying, crediting Mr. Modi for doing a great job in India, that everyone is talking about him, and it's a great leader, calling him a special man, his friend. Also, as you were saying, describing him as a much tougher negotiator than himself, saying there is not even a contest. I think more that India is, reading into Mr. Trump's comments is when he showed a lot of consideration, towards India's interests, highlighting issues that concern us, like President Trump speaking about the radical Islamic terrorism, saying they will fight it together. Also announcing from the dais that Tahavur Rana, the 2611 Mumbai blast mastermind, would be sent to India. So coming from the highest quarters now in the US, we could expect Tahavur Rana to be sent to India very, very soon, maybe by next month itself. Also, India had been speaking a lot about the tariff issue. So Trump, in a way, has displayed a softer side to India, saying that, it is not India alone that is responsible. So that is also a major statement by Trump when it comes to India's concerns on the all-important tariff issue. Sharon.
All right. Many thanks, Aman, for getting us all those details. Let me now go across to Payal Mehta. Payal, we have seen how there was also a term that was coined by the Prime Minister, which is MEGA, Make India Great Again. And if combined with MAGA, Make America Great Again, it is going to be mega partnership. How is, of course, we all know about the oratory skills of Prime Minister, but once again, his oratory skill was showcased in the United States in this particular meeting as well.
The oratory skills of Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with the oratory skills of Donald Trump are there for everybody to really see. We have seen that, the whole world is looking forward to what India is really doing and how India is really coming forth as well. So that is something which, of course, Prime Minister once again has said that his friendship with Donald Trump has been there for everybody to see. For the president of the world's largest democracy to be welcomed in a fashion like this is extremely encouraging, for all the startups, for all the people who actually want to come back and make in India as well, given the fact that even when Prime Minister Narendra Modi was trying to sit, Donald Trump did pull the chair out of gesture, of respect and love for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So obviously, that is something which is going to be there to watch out for. We've seen that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has, in fact, in no uncertain words, has also been saying that he'll put India first and the country first ahead of anything else. And that's been his standard line. And for the Prime Minister to get a compliment from Donald Trump, essentially saying that he's a better negotiator than me, he's a more sterner negotiator than me, there is no competition between us. That's something which is, of course, very encouraging. Also for him to say that, Narendra Modi is a great leader. He's been there. Everybody talks about him. And, for Narendra Modi to come back as Prime Minister of India, Sharon, for 3 record times, which has only happened twice in India's history, is also a record of itself. And that, of course, is acknowledged by a big nation like the US.
All right. Many thanks, Payal, for putting all those details into perspective. Now, let's talk about how Donald Trump has ordered his economics team to come up with a plan for the reciprocal tariffs on every country that taxes US imports. Now, this move ramps up prospects for a global trade war with American friends and foes. Now, Julian reports on this particular issue. Take a look.
Donald Trump has ordered his economics team to come up with a plan for reciprocal tariffs on every country that taxes US imports. Speaking in the Oval Office on Thursday, the US president said the move would be transformative for America.
And they say this is going to be the thing that makes our country really prosperous again. And this is going to be what pays down to $36 trillion in debt and all the other things. And this is going to be this is an amazing day. I think this is going to be a very big day and in a very positive way for our country. Yes.
Trump has long promised to impose reciprocal tariffs, but Thursday's executive order stopped well short of that. Instead, it kicked off weeks or months of analysis before a plan is set. The goal is to match all tariffs imposed by other countries and to counteract non-tariff barriers such as regulations and subsidies that Washington objects to. Some countries and regions appeared to be on Trump's mind.
European Union has been absolutely brutal on trade. Canada has been very bad to us on trade, but now Canada is going to have to start paying up. They took the business away. Taiwan took our chip business away.
Having campaigned on a pledge to bring down consumer prices, Trump conceded that the tariff moves could actually see them go up, at least in the short term. FM Investments Chief Executive Alexander Morris says the president's tactics will have further unpredictable consequences.
At some point, the threat of a tariff and the forced negotiation will not end in the way that Donald Trump wants, where he will be forced to either to capitulate, which might change his ability to use that threat in the future, or actually follow through, some of which may have far unforeseen consequences and unexpected outcomes.
Now, investors, business leaders and world capitals are waiting to see if Trump will go through with the tariffs, or if they are more of a negotiating tactic. Since taking office, Trump has imposed an extra 10% duty on imports from China, but he put on hold new levies on goods coming from Canada and Mexico.
Now shifting focus to Karnataka, where we are in fact, getting a bit of a breaking input as far as Ranveer Allahabadiya is concerned, and what we are learning is that there is in fact a breaking input as far as Ranveer Allahabadiya is concerned after the controversy regarding what he has in fact said, what we are learning is that Ranveer Allahabadiya moved Supreme Court against multiple FIRs against him. So this is the breaking input that we are getting at this point. Remember, after the controversial statement that he made in that show, India has got latent. Now we are hearing is that Ranveer Allahabadiya has moved to Supreme Court against multiple FIRs. There has in fact been FIRs against him from multiple states, and that is why it seems he has in fact moved Supreme Court against the multiple FIRs against him. And what we are learning is that there are multiple FIRs being filed, and CJI Sanjeev Khanna is going to be taking up the issue. Let me now go across to my colleague Ananya Bhatnagar on this news. Ananya, give us more detail. Why exactly has Ranveer Allahabadiya approached the Supreme Court to dismiss all these FIRs against him?
Well, definitely he has sought a clubbing of the FIRs that have been registered against him, and also sought no coercive action or interim detection from arrest in this particular case. Fearing any kind of an arrest in this particular case, Allahabadiya has, taken up this legal recourse as far as this controversy over India's got latent is concerned. But the Chief Justice of India has also said that it will hear the case. However, no urgent date has been given as of now. So we'll have to wait and watch as to how things pan out and what the Supreme Court would say. when it would hear this particular matter.
So has there actually been a date that has been given? What exactly was the observation that was made by CJI on this, Ananya?
No, the court actually heard this mentioning that was done by Ranveer Alabadia's lawyers, and later, in fact, stated that it will come up in the course of the day, and hence, in the next few days, we might see that the Supreme Court would hear this particular matter. However, no fixed date as of now has been given for Alabadia to actually, be heard by the topmost court of the country.
Also, Ananya, take us through the details of how many FIRs actually have been registered against Ranveer Alabadia at this point. One, we of course know about the Assam police. What are the other FIRs that has been registered against him?
Multiple FIRs have been registered against Ranveer Alabadia as far as this controversy is concerned. First in Bombay, then in fact, in Assam as well. And there are also, cases have been filed against Ranveer Alabadia, and the FIRs have been registered. Hence, fearing any kind of action, not at least from the Bombay police, but from the other states as well, he has, made this move to actually come up to the Supreme Court and seek a no coercive action, while also seeking a clubbing of these FIRs registered against him.
All right. Many thanks, Ananya, for getting us all those details. So now Ranveer Alabadia has in fact approached the Supreme Court against the multiple FIRs that has been registered against him. Now moving on to how in the dazzling world of Bollywood, some love stories shine brighter than others. Let's take a romantic journey through the life of 5 iconic couples, Priyanka Chopra and Nick Jonas, whose love transcends borders. Now Virat Kohli and Anushka Sharma, partners in both life and sport, and Ranbir Kapoor and Alia Bhatt, whose love feels like destiny, and Deepika Padukone and Ranveer Singh, whose bond is built on trust, and lastly, Vicky Kaushal and Katrina Kaif, whose fairy tale romances captured our hearts.
In the glitz and glamour of Bollywood, some love stories shine brighter than the rest. Tales of passion, devotion, and unwavering companionship that reaffirm our belief in true love. Let's take a romantic journey through the lives of 5 iconic power couples who continue to inspire us with their fairy tale romances. When Priyanka Chopra, a global sensation, and Nick Jonas, an American pop star, connected over a simple Twitter DM, neither knew they were embarking on a love story for the ages. Their whirlwind romance led to a magical wedding in 2018, proving that love transcends distance, culture, and even a decade-wide age gap. From Nick embracing every Hindu festival with Priyanka to their constant support for each other's dreams, their relationship is a beautiful blend of 2 worlds. When cricket met cinema over an ad shoot, a love story was born. Virat Kohli and Anushka Sharma's romance blossomed on the set of a commercial, leading to a dreamy, intimate wedding in Italy in 2017. Whether it's Virat dedicating his victories to Anushka or Anushka cheering for him from the stands, their love is built on admiration and unwavering support. Alia Bhatt once confessed she had a crush on Ranbir Kapoor, never imagining that years later he would become the love of her life. Their love story, which unfolded on the sets of Brahmastra, is straight out of a Bollywood film, filled with dreamy proposals, stolen glances, and romantic getaways. Tying the knot in 2022, they prove that sometimes the best love stories are the ones that take their time to unfold. Deepika and Ranveer's love story is nothing short of cinematic magic. Meeting on the sets of Goliyon Ki Ras Leela Ram Leela in 2012, their chemistry ignited a romance that culminated in a breathtaking wedding in 2018. From Ranveer's love-filled comments on Deepika's Instagram post to their unwavering support for each other's careers, they redefined couple goals.
Hello and good morning. Thank you for tuning in to CNN News 18. I'm Shen Elizabeth Matthew. Let's begin this bulletin on top of 11 a.m. as a day after US President Donald Trump spoke to Russian President Vladimir Putin about Russia-Ukraine war and a peace deal between them. Trump has now discussed the matter with Prime Minister Modi during their meeting at the White House. Now, Prime Minister reiterated India's stance on the matter, says that India is not neutral and wants peace. Now, Prime Minister said that he has been in regular touch with both Russia and Ukraine, appreciating Trump's effort to bring an end to the war.
रशिया और यूक्रेन दोनों से लगातार संपर्क में रहा हूं। मैं स्वयं भी दोनों देश की मुलाकात कर चुका हूं। बहुत से लोगों का एक भ्रम है कि भारत न्यूट्रल है। मैं साफ करना चाहता हूं, भारत न्यूट्रल नहीं है। हमारा अपना एक पक्ष है और हमारा पक्ष है शांति, पीस। और मैंने इसी एक हमारे सिद्धांत को लेकर के राष्ट्रपति पुतिन की हाजिरी में मीडिया के सामने स्पष्ट रूप से कहा था कि युद्ध का समय नहीं है। और आज भी मेरा कन्विक्शन है कि युद्ध के मैदान में समस्याओं के समाधान नहीं निकलते हैं, अल्टीमेटली वार्ता के टेबल पर ही होते हैं। और भारत का लगातार प्रयास रहा है कि दोनों लोग जिसमें मौजूद हो वैसे फोरम में बातचीत होगी, तब कोई रास्ता निकलेगा। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप जो प्रयास कर रहे हैं, मैं उनका स्वागत करता हूं, समर्थन करता हूं और मैं चाहता हूं कि राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप हो सके उतना जल्दी सफल हो ताकि दुनिया में शांति के रास्ते खुले।
Now, CNN News 18's Zaka Jacob spoke to political scientist John Mearsheimer about the matter. Take a look at what he had to say on this.
Prime Minister Modi enjoys good relations with both President Putin of Russia and President Zelensky of Ukraine. He's, in fact, one of the few world leaders who's visited both countries since this war began. Do you think President Trump might, weigh in on him, perhaps lean on his sort of counsel, if not mediation, to try and find a middle ground between Russia and Ukraine?
I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. This is why I was saying that I think from India's point of view, this is good news, because the Trump administration will want to work with India. It will see India as an ally on this issue. And if Modi has good relations with Zelensky and with Putin, and he can talk to both of them and do something to help cajole the Ukrainians into accepting the peace settlement that the Americans want, that would be all for the good from America's point of view. I don't know that in the end Modi would be successful, or anybody would be successful at convincing the Ukrainians to go along with this deal. Excuse me, I think it's very hard to imagine Ukraine accepting the deal, but who knows?
I'm now joined by CNN News 18 Siddhant Mishra. Siddhant, just a day after Donald Trump said that there is going to be, of course, peace between both Russia and Ukraine, Prime Minister also reiterated the same stance as far as United States is concerned. So this shows that as far as the thinking and opinions or ideology is concerned, it's very similar when it comes to such wars-like situation. It is very similar to United States as far as India is concerned.
Well, absolutely. See, India's position from day one has been that peace should prevail in Europe. In fact, in 2022, when Prime Minister participated in SCO summit in Samarkand, in fact, he told President Putin that this is not an era of war. Perhaps that became, that particular statement made by Prime Minister Modi became part of the G20 leaders' declaration.
after which Prime Minister Modi is the only world leader who sat next to President Putin and told him, look, children are dying. What is happening in that children are dying and it needs to be stopped. When this happened, when Prime Minister Modi went to Russia in July last year, after which he went to Ukraine also to meet Zelensky. In fact, PM went to Austria to speak to the leadership there. Austria being a neutral country in Europe, part of European Union, but not the part of the NATO grouping. So India has been doing the groundwork since last 1.5 years, even when President Biden was in office. And India has understood the perspective of Ukraine, Russia, the neutral players in Europe, the other partners and friends of India. And perhaps India has a very, very matured and evolved opinion as far as war is concerned. Prime Minister Modi has clarified it once again in White House that we are not neutral. India is not neutral. We are on the side of peace, and solutions cannot be found on the battlefield. The same thing which Prime Minister told both President Putin and President Zelensky. So India being a democracy, a responsible country, perhaps a country which has always spoken for peace. Since Prime Minister was in U.S. White House, he was meeting President Trump. Obviously, there was a discussion on, because U.S. also wants to know India's viewpoint, India's perspective as far as war is concerned, and U.S. also understands the strategic ties that India and U.S. have, India and Russia have. India has been buying energy from Russia since last 1.5 years, and perhaps that big chunk of energy is also being supplied to Europe. So that's how also India has successfully managed the market. Imagine a situation if India had not been buying the hydrocarbons from Russia, what would have been the price of crude in the international market now? So, India has always contributed very positively to this entire crisis erupting after the war broke out. Also, to make sure that what India can contribute to bring peace. India has sent delegation to the peace summits also, which have been organized. But India's position is very clear. Whenever there is some negotiation taking place, all the party needs to be on the table. That is something India has said time and again. So it would really be interesting to see that since we have been told that the Munich could be one location where the three parties could sit down for negotiations: Russia, Ukraine, and United States. So it would really be interesting to see that what role India would play in that, and experts are also saying that the kind of message that Prime Minister Modi has been giving from last 2 years, perhaps has served the purpose. And working on that message, working on the India's perspective, perhaps will help the US to negotiate in a better way with both the countries.
Also, Siddhant, you just mentioned that there is, of course, going to be a high-level meeting that is going to take place in Munich where all stakeholders are going to be there. What about the response that is coming in from Russia and Ukraine? Are they actually committed towards peace? Like India is saying that there should be peace. United States also, of course, trying to come up with a talk so that there could be peace. But what about these two countries? Are they actually willing? Are they committed towards this?
Well, look, Russia had some reservations. In fact, when Biden was the president, Russia always saw America as aggressor because Russia has said that Ukraine is only surviving on American ammunition, American aid. Now, since Trump is in office, Trump has done a very, very positive signaling in terms of Russia and Putin. I mean, Trump said that I could understand Putin's situation, that Russia did not come onto our borders. We went onto Russia's border. Perhaps that's a big statement coming from the U.S. president. That is exactly what President Putin wanted to hear from the U.S. president. So once U.S. president said that, Donald Trump said that, perhaps, it has opened the gates for the negotiations. Because once you try to understand the other party's perspective, that perhaps creates a situation of a breakthrough, and that is exactly what Donald Trump has done. He has also spoken to President Zelensky. In fact, both of them have assured full cooperation, and both of them have reaffirmed their faith in peace. So it would really be interesting to see. There are 100% a lot of complications. It's not a 1 day or a 1 month thing. It's going to take a lot of time, because territorial issues are something which would be at the point of contention when these countries, with the leaders from these countries, negotiators will sit for the talks. But yeah, at least a good start, and obviously the start has happened at a time when Prime Minister was in DC.
Absolutely. This is, of course, a very crucial development that is, of course, taking place. Like Siddhant also said, that there is going to be a high-level meeting that is all set to take place in Munich, where there is, of course, going to be Russian, US officials as well. We have to see how the Ukrainian side respond to this particular invite that has been sent by United States. But most of all, what is really to be focusing here is that how India has said that they are not a neutral party, and they also want peace as far as the entire situation between Russia and Ukraine is concerned. Now, Elon Musk hails a meet with Prime Minister Modi. He took to social media platform X and said it was an honor to meet Prime Minister Modi. All right, so this is a social media post that is coming in from Elon Musk, who has in fact said that he hails the meeting with Prime Minister Modi. He took to the social media platform X and said, and I quote, it was an honor to meet Prime Minister Modi. We have all seen those pictures and videos of the entire family of Elon Musk who were meeting the Prime Minister. There were, of course, gifts that were exchanged between both the sides. And now Elon Musk has taken to the social media platform X, where he has said it was an honor to meet Prime Minister Modi. Remember, Elon Musk is part of Donald Trump's cabinet. He is someone who is, of course, leading the efficiency department of US President Donald Trump. And this was a very crucial meeting that took place between Prime Minister Modi and Elon Musk. And he's also, of course, the CEO of Tesla. And there was this crucial meeting that took place, and now Elon Musk has taken to Twitter, where he has in fact said that it was an honor to meet the Prime Minister. Now, India-US joint statement in defense. Now, new 10-year framework has in fact been made as far as the defense partnership is concerned. Now, US-India to expand defense sales and co-production. Now, sale and co-production of Javelin anti-tank missile. Apart from that, US-India to review arm transfer regulations and trade, and both nations to expand trade and investment. Now, this is to aim to boost the bilateral trade to $500 billion by 2030. Now, the first tranche of the bilateral trade deal by fall of 2025, and both nations to reduce tariff and non-tariff barriers, energy security, and US to support India's full membership in IEA. Both nations to increase the energy trade, and United States and India 123 civil nuclear deal to be fully realized. And the fight against terror and is what was also in fact discussed in this particular meeting, where US to boost cooperation against terror groups, and Pakistan asked to bring 2611 perpetrators to justice. Now, Pakistan must ensure end of cross-border terrorism is also something that was discussed throughout. We are getting a series of reaction on this. Let's listen.
अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन, भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन, यानी मिगा। जब अमेरिका और भारत साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं, यानी मागा, मागा प्लस मिगा, तब बन जाता है मेगा पार्टनरशिप फॉर प्रॉस्पेरिटी। आज हमने द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को 2030 तक 2 गुना से भी अधिक बढ़ाकर $500 बिलियन तक पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है। हमारी टीमें एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को शीघ्र संपन्न करने पर काम करेगी। ये ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग में जुड़े हुए पूरे इकोसिस्टम पर हमने वार करना चाहिए और अमेरिका और भारत मिलकर के हमारी कोशिश है और हमारी कोशिश रहनी चाहिए कि इस प्रकार की पूरी इकोसिस्टम को हमें जड़ मूल से नष्ट करना चाहिए ताकि ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग बंद हो।
In addition, the United States and India will be working together like never before to confront the threat of radical Islamic terrorism, a threat all over the world, actually. Today, I'm pleased to announce that my administration has approved the extradition of one of the plotters and one of the very evil people of the world, and having to do with the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attack, to face justice in India. So as we deepen our defense partnership, we'll also strengthen our economic ties and bring greater fairness and reciprocity to our trading relationship. As a signal of good faith, Prime Minister Modi recently announced the reductions to India's unfair, very strong tariffs that limit U.S. access into the Indian market very strongly, and really it's a big problem, I must say. India imposes a 30 to 40 to 60 and even 70% tariff on so many of the goods, and in some cases far more than that. And as an example, a 70% tariff on U.S. cars going into India, which makes it pretty much impossible to sell those cars. Today, the U.S. Trade deficit with India is almost $100 billion, and Prime Minister Modi and I have agreed that we'll begin negotiations to address the long-running disparities that should have been taken care of over the last 4 years, but they didn't do that. I look at India, I do see the skirmishes on the border, which are quite vicious, and I guess they continue to go on. If I could be of help, I'd love to help, because that should be stopped. That's been going on for a long time, and it's quite violent. It's quite violent, but I would hope that China and India and Russia and U.S. and all of us can get along.
All right, now I'm joined by Robindra Sachdeva, who is the diaspora head and a foreign policy expert. Thank you, sir, for joining with us. My first question to you is, when we talk about the overall visit of Prime Minister Modi, the press briefing that was shared by both the US President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Modi, do you think this was, of course, a successful visit by the Prime Minister?
I do absolutely think it was a successful visit. It was a working visit. And I look at it this way. You see, the world right now is under reconstruction. It's not a new world order. I say it's a new matrix in the world which is being constructed. And Trump, within weeks of his, assuming the presidency, is meeting with Prime Minister Modi, and vice versa, Modi ji is meeting Trump. What was the urgency to meet in February? I mean, this meeting could have been held maybe in March, April, May, whatever. That means the India relationship is a priority for America. And of course, for us also, it is a priority. Now, as to were there any big bang announcements that folks were looking forward to? Perhaps there are some with the potential, but maybe they are not as such, some big grand announcement, maybe from what I can see so far. So it's a work in progress. Most important for India was to send a signal to the world overall and to the world markets and to the Indian markets that the relation between the US and India is stable, will not be marked by any surprises, and our relationship will continue to get deeper and more strategic, because the markets and business and investors do not want surprises. So I think one big objective of the visit was to send that signal. So I think that signal has been clearly conveyed to the world that the US and India are on a path of a very mature relationship track. As far as the issue of trade is concerned, it has been said, I mean, Trump is saying that, Indian tariffs are high compared to the US. That is a fact. But the point is that the two nations will work together. We will adjust and they will adjust, right? Towards some kind of a trade agreement, which would be, I think decided or which would be finalized by around this year, which again indicates that even though on matters of trade, tariff, which is Trump's pet word in the English dictionary as of now, on those matters also, India and America have decided to keep the relation on an even keel, on an even path. So I do see, and of course then there are defense partnerships, deeper, more strategic collaboration. See, the issue which we are looking at also is rapidly we need to enhance our national security and technology transfer. So a bunch of the agreements which are out there are leading towards both technology transfer in defense, are leading to, weapons which we need right now or at the soonest as possible for our defense, as well as to, create and enhance our own military industrial complex, or let's say our Atmanirbhar Bharat. On the flip side, America needs an ordnance factory. Okay, American industry has, or American Army or Pentagon, you can say, has depleted its inventories of missiles, the normal, 155mm shells, etc. The NATO countries have also depleted below the inventory levels because they've been giving to Ukraine. Now, NATO and America want to restock, re-up their stocks. So, India will manufacture for its own needs, our own needs, plus India will become a factory for NATO and America. That is the big picture that we want with respect to our defense industry, complex. Just like China became the factory, the consumer factory, let's put it that way, for the United States. Similarly, India, we cannot replicate, those models, but in some ways we are looking to be, and America wants it to be, because India has a low production base for, let's say, even the defense items or defense equipment. So that is something strategic. So the world is taking those signals. And then, of course, the issue of human trafficking, India is handling very maturely. I think we've kind of given it the right context, that it's not only illegal immigrants, it's human trafficking. There are agents involved who are in themselves criminals who are taking advantage of various situations and misleading people into, going down this path, a rosy path, which ends in disaster for most of them. And human trafficking includes also, of course, we may understand, sex, children, drugs, all of which are affecting America also. So I think what Prime Minister Modi has done has taken this issue of illegal immigration to the right context to be able to, address the issue jointly between the United States and India.
All right. Many thanks, Mr. Robindra Sachdeva, for joining with us and sharing your perspective. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and update on the other side. Stay tuned.
Your Excellency, Rashtrapati Trump,
President Trump,
दोनों देशों के
delegates of both countries,
मीडिया के साथियों,
friends from the media,
नमस्कार.
Namaskar.
सबसे पहले
I would like to, first of all,
राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को
express my heartfelt gratitude to my dear friend President Trump for the grand welcome and hospitality accorded to me. President Trump's leadership has been instrumental in nurturing India-US ties and making them vibrant. I could feel today the same enthusiasm, the same enthusiasm, the same energy, the same commitment that we had worked with during our first term. Our discussions today highlighted our pride in our accomplishments during his first term, the deep mutual trust that we share, and also the resolve to attain new goals.
मैंने आज भी महसूस की है, आज की चर्चाओं में उनके पहले टर्म में हमारी उपलब्धियों का संतोष और गहरे आपसी विश्वास का सेतु था। साथ ही नए लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने का संकल्प भी था। हम मानते हैं कि भारत और अमेरिका का साथ और सहयोग एक बेहतर विश्व को शेप कर सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन यानी मागा से परिचित है। भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन यानी मिगा। जब अमेरिका और भारत साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं यानी मागा, मागा प्लस मिगा, तब बन जाता है मेगा पार्टनरशिप फॉर प्रॉस्पेरिटी। और यही मेगा स्पिरिट हमारे लक्ष्यों को नया स्केल और स्कोप देती है। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को 2030 तक 2 गुना से भी अधिक बढ़ाकर $500 बिलियन तक पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है। हमारी टीमें एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को शीघ्र संपन्न करने पर काम करेगी। भारत की ऊर्जा सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने में हम ऑयल तथा गैस ट्रेड को बल देंगे। ऊर्जा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में निवेश भी बढ़ेगा। न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी क्षेत्र में हमने स्मॉल मॉड्यूलर रिएक्टर्स की दिशा में सहयोग बढ़ाने पर भी बात की। फ्रेंड्स, भारत की
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with CNN News 18. Now, amid Prime Minister Modi's visit to the United States, President Donald Trump has in fact announced approval of extradition of Tahir Rana, accused in 2011 Mumbai terror attack. Now, while responding to a question during the joint press briefing on elements in the US working against India, including Khalistani separatists, Trump said, and I quote, US is giving a very violent man, unquote, Tahir Rana back to India immediately, adding further that there are more to follow. Now, in the joint statement, both leaders pledged to work together to prevent proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and their delivery systems and to deny access to such weapons by terrorists and non-state actors. Now, the leaders also committed to strengthen law enforcement cooperation, to take decisive action against illegal immigration networks, organized crime syndicates, including narco-terrorists, human and armed traffickers, as well as other elements who threaten public and diplomatic safety and security and the sovereignty and territorial integrity of both the nations.
आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में भारत और अमेरिका दृढ़ता से साथ खड़े रहे और मैं राष्ट्रपति जी का आभारी हूं कि उन्होंने 2008 के जिसने भारत में नरसंहार किया था उस मुजरिम को अब भारत के हवाले करने का निर्णय किया है।
Pleased to announce that my administration has approved the extradition of one of the plotters and one of the very evil people of the world, having to do with the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attack, to face justice in India. So he's going to be going back to India.
An issue on which the U.S. authorities have taken very clear decisions. I think you've seen the president announce it himself from the White House podium, the decision of the United States to extradite him. It's reflected there in the joint statement as well. We are working on the logistics of this, his surrender and extradition to India. There are a few final steps to be completed. The two sides are in touch on this particular issue.
I'm now joined by CNN News 18's Arunima. Arunima, we just heard the MEA spokesperson who in fact said, I beg your pardon, the Foreign Secretary, who in fact said that there is of course a few more final steps that needs to be taken and both the sides are doing that. What are these final steps?
So, first of all, there was this sense in the Indian establishment that Rana could appeal for asylum and then it would become a political call because he has exhausted his legal options. But all of that has now come to a naught because President Trump himself has made it clear that the United States is not going to consider anything positive as far as Rana's applications are concerned, and he's going to be sent back. So now everything gets fast-tracked. There will be a team of NIA officials who would want to visit United States to figure out the paperwork. You would need a court document from here as well. The extradition request, of course, was after, the court gave the go-ahead. But there will be a few more legal formalities to be completed before Tawahur Rana is brought to India. But the sense that I get is it could be just a matter of a few weeks. This is no longer stretching into few months as was originally being suspected. Any moment now you could hear from the agencies that they have started coordinating with their American counterparts, post which the ground will be set for Rana to come to India and face the law of the land here.
All right. Many thanks, Arunima. Thank you for getting us all those details. Now, in a big announcement after his bilateral talks with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, US President Donald Trump said that United States has agreed to extradite 2008 Mumbai terror attack accused Tawahur Rana to India. Now, Trump emphasized that United States will not be a haven for terrorists. What would be global implication of this stance and what it means to India? My colleague Ujjwal Nigam will give you, I beg your pardon, Ujjwal Nigam, the public prosecutor, will give you some insight. Have a look. What is your first reaction to this decision that has been taken by the United States?
Indeed, it's a great success for India for two reasons. Firstly, before US administration takes the decision on the extradition of Tawahur Rana, US President on his own sumo motu had declared that Tawahur Rana will be extradited.
Okay.
This is a great statement made by the US President, and it gives a strong signal across the globe that US land will not be heaven for those persons who wants to indulge in terrorist activities on the soil of India by staying in US. So this will have a long-reaching impact also, because we have the certain criminal fugitive who have ran away after committing serious financial crimes from India and they are staying abroad. So it is for the entire globe to take a call as to how these proceedings can be expedited, number one.
Okay.
Number two is important thing is that Tawahur Rana is a big catch for India, because I have conducted the terror attack of 26 November at Mumbai. I have examined David Coleman Headley in Mumbai court. David Headley has given sensitive revelation in Mumbai court showing the nexus between Lashkar-e-Toiba and some of the army Pakistan officials. Now, the links, that is not the only oral testimony of David Headley, but David Headley had adduced the email correspondence which was exchanged between the Lashkar operatives as well as some of the top army officials. Now, he has produced the correspondence not in Mumbai, but he has produced that evidence in Chicago court. I had been to Chicago for examining the entire evidence which was adduced by David Headley in Chicago court. Number 3 is that Tahaur Rana has allowed David Clement Headley to open his immigration office in Mumbai. Accordingly, David Headley had visited Mumbai before the terror attack, took the photographs of the targeted places of 26 November and parted with the Lashkar-e-Toiba. Now, this Tahaur Rana is involved in the deep-rooted criminal conspiracy more than the 26 November, because it is revealed that Tahaur Rana had also visited Delhi, Pune also, along with the David Clement Headley. So they had other plans also. So it will come out only after Tahaur Rana will be brought to India.
Your Excellency, Rashtrapati Trump,
President Trump,
दोनों देशों के
delegates of both countries,
मीडिया के साथियों,
friends from the media,
नमस्कार।
Namaskar.
सबसे पहले
I would like to, first of all,
राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को
express
मेरे शानदार
my
स्वागत
heartfelt
और
gratitude
आतिथ्य सत्कार के
to
लिए
my dear friend President
हार्दिक
Trump
आभार व्यक्त
for
करता
the grand welcome and hospitality
हूं।
accorded to me.
ट्रंप ने
President Trump's
भारत और अमेरिका
leadership
संबंधों को
has been
अपने नेतृत्व
instrumental in
संजोया
nurturing
है,
India-US ties
जीवंत बनाया
and
है।
making them vibrant.
जिस उत्साह से
I could
उनकी
feel
पहली
today
टर्म में
the same
हमने मिलकर
enthusiasm,
काम
the
किया,
same
वही उमंग
same enthusiasm, the
वही
same
ऊर्जा
energy, the same
और वही
commitment
प्रतिबद्धता
that we had worked with
मैंने
during
आज
our
भी
first
महसूस
term.
की है। आज की चर्चाओं में
Our discussions today
उनके पहले टर्म में
highlighted
हमारी उपलब्धियों का
our
संतोष
pride in our accomplishments during his first
गहरे
term,
आपसी
the
विश्वास
deep
का
mutual trust
सेतु था।
that we share,
साथ ही
and
नए लक्ष्यों
also
को प्राप्त
the
करने का
resolve to attain
संकल्प भी
new
था।
goals.
हम मानते हैं, मैंने आज भी महसूस की है। आज की चर्चाओं में उनके पहले टर्म में हमारी उपलब्धियों का संतोष और गहरे आपसी विश्वास का सेतु था। साथ ही नए लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने का संकल्प भी था। हम मानते हैं कि भारत और अमेरिका का साथ और सहयोग एक बेहतर विश्व को शेप कर सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन यानी मागा से परिचित है। भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन यानी मिगा। जब अमेरिका और भारत साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं यानी मागा, मागा प्लस मिगा, तब बन जाता है मेगा पार्टनरशिप फॉर प्रॉस्पेरिटी। और यही मेगा स्पिरिट हमारे लक्ष्यों को नया स्केल और स्कोप देती है। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को 2030 तक 2 गुना से भी अधिक बढ़ाकर $500 बिलियन तक पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है। हमारी टीमें एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को शीघ्र संपन्न करने पर काम करेगी। भारत की ऊर्जा सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने में हम ऑयल तथा गैस ट्रेड को बल देंगे। ऊर्जा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में निवेश भी बढ़ेगा। न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी क्षेत्र में हमने स्मॉल मॉड्यूलर रिएक्टर्स की दिशा में सहयोग बढ़ाने पर भी बात की। फ्रेंड्स, भारत की डिफेंस प्रिपेयर्डनेस में अमेरिका की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। स्ट्रैटेजिक और ट्रस्टेड पार्टनर के नाते हम जॉइंट डेवलपमेंट, जॉइंट प्रोडक्शन और ट्रांसफर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी की दिशा में सक्रिय रूप से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with CNN News 18. Now shifting focus to Karnataka. The Karnataka government likely to close 9 out of 10 state universities given green signal during the BJP rule. So this is, of course, the breaking input that we are getting at this point, that the government of Karnataka is likely to close down at least 9 out of the 10 state universities that has in fact been given green signal during the BJP rule. Remember, there is already a controversy that is surrounding regarding the UGC draft, in which the state government has in fact been saying that they are not going to implement the UGC draft. There was also an anti-UGC conclave that was done in the state of Karnataka, where other states like Kerala, Tamil Nadu were invited. Telangana was also invited. And now what we are hearing as far as the education sector, in higher education sector in Karnataka is concerned, the Karnataka government is likely to close down at least 9 out of the 10 state universities that has in fact been given green signal during the BJP rule. I'm now joined by CNN News 18 Sudat Bhardwaj on this. Sudat, what is the reason that is being cited by the Congress government to shut down these 9 state universities?
Well, they're citing, various, operational costs that are at play. They are saying that the financial status of several of these state universities that are sanctioned by the BJP government do not have proper facilities as well. And that, a prior report by the Karnataka State Higher Education Council has estimated that each new university would require, 342 crores for its first 5 years of operation, to cover staff salaries, expenses, but, land acquisition costs as well. And because many of these universities are not operational yet, leaving Bidar University, it was no point in running them, is why the Karnataka government has, taken this decision. They held a meeting, a subcommittee, a sub-cabinet meeting panel actually held a meeting in this regard to check the financial status of many of these sanctioned universities, whether it's really needed. So there were many rising operational costs also that were cited as a reason to running this.
All right, we seem to lose that connection, but like Sudat Bhardwaj was of course pointing out, that financial aid is one of the prime reasons why 9 such universities, state universities, are being shut down. Now shifting focus to the national capital. A fresh political storm erupts in the capital after Delhi BJP chief Virendra Sachdeva accused former Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal of stealing the official X handle of the Delhi Chief Minister's office. Now, the controversy erupted after the X handle of the Delhi CMO, which typically represents the office and not an individual, was renamed to Arvind Kejriwal at work. I'm now joined by CNN News 18's Akash Sharma. Akash, the elections are over. BJP is all set to form the government, but the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party continues to be on loggerhead, and this time it is over X handle, which is apparently an official handle of the Chief Minister, but now it has been made into Arvind Kejriwal at work.
Question is, Sharon, that if at all you can do it,
the questions are being raised that how can you, use an official resource for your personal benefits or personal gains. There's an update that the particular handle, is not getting loaded up. Now, it seems that the account has been deleted. We have no confirmation on the deletion, but definitely that account is not getting opened up now. And, Viren Sachdeva, who is the BJP chief here in Delhi, categorically mentioned that this is somewhere stealing of the government sources resources. Now, since you are not in power, you are trying to use those resources for your own benefits. We have seen many comments yesterday by the BJP leaders, though we did not get anything from Aam Aadmi Party, and it seems like the account has been deleted now.
But Akash, was actually the BJP planning to take this particular official CMO account to the new chief minister, whoever it will be? Were they actually planning to continue this particular Twitter handle?
Sharon, even if they're not...
Akash, I request you to please stay with us as I am joined by BJP MLA, Mr. Marinder Singh Sirsa. Sir, thank you for joining with us. Mr. Sirsa, what is your reaction to how Arvind Kejriwal has now taken over the official CMO X handle and he has named it as Arvind Kejriwal at Work?
I think one should understand what kind of mentality Arvind Kejriwal ji carries. Basically, getting this handle clearly proves that Arvind Kejriwal is indulged in all kind of practice which may be a corruption, taking away the government articles, taking away the government machinery, taking away the benefits from government. And now this handle, it is not about the handle. It was a chief minister office handle on which government has spent crores of rupees on advertisement. The handle is built with the government money. Now suddenly when the chief minister office leaves, have you ever seen in any country, prime minister or chief minister, when he leaves his office, he carries his articles with him? It is just like carrying any article with you, carrying away the X handle with you. So basically, this is the mentality of Arvind Kejriwal. It clearly shows what kind of mentality he carries.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sirsa, for sharing your perspective as far as this story is concerned. And now what we are learning is that the Arvind Kejriwal has in fact taken over the official chief ministerial X handle and has named it as Kejriwal at Work. Now moving on to another breaking input that is coming in from the national capital. Mohalla clinics in Delhi will be rebranded as Urban Arogya Mandir. Now Health Ministry sources has suggested that Mohalla clinics in Delhi will be rebranded and an investigation committee will be formed regarding the Mohalla clinic. So this is, of course, the breaking input that is coming in at this point after Aam Aadmi Party lost in the National Capital Assembly election. The BJP has taken over, and now what the Health Ministry has in fact been suggesting is that the entire Mohalla clinic is going to be rebranded and in all likelihood is going to be named as Urban Arogya Mandir. I'm now joined by, I'm back with Akash Sharma on this. Akash, clearly the BJP is going to, of course, bring down all the schemes and whatever scams that they believe has now been done by the Aam Aadmi Party during their tenure, and Mohalla clinic is one such issue which the BJP believes that there was a lot of scam that was going on.
Exactly, and now we are learning that, they are going to rebrand these Mohalla clinics, in fact, as far as developments are concerned. So we have seen a number of developments since the day, BJP, Bharatiya Janata Party, has won the elections. And Sharon, these are the Health Ministry sources that are somewhere indicating that an investigation committee will be formed regarding these Mohalla clinics. And, one thing is that these will be rebranded. And the another thing is that this committee will also investigate several sort of aspects, because we have seen the kind of, allegations that have come to fore as far as the Mohalla clinics of the Aam Aadmi Party are concerned. So we are learning that these Mohalla clinics will be rebuilt in a different way. And, all the kind of services will be, starting in these Mohalla clinics. And in fact, the name will be Urban Arogya Mandir. It will be a sort of dispensary or a unit, health unit where people can take several sort of benefits. And this is one of those initial, steps and the kind of development that we are seeing, here in Delhi, specifically after the fact that BJP has won the election.
And Akash, more importantly, an investigation is going to be implemented as far as Mohalla Clinic is concerned. So what is really the doubts that the BJP has in their mind as far as Mohalla Clinic in National Capital is concerned? What exactly are the allegations against the Aam Aadmi Party?
You know, there are several sort of allegations, specifically when it is about, the fake appointments, the doctors who are there or the staff, which is there. We have seen that, in the past, in fact, it was flagged by several officials that how in the Mohalla clinics they are allegedly using, fake data of the patients, how, in fact, the, staff that has been appointed there, how, one individual is working in different Mohalla clinic units and several others. So there were some sort of allegations which we are, learning will be addressed.
All right. Many thanks, Akash, for getting us all those details. So, very crucial development that is coming in. Health Ministry sources have been suggesting that Mohalla Clinic is all set to be rebranded in the coming days. Now, shifting focus to Maharashtra. Queues of people were seen outside Mumbai-based New India Cooperative Bank as worried customers want to withdraw their money after the Reserve Bank of India on Thursday imposed several restrictions, including on the withdrawal of funds by the depositors amid supervisory concerns. All right, so this is the breaking input that we are getting in from Maharashtra. After RBI has imposed restrictions, there was, of course, queues of people that were seen outside the Mumbai-based New India Cooperative Bank as customers were worried. And these are, of course, the visuals that you can see. This is New India Cooperative Bank in Maharashtra, and you can see how the customers are, in fact, lined up in large numbers. And this following the restrictions that has been put in place by RBI, where you can see that the customers want to withdraw their money after Reserve Bank of India on Thursday imposed several restrictions, including the withdrawal of funds and amidst. All right, we are in fact getting reactions from the customers. Let's listen in.
मेरा नाम किरण डेडिया है।
आरबीआई की तरफ से गाइडलाइंस दी गई है,
हाँ।
बैंक के ऊपर रिस्ट्रिक्शन पे किस तरह से दिक्कतें हो रही है?
दिक्कतें यानी हमारा अकाउंट 1982 से इतना भरोसा था बैंक के ऊपर, अभी ये बैंक ही उड़ गए तो हम बड़ी बैंक पे भरोसा कैसा करेंगे? क्यों रखें उधर भी पैसा? आप मेरी बात समझो, क्योंकि इतनी छोटी बैंक हम लोग को रात को 7 बजे जब जी न्यूज़ पे देखते तब मालूम पड़ता है कि भाई ये उड़ गई है। तो बाकी पब्लिक का पैसा हम लोग तो चलो थोड़ा एडजस्ट कर लेंगे, जो गरीब आदमी बेचारा जाएगा कहाँ पर? वो हम लोग, मेरा यहीं पे शॉप है, मैं छाया मेडिकल कर दुकान चलाता था, अभी बंद हो गई, लेकिन हम यहाँ मैनेजर हमारे पास आए थे बैंक अकाउंट के लिए, इतने हम लोग जुने पहचानते हैं यहाँ पर।
मैनेजर से बात हुई है बैंक?
नहीं, अभी कोई बात नहीं, किसी से बात नहीं होगी। हम लोग को मालूम पड़ा तो हम लोग कल से, तो आज सवेरे लाइन में खड़े रह गए भाई लॉकर। बैंक के तरफ से कोई मैसेज नहीं है, खाली इतना मालूम है अभी लॉकर खोल के अपने को जो अपना सामान देगा निकाल के लेके जाओ।
कैश के लिए कुछ उन्होंने विड्रॉल करना?
नहीं, कोई मैसेज नहीं है, कोई मैसेज नहीं। थैंक यू सर।
अभी कुछ जानकारी दिए नहीं।
All right, so you can see how there is, of course, line of customers outside the New India Cooperative Bank in Maharashtra. And we also heard one of the customers who, in fact, been saying that they were, of course, worried and they reached there to withdraw their funds, but they were not able to do so. And there has not been any message from the bank as well. We are getting more reactions of the customers who are lined up there. Let's listen.
ऑपरेट करने देंगे, अगर एक टाइमलाइन गाइडलाइन दिया जाए तो लोगों को समझेगा कि हमें इतने दिन एटलीस्ट ये ऑपरेशंस करने मिलेंगे। अभी बहुत सारी भीड़, सब लोग पैनिक हो रहे हैं मेन तो ज्यादा। कुछ नहीं आया है। कल भी जैसे आप लोग सुन रहे हैं कि लोगों के पैसे ऑलरेडी डिपॉजिट उन्होंने ले लिए हैं और ट्रांजैक्शंस कुछ भी नहीं हो रहे। कल रात को भी हम लोग ने इंटरनेट बैंकिंग ट्राई किया, मोबाइल ऐप का ट्राई किया, कुछ भी ट्रांजैक्शन नहीं हो रहे। तो बहुत दिक्कत आ रही है लोगों को उस चीज से।
All right, so you heard another customer who has in fact been saying that no transactions, of course, are taking place as far as the New India Cooperative Bank is concerned. There was in fact deposits that were made, but since last night there has not been any transaction that were able to be done by the customers. Now I'm joined by CNN News 18's Mayuresh Ganapathy on this. Mayuresh, has there been any response that has come from the new cooperative bank? Because the scene outside the bank is worrisome. A large number of people have in fact gathered outside the bank.
Usually, cooperative banks have got a large number of customers because they offer good and attractive interest rate over their deposits, and that is why a lot of people invest, or we can say deposit their money and have their accounts over there. In past also, in Maharashtra, we have seen whether it was a PMC bank or whether any other bank which have got the same kind of restrictions imposed by the RBI due to non-following of the compliances or the rules which RBI has basically brought down. Now, if we talk about this particular bank, yes, this particular bank is also one of the, we can say, famous cooperative banks, and they have got a large number of customer base across Maharashtra and especially in Mumbai also. And what we are getting to know right now is that there is a huge queue, or we can say a lot of people have gathered outside the various branches in Mumbai to withdraw their money or to get an update. But we did try to connect with the bank officials to get their response on this and what is their plan and how they are going to basically calm down the customers who are right now in a panic mode, and even they want to know whether their money is safe or not and how much money they can withdraw. But we are yet to get official response or a statement from the bank.
All right. Many thanks, Mayuresh, for getting us all those details. So you just heard the customers who are gathered outside the Indian Cooperative Bank asking for withdrawal of their money. Now moving on to how Rajat Patidar was announced as the Royal Challengers Bengaluru captain ahead of the 2025 Indian Premier League season on Thursday. Now Patidar was chosen ahead of Virat Kohli and follows Kohli, Rahul Dravid, Shane Watson, Anil Kumble and Daniel Vettori and Faf du Plessis as the RCB skipper. Now the 31-year-old Patidar has guided Madhya Pradesh to the SMAT final where they lost to Mumbai by 5 wickets.
A new era begins for the Royal Challengers Bangalore as the 2025 IPL season approaches. A surprising yet promising name has emerged to lead the charge. It's none other than Rajat Patidar. The 31-year-old batter from Madhya Pradesh, known for his fearless stroke play and calm composure, has been chosen to captain RCB ahead of the franchise legend Virat Kohli. But who is Rajat Patidar and why is he the man to lead one of the most passionate teams in the league? Well, from a humble beginning, he worked up his way to the ranks, making his first-class debut in the 2015-16 Ranji Trophy and later impressed in the shortest format of the game. His performances in the Syed Mushtaq Ali Trophy and the Vijay Hazare Trophy he led Madhya Pradesh to the SMAT final, showcases leadership potential. Patidar first joined RCB in IPL 2021 but had a modest run. After going unsold in the 2022 auction, fate had other plans. Mid-season, he was called up as a replacement and grabbed his golden opportunity with both hands. The world took notice when he played a breathtaking knock of 112 not out in the IPL 2022 eliminator, becoming the first uncapped player to score a century in the playoffs. Since then, Patidar has grown in stature, earning a national call-up. In December 2023, he made his ODI debut against South Africa and later stepped into the Test arena against England in early 2024. His hunger to succeed, coupled with his consistency in domestic cricket, made him a standout choice to lead RCB into the future. The decision to appoint Patidar comes as a bold move by RCB as he steps into the shoes once worn by two great leaders, Virat Kohli and Faf du Plessis.
Rajat, firstly, I want to congratulate you, wish you all the very best, and to tell you that the way you have grown in this franchise and the way you have performed, you have really made a place in the hearts of all the fans of RCB all over India, and they get really excited to watch you play. So this is very well deserved. And to tell you that myself and the other team members will be right behind you, and you will have all our support to grow into this role. Of course, it's a big responsibility. I've done this for many years, and Faf's done it for the last few years. And to be seen as the guy who will take this franchise forward, I'm sure it's a huge honor for you, and I'm very, very happy for you. You have earned the right to be in this position, and I'm sure you will grow from strength to strength.
Kohli, who captained RCB for nearly a decade, holds the second longest captaincy tenure in IPL history, second only to the legendary MS Dhoni. Despite his stellar individual performances, including a record-breaking 973 runs in the 2016 season and finishing as the top run-getter in IPL 2024 with 741 runs, the elusive IPL trophy remained out of reach. Now Patidar has the chance to carve his own legacy. His aggressive batting style, fearless approach and captaincy experience make him a worthy contender to lead RCB into a new era. Can he be the one to finally bring the coveted IPL trophy to Bengaluru? Only time will tell.
It was a pleasure and an honor to welcome Prime Minister Modi here. Hope he has a wonderful visit, and it was a great meeting.
He's a very special man. There is truly a special bond between the United States and India, and the world's oldest democracy and the world's largest democracy. I will tell you, we're going to have a fantastic relationship.
एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को शीघ्र संपन्न करने पर काम करेगी। गैर कानूनी तरीके से जो लोग दूसरे देशों में होते हैं उसको वापस लेने के लिए भारत तैयार है।
Hello and welcome, and thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. I'm Griha Atul. Let's begin with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is on his two-day visit to the United States of America. Remember, he has met with US President Donald Trump earlier today, and the duo discussed several key issues, including tariffs, extradition of 2611 attack accused Tahavur Rana, also illegal immigration, and the Russia-Ukraine war. Prime Minister Modi coined the word MEGA, which is Make India Great Again, which is his version of MAGA or Make America Great Again. And Prime Minister said that MEGA and MAGA together have become a mega partnership for prosperity. Now, the two leaders also announced plans to negotiate the first tranche of mutually beneficial multi-sector bilateral trade agreement by the fall of 2025. Now, in the area of trade and investment, the leaders launched Mission 500, which is aiming to more than double total two-way trade of $500 billion by the year 2030. Now, this is what the India-US joint statement really says. First of all, we are looking at the defense sector, and this is what we are learning from it. There are, in fact, new 10-year framework that have been announced on the defense partnerships between India and United States of America. In fact, US and India will be expanding the defense sales and co-production. That was something which was pretty much in the pipeline, and that also has been decided after that Modi and Trump meeting. Also, sale and co-production of Javelin anti-tank missile systems that India is going to procure from US is something that was pretty much discussed. US and India will be reviewing arms transfer regulations as well between the two nations. And if we now take a look at trade agreement between United States of America and India, here's what was discussed. Both the nations will now be expanding trade and investment, as was the conjecture and as was expected as the two world leaders really met. Trade was a high point as far as that discussion is concerned. The aim is to boost bilateral trade to $500 billion by the year 2030. Now, first tranche of bilateral trade deal will happen by this fall of 2025. That is as early as this has been proposed. Both the nations will be reducing tariff and non-tariff barriers as well. Remember, all of this despite the tariffs and the reciprocal tariffs particularly that have been announced by the US President right before his meeting with Prime Minister Modi. US will be supporting India's full membership at the IEA. An important announcement there that came as far as the energy security is concerned. Now we are on energy. Both the nations will be increasing the energy trade between them, and that also becomes very, very significant. Also, when it is about energy security, US-India will have 123 civil nuclear deals to be fully realized. And that also was discussed, and that is pretty much in the pipeline as India, and that is as far as the energy sector sector is concerned, especially energy security. We further go and talk about the fight against terror. Remember, a lot was said vis-a-vis Pakistan and the fight against terror, and also China, on how US and certain leaders in the Trump cabinet have a very, very hawkish stance when it comes to China as well. So India and US will be boosting cooperation against terror groups, particularly Pakistan. So Pakistan has been asked to bring 2611 perpetrators to justice, something that has already been started by the United States of America with that extradition of Tahawwur Rana. Now, Pakistan must ensure end of cross-border terrorism. That was also something that was announced, and as a warning to Pakistan particularly, this was about the fight against terrorism and what was on the platter and what all was discussed when it is about the two world leaders, Modi and Donald Trump. Let me now take this across to my colleagues Akash Sharma and also Siddhant Mishra, who are joining us. Siddhant, I believe, is with us from Paris, and Akash will be talking about the defense deals that have been announced between India and US. Akash, coming to you first. The fact that there have been very, very significant announcements, and there are certain procurements that we must talk about that India has already signed, and that is something that's pretty much in the pipeline. What is it looking at when it looking like for India when it is about defense cooperation? Because there was a lot of conjecture on whether or not India's defense deals with countries like Russia, will they land in jeopardy because of the defense cooperation announcement between India and US?
Right. So, Griha, you see, this was the most awaited meeting, and the entire world was looking up to this particular meeting. Now, as far as defense sector is concerned, so we have important takeaways from this particular meeting. The first one is, of course, the F-35. It is there on social media, and in fact, it has been discussed on social media. United States, in fact, Donald Trump, the US president, mentioned that how he is going to sell F-35 to India. As far as fifth generation aircraft is concerned, so it is very important because just few days back it has been categorically mentioned by the Defence Ministry that their options are open, and they can go for any sort of aircraft. In fact, the very question that was asked was if or not India is considering Su-57E from Russia or F-35 from United States. Though it was not mentioned as to which side we have an inclination towards, but yes, definitely India will have to go for a fifth generation aircraft. Also, we are developing our own, but then if at all, we are going for F-35 because the pitch has come from the United States now. Other than that, P-8I aircraft was a very part of the discussion. We are going, in fact, an approval was given by the Defence Ministry in 2019, and cost was something that was under discussion by both the countries. And now we are looking that, the leaders discussed about P-8I aircraft. This is a maritime patrol aircraft. We already have 12 aircrafts. In fact, there were 2 orders previously. We bought 8 aircraft first, and then there was a repeat order of 4 aircraft, and now we are looking for 6 more aircraft. So we can see some sort of finalization on that part. Stryker vehicle was very much a part of discussion, and we have been seeing that how for last so many months both the countries have been discussing on a Stryker vehicle, and it was a very part of the discussion. Apart from it, we have a Javelin anti-tank guided missile that India is looking for the co-production of, and we can expect the co-production to start here in India very soon. So as far as defense sector is concerned, so both the countries are discussing and have been discussing about several sort of programs, platforms and equipments, and now after this particular meeting it will get some sort of boost. Also, it is important to mention, Griha, that both the countries are looking to sign a 10 years framework as far as defense sector is concerned, and both of the countries are looking for the cooperation in this particular sector.
Right. And Siddhant, coming to you now, considering India and US have agreed to negotiate the first tranche of beneficial multi-sector bilateral trade agreement on all this just by fall 2025, pretty much in time when the Quad leaders will be visiting India. How significant is that, and especially in the wake of the reciprocal tariffs that have been announced by Donald Trump for India?
Well, that's right, Griha. But in fact, I was very optimistic about this meeting because the whole idea, Griha, of taking early meeting with Donald Trump, the whole idea is about banking upon Prime Minister Modi's personal rapport with Donald Trump. and perhaps that was at a display when Prime Minister Modi entered White House, the way he was greeted. Yes, indeed, there was an announcement as far as reciprocal tariff is concerned, but you see the release which came from the White House, Greha, there are 4-page document which was uploaded on White House website. It mentions Brazil, it mentions Mexico, Canada, but it did not mention India. Also, it may be a part of a larger Donald Trump's policy, but at the same time, Donald Trump understands the importance of India in these times,
yes,
especially the strategic ties between India and United States. So that is something which is more important for United States at this point in time. And India was always ready to speak about the issues that US has as far as trade is concerned. And this is a reason that, Prime Minister took early meeting with Donald Trump. India was not escaping. India was not evading meeting United States. So, that is kind of a good gesture, good signaling by Prime Minister Modi that if you have some issues, that let's sit down and let's resolve those issues. And look, we have a successful visit of Prime Minister Modi where, Greha, the priority for India right now is technology. India needs tech. And you see that most of these announcements are either on tech or revolving around tech. So that's kind of a thing that India have been looking for. Many of these things have already been announced in Biden's administration. I personally look at it in a way that Trump administration would be taking it ahead, taking it forward. But this compact which has been announced, then the new initiative, the Autonomous Systems Industry Alliance, then there is this technology innovation, US-India Trust initiative. So all these initiatives are about critical and emerging technology, artificial intelligence, creating more data centers, cooperation and development, access to compute and processor of AI, Indus innovation, taking forward the Indus X initiative launched during President Biden. So, it was a very, very fruitful visit of Prime Minister Modi. As far as the defense cooperation, Greha, is concerned, Akash could shed more light on it.
Yes.
F-35 aircraft which Donald Trump announced, I don't know whether it would complement the Indian air defense systems, because we already have S-400. So, there and those that system is Russia made. So that Akash would be better to throw more light on that. But as far as tech is concerned, India's priority, Greha, is tech, because if we want to be the global power, if we are aiming for that spot, then we need tech. And Prime Minister Modi's focus has always been that, and we got to know a lot of announcements around tech, critical and emerging technologies, AI, quantum computing, data centers, etc. So that's kind of a huge thing for India.
Absolutely.
Also, importantly, Greha plan to convene IMAC and I2U2 grouping meetings. Now, I2U2 and IMAC, these two initiatives were getting delayed because of the war going on in the Middle East. Now, since the ceasefire has been announced and things are settling down, so these two initiatives would perhaps we could look at a possibility of strengthening these groupings, and more focus would be on these groupings. So India is going to convene these two meetings this year.
Right, absolutely. Siddhant and Akash, I request you to stay on with us. We are going to, in fact, talk further about the illegal immigration, whether or not the deportation of Indians who have been residing in US was discussed, and also the H-1B visa, another important thing for the Indians who are, in fact, residing in the United States and part of the IT sector there. We will talk about that, but let's first listen in to the two leaders as they met.
अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन, भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन, यानी मीगा। जब अमेरिका और भारत साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं यानी मागा, मागा प्लस मीगा, तब बन जाता है मेगा पार्टनरशिप फॉर प्रॉस्पेरिटी। आज हमने द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को 2030 तक 2 गुना से भी अधिक बढ़ाकर $500 बिलियन तक पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है। हमारी टीमें एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को शीघ्र संपन्न करने पर काम करेगी। ये ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग में जुड़े हुए पूरे इकोसिस्टम पर हमने वार करना चाहिए और अमेरिका और भारत मिलकर के हमारी कोशिश है और हमारी कोशिश रहनी चाहिए कि इस प्रकार की पूरी इकोसिस्टम को हमें जड़ मूल से नष्ट करना चाहिए ताकि ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग बंद हो।
In addition, the United States and India will be working together like never before to confront the threat of radical Islamic terrorism, a threat all over the world, actually. Today, I'm pleased to announce that my administration has approved the extradition of one of the plotters and one of the very evil people of the world, and having to do with the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attack, to face justice in India. So as we deepen our defense partnership, we'll also strengthen our economic ties and bring greater fairness and reciprocity to our trading relationship. As a signal of good faith, Prime Minister Modi recently announced the reductions to India's unfair, very strong tariffs that limit U.S. access into the Indian market very strongly, and really it's a big problem, I must say. India imposes a 30 to 40 to 60 and even 70% tariff on so many of the goods, and in some cases far more than that. And as an example, a 70% tariff on U.S. cars going into India, which makes it pretty much impossible to sell those cars. Today, the U.S. Trade deficit with India is almost $100 billion, and Prime Minister Modi and I have agreed that we'll begin negotiations to address the long-running disparities that should have been taken care of over the last 4 years, but they didn't do that. I look at India, I do see the skirmishes on the border, which are quite vicious, and I guess they continue to go on. If I could be of help, I'd love to help, because that should be stopped. That's been going on for a long time, and it's quite violent. It's quite violent, but I would hope that China and India and Russia and U.S. and all of us can get along.
Now remember, Donald Trump had once famously called tariffs as the most beautiful word in the dictionary. And he had wasted no time in targeting major US trading partners, including India. Hence, it was a tightrope walk for Prime Minister Modi to navigate this new trade environment that's been announced now by the US. But let's first break down for you as to why India isn't a tariff abuser or a tariff king, as has been also said on various occasions by Donald Trump. Now, this is why we say that India's high tariffs are only on specific items, and this is not unique to just the United States of America or something that is only relevant in the Indian context. Now, if you also take a look at how India's average tariff is, remember, 17% lower than some of the other countries also. So if we do a comparative study, you will understand this aspect also. Now, India is also open to reducing tariffs through free trade agreements, is also something that we have learnt of. In fact, there were some preemptive reductions on tariff that were already done before Prime Minister Narendra Modi went to the United States of America. Now, India's tariffs also are widespread and fit in the global pattern really well, and that's why India has been having that tariff for these various other countries, something that the US really said will be slapping reciprocal tariffs on. High tariffs are also part of broader economic strategy as far as India is concerned, because remember, India has to look at certain investments as far as abroad is concerned, and all of that also fit the strategic pattern for India, and that's why tariff remains intact when it comes to India, something that the US really had always spoken of in the Indian context, calling India as the tariff king. My colleagues continue to be with us on the broadcast, but before that, let's also now talk about the Russian Su-57 and the American F-35 Lightning II, two of the world's most advanced fifth-generation fighter aircraft that took to the skies of Bengaluru on the first day of the Aero India 2025. But which of the two have the edge? Now, this question is difficult to answer because the two aircrafts were designed for different roles and developed under distinct economic and industrial constraints. Here's how they compare. Now, if we take a look at the F-35, it is in fact Lockheed Martin's most widely deployed fifth-generation fighter with a length of 15.7 meters, while the Sukhoi 57, which in fact made its debut at Aero India, spans close to 20 meters. If we further take a look at F-35's wingspan, that is 10.7 meters, while Sukhoi's is bigger at 14 meters. In fact, Sukhoi 51 beats the Lightning F-35 when it comes to maximum speed, with a difference of 520 kilometers per hour at maximum speed. In fact, the F-35 has no thrust vectoring, while the Russian-made Sukhoi 57 has 3D vectoring with extreme agility. F-35 Lightning 200 kilometers, while the Sukhoi 57 has a range of 3,500 kilometers. Now, about the loads they carry, if we talk about the F-35 Lightning II, it can carry external munitions with a 1x25 mm GEO-20A cannon, and also if we take a look at Sukhoi 57, it can carry 1x30 mm cannon along with external munitions, and that's the payload that we're talking about. And if we further take a look at F-35, it has an APG-81, which is a radar, which is a distributed aperture system and an electro-optical targeting system. And on top of that, if we take a look at Sukhoi, on the other hand, it has an I-band radar and an infrared search and track. Both of them possess stealth capabilities, but the American jet has that low radar cross-section, advanced passive detection, while the Russian-made jet is optimized for reduced detection. Now, the estimated cost of both of them really vary drastically, as the F-35 Lightning costs anywhere between 80 to 90 million per unit, while Sukhoi costs about half of that price. Let me now take this across to my colleague Akash Sharma, who continues to be with us on the broadcast. Akash, we have broken down technically what is the difference between the Russian jet and also the American one that India is all set to procure. Where lies, American and Indian cooperation and also Russian cooperation when it is about these two defense deals? If we have to project these two, we are clearly talking about a sharp reduction in cost if we look at the Russian jet.
Griha, first of all, India is not all set to procure F-35. Yes, there is a pitch from United States, but we are still not sure because, in fact, just 2 days or 3 days back, when it was the inaugural press conference of the Aero India, the same question was asked. Yes, Defense Ministry is very much open, for the options, given the fact that we are coming down to 30 or 29 squadrons, in fact, in the Indian Air Force as of now. But as far as these two platforms are concerned, so yes, you rightly pointed out, cost is one major difference. But then if or not India is at all planning to go for a fifth generation aircraft as of now is really a big question, and only our Defense Ministry or people in the government can answer. As far as these two aircraft are concerned, so we have seen, both the aircraft maneuvering in the Aero India. In fact, we have been seeing these aircraft maneuvering in Aero India from last 2-3 days. Russia has already pitched its platform, to India, saying that we'll also help you to co-produce Su-57E here in India, and we can also further help you in your fifth generation fighter aircraft program, that is AMCA. Now remember, even if India is going for F-35, it will take at least 5 to 7 years for the formalities, and then after 7 to 8 years we can expect the first aircraft to come. But even in AMCA's case, we have a first prototype coming in 2027. So whether or not India is going for a fifth generation aircraft is a big question. Other than that, we have seen that how both Russia and the platforms from both Russia and United States, We have been using their platforms. In fact, recently we have completed the formalities for a Predator drone that we will start receiving by 2029. And in fact, as far as Russia is concerned, so we are, in fact, Siddhant was pointing out S-400. Now, comparing S-400 and, our 5th generation fighter aircraft F-35 is something different. But as far as these platforms are concerned, so both have got advantages and disadvantages. Su-57 is the only aircraft that is war-tested 5th generation fighter aircraft. As far as F-35 is concerned, it has got many advantages. You rightly pointed out about several things. It was first used in Israel, and in fact, by Israel. We have seen that how it was used against Houthis as well. It has got vertical takeoffs and several other things. Stealth capability is one important factor for 5th generation aircraft. So, there are certain factors that will be decided, and we are looking forward to the kind of developments that are expected now, given the fact that, the countries have somewhere discussed the possibility of the sale. In fact, the pitch has come from the United States President Donald Trump. And, it is coming after the pitch that is already there from Russia, because Russia has offered the sale of Su-57E as well. So it will be interesting to see as to how things will pan out, because even in the joint statement, F-35 and specifically F-35 was not clear. Yes, 5th generation aircraft was very much mentioned, but, whether or not India has made up its mind, or, if or not we are going for the 5th generation aircraft is really a big question. Okay, but Akash, you've still not answered my question. Which one is a better deal for India? Is it the Russian Sukhoi or the American F-35? Even the experts cannot answer it, Griha, because as I mentioned earlier, there are several sort of advantages and disadvantages. Both the aircrafts claim to be, the stealth, to have stealth features, and now we still don't know as to which one is the better one. Right. Thank you so much for that, Akash. We'll also go to our colleague Siddhant, but after this very, very short break, as we continue to discuss the Modi visit to United States of America.
MDH का किचन की
Your Excellency, Rashtrapati Trump,
President Trump,
दोनों देशों के
delegates of both countries,
मीडिया के साथियों,
friends from the media,
नमस्कार.
Namaskar.
सबसे पहले
I would like to, first of all,
राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को
express my heartfelt gratitude to my dear friend President Trump for the grand welcome and hospitality accorded to me. President Trump's leadership has been instrumental in nurturing India-US ties and making them vibrant. I could feel today the same enthusiasm, the same enthusiasm, the same energy, the same commitment that we had worked with during our first term. Our discussions today highlighted our pride in our accomplishments during his first term, the deep mutual trust that we share, and also the resolve to attain new goals.
मैंने आज भी महसूस की है, आज की चर्चाओं में उनके पहले टर्म में हमारी उपलब्धियों का संतोष और गहरे आपसी विश्वास का सेतु था। साथ ही नए लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने का संकल्प भी था। हम मानते हैं कि भारत और अमेरिका का साथ और सहयोग एक बेहतर विश्व को शेप कर सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन यानी मागा से परिचित है। भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन, यानी मिगा। जब अमेरिका और भारत साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं, यानी मागा, मागा प्लस मिगा।
Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Griha. Now, amid Prime Minister Modi's visit to the United States of America, US President Donald Trump has announced an approval of extradition of Tahavur Rana, who is an accused in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks. While responding to a question during a joint press briefing on elements in the US working against India, including Khalistan separatists, Trump said that US is quote-unquote giving a very violent man, that is Tahavur Rana, back to India immediately, adding further that there are more to follow. Now, in the joint statement that was put out by both leaders, they pledged to work together to prevent proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and also their delivery systems, and to deny access of such weapons by terrorists and non-state actors. In fact, both the world leaders also committed to strengthening law enforcement cooperation to take decisive action against illegal immigration networks, organized crime syndicates, including narco-terrorists and also human and arms traffickers, as well as other elements who threaten public and diplomatic safety and security, and also the sovereignty and territorial integrity of both the nations.
आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई में भारत और अमेरिका दृढ़ता से साथ खड़े रहे और मैं राष्ट्रपति जी का आभारी हूं कि उन्होंने 2008 के जिसने भारत में नरसंहार किया था, उस मुजरिम को अब भारत के हवाले करने का निर्णय किया है.
Pleased to announce that my administration has approved the extradition of one of the plotters and one of the very evil people of the world, having to do with the horrific 2008 Mumbai terrorist attack, to face justice in India. So he's going to be going back to India.
An issue on which the US authorities have taken very clear decisions. I think you've seen the president announce it himself from the White House podium, the decision of the United States to extradite him. It's reflected there in the joint statement as well. We are working on the logistics of this, his surrender and extradition to India. There are a few final steps to be completed. The two sides are in touch on this particular issue.
Let me now get in some breaking news on the broadcast that concerns this extradition that has now been approved of Tahavur Rana by US. Now, as per government sources on what is next that can be expected when it is for Tahavur Rana, we are learning that the legal documents, warrants have all been issued and shared with the US authorities by the Indian authorities. And now that a political decision has also been taken, the two sides will only work out the modalities of the date and time. So very soon that extradition in fact is going to take place. Taking this across to my colleagues Arunima and Siddhant, who are with us on the broadcast. Arunima, coming to you first. Ever since that rejection of petition by the US Supreme Court for Tahavur Rana, that stage really was set for his extradition back to India. But when it is about to Trump's stance on immigration and how hard they are going to come down on illegal immigration, I believe Mr. Rana was also part of this immigration syndicate. In fact, he had immigration offices there in Chicago and various other places in America, I believe.
Yes, in fact, David Coleman Headley managed to come to Mumbai because Tawahur Rana, using his travel agency office, using his immigration office, gave documents to David Coleman Headley by way using which he could get a visa and then tell the visa officials here in India that he was here in India to help Tawahur Rana's business. So that was the decoy that David Coleman Headley had used. Now, India believes, the National Investigation Agency, the Mumbai police, they believe that Rana was aware of David Coleman Headley's real intention. He was very much in the picture. He was aware of the conspiracy and aware that David Coleman Headley was carrying out recce of sensitive spots here in Delhi. The National Defence College was recceed in Mumbai, the Gateway of India, the Taj Palace Hotel, the Leopold Cafe area. All of those were recceed. The videos are sent to the handlers of David Coleman Headley in Mumbai, and Rana was aware of all of this. And you're right, he was utilizing his immigration office to give this kind of a cover to David Coleman Headley. This evidence has been produced by India, and that evidence has been used by United States authorities to fight the case against Rana. The difference that Tawahur Hussain Rana's case has made is the level of cooperation between India and US. It was US prosecutors who were utilizing the evidence provided by India and fighting against Rana. Rana's defense was, fighting against US prosecutors. Now that Mr. Trump has made it clear that political clearance for Rana's extradition has been given, what India believes is that it could be just a matter of few weeks and not months before he's sent here to India. And his questioning will not be limited to Headley or Lakhvi or Hafiz Saeed alone. His questioning will be for the larger conspiracy that Pakistan is hatching against India beyond 26/11 as well.
Absolutely. In fact, Siddhant, the Mumbai police already has an email communication of David Coleman Headley and Tawahur Rana. All of this is part of the possession of the investigative agencies. There is a 400-odd page charge sheet against him. Now, all of that will come into play. So it's just a matter of paperwork between the two authorities at India and US for that extradition to happen very, very soon. But how soon exactly are we looking at?
Well, that's right, Greha. In fact, there was a supplementary charge sheet which was filed in 2022. A senior IPS officer of Maharashtra cadre was sent from Delhi to Mumbai to file this charge sheet. This charge sheet talks about the email exchanges between Tawahur Rana and David Coleman Headley. The email mentions name of one major of who was working in ISI at that point in time, Major Iqbal. Also, this charge sheet talks about that how Tawahur Rana also came to India and stayed in Mumbai ahead of 26/11 attack. Perhaps for the first time this revelation was made when this 400-page charge sheet was filed in the year 2022. Also, Greha would also like to give credit to India, should give credit to Donald Trump for this, because when during his first tenure only, this entire process of his extradition got started. In 2018, India had sent a diplomatic note to United States asking for extradition of Tawahur Rana. At that point in time, Trump was the president. After which, when Tawahur Rana was released on a humanitarian ground, at that point in time, also India objected to its release, and the provisional arrest was made by the US authorities again. Rana was again arrested on the request of India. At that time also President was Donald Trump. And third and the most important point here is that, all throughout, Rana has not been convicted for his involvement in 26/11 attacks. He has been convicted for planning an attack in Denmark. Yes. So this would be the first time when he'll be brought to the country. This would be the first time that Rana would be convicted. Rana would be put on trial for the 26/11 terror attacks. So this perhaps makes the Rana's case very, very special, and he could spill the beans. He could give testimonies perhaps about the involvement of Pakistan, ISI, in this entire 26/11 attack. So he is a key player, and this goes to Donald Trump's credit. He may be saying that I have given the political clearance, but Rana has exhausted all legal options in the United States. One, more than the political clearance that he has given now, the kind of gesture Trump administration had shown in the first tenure perhaps helped to fast track this entire extradition process. And today, Rana has reached a stage where he has exhausted all legal options and he has to be extradited to India. He had challenged this in US courts multiple times, that if I'm not convicted under the same offense in US soil, why I'm being sent to India, etc., etc. Something on these lines his lawyers have been fighting the legal battles. But
absolutely, a fair point. And Siddhant, that is an important aspect that you have put forth for our viewers, because way back in 2011, Tahabur Rana was in fact convicted for plotting an attack on Danish newspaper, which had been allegedly publishing cartoons of Prophet Muhammad in 2005. So we will look at all of those angles, but right now we have interview of MOS Home, Yogesh Kadam, on this extradition of Tahabur Rana. My colleague Mayuresh has spoken to him.
For sticking with CNN News 18, my first and direct question to you: what is your first reaction to this particular news, where Tahabur Rana will be soon extradited to India?
I think this is a very big step towards proving that Pakistan was involved in 26/11 attack.
Yeah.
Basically, we all know the fact, but on an international platform, you need proofs. You need if you want to internationally take a stand, you need some base to that.
Yeah.
So I think this is a huge step towards the successful investigation.
Okay.
I think Prime Minister Narendra Modi has again proved that on an international level, he is considered as an important leader. India is today 5th powerful nation in the world, and I think while moving upwards with hand in hand with US, I think this is a big step.
Absolutely. It was a very long wait. We can say that since a long time India was negotiating with the US government for the extradition of Tahabur Rana. My question to you, you being the state home minister, how Mumbai police or how the state government will be preparing for his extradition, and have we been able to get in touch with the home ministry in the center or with the US officials?
So coordination was already there, and as you said, this was a long awaited, and again I'm saying the same thing. The preparations are already there, and mostly the central government central home department is only going to handle this issue, not Mumbai police, but Mumbai police will also, of course, will throw out all the support to the home department to complete the investigation. Again.
My colleague Arunima continues to be with us. Arunima, I believe the Indian authorities had submitted a request asking for the extradition of Tahabur Rana way back in 2019. What do you think has taken so long?
See, first, there was, of course, a legal process that was involved. The extradition process, you first have to convince the courts here in India that there is enough evidence, and then you get an extradition warrant issued. So the legal process had to be followed on in India first. Then you have to convince courts in United States of America that there is a fit case for this person to be sent to India. And in that case, India received a lot of help. Like I was pointing out, the evidence was provided by India. We did not receive any cooperation from Pakistan. We were speaking to Ujjwal Nikam earlier in the day, and he was also ascertaining how every time we tried to impress upon Islamabad to act against the 26/11 perpetrators, they turned around and asked for evidence. When the crime scene is in their country, when the conspiracy is being hashed in their country, the onus was also on them to look for evidence, but they always put it on India. So whatever limited resources India had, that was utilized to put together the dossiers, and that evidence has been appreciated by the American courts with help from the American authorities as well. So that took time as well. From the lower court level to a court of appeal to the final Supreme Court level, Rana exhausted all his legal options, and at each stage there was time that was utilized, giving him a fair chance as far as American laws are concerned. And then India was hoping that politically a decision will be taken. Rana still had the option of seeking asylum, but President Trump set that speculation to rest when he announced today that he believes Tahabur Rana must be sent to India and face trial here. Like Siddhant also pointed out, this is the first time that Rana will be prosecuted prosecuted for the 26/11 conspiracy. And this will give India and America both, and you heard President Trump there saying that we are together in fighting Islamic radicalization. So this will give a chance to India to expose not just Rana, not just Lakhvi and his associates in ISI, but to tell the world at large how Pakistan's terror factory operates.
Absolutely, Arunima, thank you so much. In fact, Arunima was just talking about that statement that has been made by Mr. Ujjwal Nikam. This is a big announcement after the bilateral with Prime Minister Narendra Modi that the US President made, and he said that United States has agreed to extradite 2008 Mumbai terror attack accused Tahawoor Rana to India. Trump also emphasized that the US will not be a haven for terrorists. So what would be the global implications of this stance by the US, and what does it mean for India? Indian Special Public Prosecutor Ujjwal Nikam will give you some insights. Take a look.
What is your first reaction to this decision that has been taken by the United States?
Indeed, it's a great success for India for two reasons. Firstly, before US administration takes the decision on the extradition of Tahawoor Rana, US President on his own sumo motu had declared that Tahawoor Rana will be extradited.
Okay.
This is a great statement made by the US President, and it gives a strong signal across the globe that US land will not be heaven for those persons who wants to indulge in terrorist activities on the soil of India by staying in US. So this will have a long-reaching impact also, because we have the certain criminal fugitive who have ran away after committing serious financial crimes from India, and they are staying abroad. So it is for the entire globe to take a call as to how these proceedings can be expedited, number one.
Okay.
Number two is important thing is that Tahawoor Rana is a big catch for India, because I have conducted the terror attack of 26 November at Mumbai. I have examined David Coleman Headley in Mumbai court. David Headley has given sensitive revelation in Mumbai court showing the nexus between Lashkar-e-Toiba and some of the army Pakistan officials. Now, the links, that is not the only oral testimony of David Headley, but David Headley had adduced the email correspondence which was exchanged between the Lashkar operatives as well as some of the top army officials. Now, he has produced the correspondence not in Mumbai, but he has produced that evidence in Chicago court. I had been to Chicago for examining the entire evidence which was adduced by David Headley in Chicago court. Number three is that Tahawoor Rana has allowed David Coleman Headley to open his immigration office in Mumbai. Accordingly, David Headley had visited Mumbai before the terror attack, took the photographs of the targeted places of 26 November and parted with the Lashkar-e-Toiba. Now, this Tahawoor Rana is involved in the deep-rooted criminal conspiracy more than the 26 November, because it is revealed that Tahawoor Rana had also visited Delhi, Pune also, along with the David Coleman Headley. So they had other plans also. So it will come out only after Tahawoor Rana will be brought to India.
With that, we are shifting our focus. Let's get you some news from Karnataka, where the Bengaluru Metro Rail Corporation has increased the metro fare by up to 50%, and this has happened just last week, and this is following the recommendations of the Fare Fixation Committee. Now, effective from February 9th, the hike has drawn sharp criticism from the public and opposition leaders. It has also made the Bengaluru Metro the most expensive public transport system in India. The sharp increase in the metro fare prices sparked widespread outrage and almost immediately decreased footfall. The number of people who, in fact, were seen hailing that metro was, in fact, it saw a sharp decline by 4%, and it went down to 8.2 lakh passengers on Monday. In an interview with CNN News 18, the Bengaluru Metro Rail Corporation Limited's Managing Director M. Maheshwar Rao said that there is scope for calibration of recently hiked fares.
Is this decision of fare hike, is it done in the state or is it done in the centre? That's what people need to understand and get, and they want clarity.
I would just like to mention that the metros have always been envisaged as an organization which works on good professional standing and does its work to meet the needs of the customer. So it's a joint venture, and it's has stake of both state and centre. And the board generally takes a lot of decisions, and of course representatives will be there who will be discussing the matter in detail in the interest of the city and the consumer.
There's an increase of rate of pricing. 10 rupees is 20 rupees. We've seen up to 90 rupees. The long haul especially is full 90 rupees. Will there be a revision of these fares?
Let me say that, like I mentioned again, it is something which is been fixed by the fare fixation committee. So whatever has to be done as per statute is something which we will have to follow.
But what led to the price hike?
I'm sure that if you look at it, the metro itself is an organization which requires to look after its own, manage its own affairs and financials.
Okay.
The cost of management of its stock, cost of management of its rolling stock, cost of administration, cost of security, cost of its manpower in fact, and electricity charges, all of them go into some way are factored in when a decision is taken on the fare hike. This is also done looking at what is in the interest of the passengers, etc., and then a decision is always taken.
Let's now shift our focus and get you stories from the world of entertainment. In fact, the world of the Hindi film industry that's popularly known as Bollywood. Now, some love stories shine brighter than the others. So let's take a romantic journey through the lives of 5 iconic couples, Priyanka Chopra and Nick Jonas, those whose love has transcended borders, Virat Kohli and Anushka Sharma, partners in both life and sport, Ranbir Kapoor and Alia Bhatt, whose love feels like destiny, and Deepika Padukone and Ranveer Singh, whose bond is built on trust, and lastly, Vicky Kaushal and Katrina Kaif, whose fairy tale romance captured our hearts.
In the glitz and glamour of Bollywood, some love stories shine brighter than the rest. Tales of passion, devotion, and unwavering companionship that reaffirm our belief in true love. Let's take a romantic journey through the lives of 5 iconic power couples who continue to inspire us with their fairy tale romances. When Priyanka Chopra, a global sensation, and Nick Jonas, an American pop star, connected over a simple Twitter DM, neither knew they were embarking on a love story for the ages. Their whirlwind romance led to a magical wedding in 2018, proving that love transcends distance, culture, and even a decade-wide age gap. From Nick embracing every Hindu festival with Priyanka to their constant support for each other's dreams, their relationship is a beautiful blend of 2 worlds. When cricket met cinema over an ad shoot, a love story was born. Virat Kohli and Anushka Sharma's romance blossomed on the set of a commercial, leading to a dreamy, intimate wedding in Italy in 2017. Whether it's Virat dedicating his victories to Anushka or Anushka cheering for him from the stands, their love is built on admiration and unwavering support. Alia Bhatt once confessed she had a crush on Ranbir Kapoor, never imagining that years later he would become the love of her life. Their love story, which unfolded on the sets of Brahmastra, is straight out of a Bollywood film filled with dreamy proposals, stolen glances, and romantic getaways. Tying the knot in 2022, they prove that sometimes the best love stories are the ones that take their time to unfold. Deepika and Ranveer's love story is nothing short of cinematic magic. Meeting on the sets of Goliyon Ki Ras Leela Ram Leela in 2012, their chemistry ignited a romance that culminated in a breathtaking wedding in 2018. From Ranveer's love-filled comments on Deepika's Instagram post to their unwavering support for each other's careers, they redefined couple goals.
बात जब अपने
Your Excellency, राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप,
President Trump,
दोनों देशों के
delegates of both countries,
मीडिया के साथियों,
friends from the media,
नमस्कार।
Namaskar.
सबसे पहले
I would like to, first of all,
राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को
express
मेरे
my
शानदार
heartfelt
और
gratitude
आतिथ्य सत्कार के
to
लिए
my dear friend President
हार्दिक
Trump
आभार व्यक्त
for
करता
the grand welcome and hospitality
हूं।
accorded to me.
ट्रंप ने
President Trump's
भारत और अमेरिका
leadership
संबंधों को
has been
अपने नेतृत्व
instrumental in
संजोया
nurturing
है,
India-US ties
जीवंत बनाया
and
है।
making them vibrant.
जिस उत्साह से
I could
उनकी
feel
पहली
today
टर्म में
the same
हमने
enthusiasm,
काम
the
किया,
same
वही उमंग,
enthusiasm, the
वही
same
ऊर्जा
energy, the same commitment
वही प्रतिबद्धता
that we had worked with
मैंने
during
आज
our
भी
first
महसूस
term.
की है। आज की चर्चाओं में
Our discussions today
उनके पहले टर्म में
highlighted
हमारी उपलब्धियों का
our
संतोष
pride in our accomplishments during his first
गहरे
term,
आपसी
the
विश्वास
deep
का
mutual trust
सेतु था।
that we share,
साथ ही
and
नए
also
लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त
the
करने का
resolve to attain
संकल्प भी
new
था।
goals.
हम मानते हैं, मैंने आज भी महसूस की है, आज की चर्चाओं में उनके पहले टर्म में हमारी उपलब्धियों का संतोष और गहरे आपसी विश्वास का सेतु था। साथ ही नए लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने का संकल्प भी था। हम मानते हैं कि भारत और अमेरिका का साथ और सहयोग एक बेहतर विश्व को शेप कर सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन यानी मागा से परिचित है। भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब
It was a pleasure and an honor to welcome Prime Minister Modi here. Hope he has a wonderful visit, and it was a great meeting.
He's a very special man. There is truly a special bond between the United States and India, and the world's oldest democracy and the world's largest democracy. I will tell you, we're going to have a fantastic relationship.
हमारी टीमें एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को शीघ्र संपन्न करने पर काम करेगी। गैर कानूनी तरीके से जो लोग दूसरे देशों में होते हैं उसको वापस लेने के लिए भारत तैयार है।
Hello and welcome, and thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. I'm Griha Atul. Let's begin with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to United States of America. Now, India and the US are all set to deepen their strategic partnership across key sectors, with President Donald Trump announcing that Washington is now moving forward to providing India with F-35 fighter jets. This follows extensive discussions with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, where both the leaders agreed to enhance cooperation in areas like energy, critical technologies and connectivity. US President Donald Trump also said that military sales to India would increase by billions of dollars starting this year itself. He also confirmed that the US is working towards supplying India with advanced F-35 stealth fighter jets. And framing the strategic cooperation across defense and high-tech, US President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Modi also launched a new initiative, which is the US-India Compact for the 21st century, to drive transformative change across key pillars of cooperation.
अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन, भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन, यानी मिगा। जब अमेरिका और भारत साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं, यानी मागा, मागा प्लस मिगा, तब बन जाता है मेगा पार्टनरशिप फॉर प्रॉस्पेरिटी। आज हमने द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को 2030 तक 2 गुना से भी अधिक बढ़ाकर $500 बिलियन तक पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है। हमारी टीमें एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को शीघ्र संपन्न करने पर काम करेगी। ये ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग में जुड़े हुए पूरे इकोसिस्टम पर हमने वार करना चाहिए, और अमेरिका और भारत मिलकर के हमारी कोशिश है और हमारी कोशिश रहनी चाहिए कि इस प्रकार की पूरी इकोसिस्टम को हमें जड़ मूल से नष्ट करना चाहिए, ताकि ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग बंद हो।
Now, we are just talking about the defense cooperation between India and US, and before that, there was something that India had already signed on with Russia, that is Sukhoi 57. So, the Russian Sukhoi 57 and the American F-35 Lightning II, two of the world's most advanced 5th generation fighter aircraft, took to the skies of Bengaluru, by the way, on the first day of Aero India 2025. But which of the two really has the edge? This question is difficult to answer because the two aircrafts were designed for different roles and developed under distinct economic and industrial constraints. So here's how they compare. Let's break down for you the details of F-35 and also Sukhoi, that is the Russian make. Now, as far as the F-35 Lightning is concerned, it is a Lockheed Martin's most widely deployed 5th generation fighter with a length of 15.7 meters. While when it is about Sukhoi, this is Su-57, which is made its debut at Aero India, that in fact spans to close to 20 meters, we are told. Now, if we further take a look at F-35 Lightning II, its wingspan is 10.7 meters, while Sukhoi's is that of 14.1 meter, which is slightly bigger. Now, Sukhoi in fact also beats the Lightning F-35 when it comes to maximum speed, with a difference of 520 kilometers per hour at maximum speed. If we further take a look at F-35, it has no thrust vectoring, while the Russian-made Sukhoi 57 has 3D vectoring with extreme agility. Now, if we further take a look at F-35 Lightning II, it has a combat range of 2,200 kilometers, while that of Sukhoi really is coming to the range of 3,500 kilometers. Now, about the loads that these two aircrafts really carry, as far as the F-35 is concerned, they can go ahead and carry external munitions with a 1x25mm GAU-22A cannon. And when it is about the Sukhoi 57, it can carry 1x30mm cannon along with external munitions. That is the payload that we're talking about. If you further look at the F-35, it has an APG-81, which is AESA radar, which is a distributed aperture system, by the way, and an electro-optical targeting system. That is what the F-35 has. When it comes to Sukhoi, when it is, on the other hand, has that I-band radar system and also an infrared search and track. So as far as both of these aircraft carriers are concerned, they possess stealth capabilities. They are 5th generation, like we've been mentioning, but the American jet has a lower radar cross-section and advanced passive detection, while as far as the Russian-made jet is concerned, it is optimized for a reduced detection. Now, the estimated cost, this is what it is going to cost for India, if at all India goes ahead with this defense deal, especially with the United States of America. Both of these costs really vary very drastically. As far as the F-35 Lightning costs are concerned, it's anywhere between 80 to 90 million per unit, while Sukhoi really costs about just half of it. So this is a matter of all, when it is about the costs that are concerned, it's a Russian deal and also the American deal. If we compare the both of them, which one is better for India remains the big question. And I'd pose that very question to my colleague Akash Sharma, who is with us on the broadcast now. So Akash, what do you think is beneficial for India when it is about this particular deal, whether it is the Russian deal that India should go ahead with or the American one?
It all depends on conditions and requirement, Griha. You rightly pointed out that how these both aircraft are different as far as their role is concerned, because one is in fact war tested. Su-57 was very much used in the Russia-Ukraine war, and the other one, has been used by several countries where we have seen the use of F-35 by Israel and by United States against the Houthis. It has got several sort of capabilities, and in fact both the aircraft have got several sort of capabilities that they have in common. But then again, it depends on the requirement, the kind of requirement you have. One is cost effective, the other one is a bit more expensive. Both have the stealth capability, super maneuverability. In fact, when we talk about F-35, so it has got 3 versions, and the Navy version has also got the vertical takeoff, option, and it is one advanced option that is not very much available worldwide. Now coming to India as to which aircraft India will go for, so frankly speaking, till now, I don't think that there is a discussion. Because just till few days back, it was the question was very much asked to the officials from Defence Ministry. They said that their options are available. But then we know for a fact that India is also working on AMCA. The prototype of AMCA is expected to roll out by 2027. The deliveries can start by 2034. And similarly, we will go for any of these platforms. So, by 2030 and before 2030, it is not at all possible that we'll receive the aircraft. So, it really, is a matter of time, and on the basis of requirement and the kind of need we have, a call will be taken. But yes, important, announcement it was, where we have not just this F-35, but there are several sort of other announcements that were made after the meeting that concluded just few hours back between the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and United States President Donald Trump. F-35 is, of course, is mentioned by Donald Trump, but then when it is about India and, Indian government or the Defence Ministry is concerned, so till now we haven't seen any sort of, mention for F-35 or the 5th generation aircraft from any of these countries. Russia has also made a pitch where they have said that they are going to sell, Su-57 to India, and in fact they are are ready to co-produce Su-57 with India, where they are also saying that they will help India, making its own 5th generation aircraft, that is MCA. Now, other than that also, Griha, you see India has also invested in the 5th generation fighter aircraft program of, Russia. Now, there are some sort of advantages and disadvantages when it is about Russia, and same goes with United States. So, weighing will happen as to which side we should go for in case, if at all, we are going. But, it will be premature to say that India is going for F-35 or Su-57E at this point in time. You rightly pointed out, both the aircrafts are here in India. They are sharing the same airspace. In fact, yesterday we saw the maneuvers by both F-35 and Su-57. It is for the very first time that Su-57 has come here in India. 5th generation fighter aircraft, super stealth, capability, and then super maneuverability, and in fact, 12 hard points, can go for more than 18,000 meters, and is war tested. This is one big thing, that it's a war tested aircraft. So, interesting times ahead as to which aircraft India is going for, if at all, they are going for a 5th generation fighter aircraft from any other country.
Right. Also, the fact that the announcements which have been made, just a short while from now, Akash, when it is about this multi-sector bilateral trade deal is concerned, or even the defense sector is concerned, do you think America will still have an edge to probably get India on board with the deal that they have on F-35s, considering Prime Minister Modi is already there and the bonhomie between Prime Minister Modi and US President Trump goes back a long way?
It is all diplomacy, Griha, you see, because as far as India is concerned, so we have seen in the past few years that how our interest, our national interest is always the priority for the Modi government. In fact, we have seen that how on one hand we have inducted S-400 from Russia. On the other hand, we have we have this deal of Predator drones from United States. On one hand, Russia is our long-standing partner for years. On the other hand, we have several sort of platforms in the Indian services from United States. So it depends on the kind of need and requirement again. As far as diplomacy is concerned, so yes, India has been working with the United States for last so many years, and they have agreed to work together for the next 10 years as far as defense partnership and the framework is concerned. So it will be interesting to see. Also, Griha, you see, as far as other platforms are concerned, so P-8I is one aircraft that India is very much using as of now in Indian Navy. It is a maritime patrol aircraft. We have got 12 units of it, and we are looking for 6 more units. In 2019, Defense Ministry initiated the process, and everything happened. And then we got to know that cost was one thing that was negotiated on several levels. And in fact, today we have seen a mention of P-8I aircraft. In fact, in that particular joint statement that we have been discussing and we are talking about. So a number of platforms. Other than that, also Stryker is one platform. And also the Javelin anti-tank guided missile. So there are a number of platforms that we are interested in as far as taking these platforms or equipments from United States is concerned. But it is not very definite that it has been mentioned, since it has been mentioned by the President of United States, then it is definite that we are we are going for that particular platform or the aircraft.
Right, Akash, thank you so much for that. In fact, we have this report by Akash Sharma that has been filed for you. This is the 2025 edition of Aero India. One of the highlights there was the participation of the 5th generation aircraft, Sukhoi 57E, that Akash was talking about. And this is, remember, one of the most advanced aircraft in the world. This was the first time that Sukhoi 57 and F-35 stealth rivals face-to-face at the Aero Show. And this is this report that Akash has filed for us from the exhibition. To know more about its stealth capability, super maneuverability and latest avionics, take a look.
The biggest defense and aviation expo, Aero India 2025, has begun here in Bangalore. The event is big, with more than 900 exhibitors taking part. We have representation from more than 80 countries. Close to 40 defense ministers from all across the world are taking part. And we have a confirmation of close to 30 service chiefs from all across the world. The first day is a mix of a number of activities where we have seen that how Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh inaugurated the event first, followed by an air show where we saw a number of aircraft taking part in different maneuvers. And then we are going to see CEOs roundtable today. The event is going to focus on Make in India approach of the Defense Ministry, and we are going to see a number of aircraft, drones, UAV technology, weapons, missiles, and a number of related things. On one hand, we have Su-57E of Russia taking part in this event. On the other hand, we have F-35 of United States. This event is also seeing a lot of excitement for fifth generation aircraft, given the fact that while we have Russia and United States taking part with their fifth gen aircraft, India is also working on its fifth gen aircraft program, that is AMCA. We have seen that how Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has inaugurated the 1x1 prototype model of AMCA. And in the coming years, we are expecting that this program will see a success and India will have its own fifth gen aircraft.
We are shifting our focus to some breaking news that we are getting in from our neighbouring nation Pakistan, as Pakistan's Foreign Office has now responded to the reference of the country that was made in the Indo-US joint statement. Pakistan has gone on to call it quote-unquote one-sided. It also calls it misleading and contrary to diplomatic norms. And they also go on to say that they are surprised that it was added without taking into account Pakistan's sacrifices. Such references, it says, cannot cover up India's sponsorship of terrorism. Listen in.
We consider the Pakistan-specific reference in the Indo-US joint statement of 13 February 2025 as one-sided, misleading, and contrary to diplomatic norms. We are surprised that the reference has been added to the joint statement, notwithstanding Pakistan's counter-terrorism cooperation with the United States. Such references cannot cover up India's sponsorship of terrorism, subversion, and extrajudicial assassinations in the region and beyond, nor can they shift international attention from stark reality of India being a safe haven for the perpetrators of hate crimes against Muslims and other minorities. The joint statement fails to address non-compliance of India with UN Security Council resolutions, which is the key source of tension and instability in the region, and to take cognizance of the grim human rights situation in Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Regrettably, this is tantamount to abdication of international responsibility. The international community recognizes Pakistan's efforts and sacrifices in the fight against terrorism. As a country that has enormously suffered from terrorism, Pakistan would continue to contribute constructively to the regional and global efforts to promote peace and stability in the region. It remains committed to bring the fight against terrorism to its logical conclusion by eliminating this scourge from its soil. Pakistan also remains committed to continue with counter-terrorism efforts to address the issue of terrorism, including acts of terrorism perpetrated by foreign elements.
Let me take this across to my colleague Siddhant Mishra, who is with us on the broadcast now. Siddhant, the statement by Pakistan is pretty much on expected lines, but the kind of offensive that they are launching against India, calling it as a country that sponsors terrorism, this is taking that entire disgruntled stance to another level.
Well, absolutely, Greha. Look, Pakistan is frustrated, Greha. The reason being, in the early 80s and early 90s, the kind of lobbying that Pakistan used to do on Capitol Hill against India, perhaps on the name of war on terror, which was launched during Bush administration, and before that, helping United States to fight Russia in Afghanistan, to fight Mujahids in Afghanistan. Perhaps Pakistan had a very close ties with United States in 80s and the 90s. But since 2000, there has been a shift in United States policy. And in last 10 to 15 years, especially under Prime Minister Modi's tenure, Pakistan has completely been thrown outmaneuvered by India from United States foreign policy. And this credit goes to Prime Minister Modi. So they are frustrated. because before this they have been outmaneuvered. They were not mentioned anywhere. There have been no high-level visits from Pakistan to US, US to Pakistan. Even now, US presidents come to India, they don't go to Pakistan. Not only US president, but any state head or head of the government comes to India, they don't go to Pakistan. So they are fully frustrated. As far as this particular paragraph is concerned, this particular paragraph is regarding the 26/11 attack. Perhaps India has been demanding the perpetrators to be brought to justice from a long time, and America is with India as far as this particular demand is concerned. So Pakistan is frustrated. They don't know how to go forward. They don't know how to handle the situation, and they cannot tolerate US siding with India so much against Pakistan. So this is something which they are unable to handle right now. So what they're doing is issuing condemnation, calling the statement one-sided when there are multiple testimonies, dossier after dossier have been given to Pakistan, perhaps to act against these terror groups, Lashkar-e-Taiba and other those who are involved in terror-related activities against India. But Pakistan has not once cooperated with India. Hafiz Saeed and company is openly roaming in Pakistan. The other 26/11 masterminds are still actively functioning in Pakistan. Time and again, we get to see those videos and photos of those terrorists operating freely from the Pakistani soil. So Pakistan right now is frustrated. Pakistan is in a spot. Right now, the only breather Pakistan has is the IMF funding. That too, they are getting with the help of United States. Now, since India has outmaneuvered Pakistan, Prime Minister Modi has outmaneuvered Pakistan from US's foreign policy. So they don't have anything left but to attack India and call it a one-sided statement.
And Siddhant, isn't Pakistan really getting a taste of its own medicine? Because in 2024, there was a joint statement that was released by China and Pakistan, which made an unwarranted reference to Jammu and Kashmir and something that was rejected by India. So now that India and United States are calling out how terrorism is emanating out of Pakistani soil, they are crying foul.
Yes, that's right, Greha. So in 80s and 90s, they used to lobby on Capitol Hill against India. They used to create a narrative against India on the issue of Kashmir. In fact, many US presidents, they in fact convinced many former US presidents' team that US should intervene in the Kashmir issue between India and Pakistan. If you remember the times of Barack Obama in the run-up to his election, he made some remarks which perhaps didn't go down well with the Indian side. So all that was happening in United States because of the aggressive lobbying by Pakistan against India. But now the world has realized, United States have realized the strategic importance of India. And this is the reason that you see now the only friend that Pakistan is left with is China. So now what they do is that they try to block the list of the terrorists and the terror organization which India wants to be sanctioned by United Nations. So that now what Pakistan does is that they block it with the help of China in United Nations. But of late they have not been able to successfully orchestrate that as well. So they are completely on back foot. Economy is in doldrums. US is not with them. China also treats them as a junior ally. They don't have money to run the country. Army wants US's attention right now because US Army has been surviving. Pak Army has been surviving on US money since a long time. So since now that money has been stopped, and also Greha, very important. It was Donald Trump who in his first regime in 2017 when he came to power, decided to cut military aid to Pakistan. So Donald Trump has largely sided with India when it comes to India-Pakistan relations.
And also announced that military, assistance and also deals to India, and that also going up to the tune of billions of dollars, as has been said by Donald Trump. Do you think that is also putting Pakistan in a spot of bother? They are worried about the kind of military muscle that India will now have, if at all that deal really is being signed between the two nations?
Well, absolutely. And, Pakistan had enjoyed US confidence. in terms of military aid, in some terms of defense equipment, US defense equipment being given to them, the F-series fighter jets. So Pakistan has enjoyed the confidence of the United States for the longest time. There were two reasons to it. One, to fight Russia in Afghanistan, and the second was war on terror, which started during President Bush's time. But since these two
Azadin, I'm really sorry interrupting you there a bit, because we have a statement by Maharashtra Chief Minister Mr. Devendra Fadnavis on the extradition of Tahir Rana, and he goes on to say, and I'm quoting from that statement of his, "I'm grateful to Prime Minister Modi for ensuring Rana's extradition." And he also goes on to say that, in fact, he is wanted in India and his extradition sets the ball rolling for final justice. And further saying that Rana was, in a way, the mastermind of 26/11 terror attacks. Also, that we have cross-questioned Rana in the 26/11 case, but we wanted to get Rana back, which US was not agreeing upon. Now, Prime Minister Modi's intervention has helped with this.
जो 26/11 के मुंबई के हमलों का एक प्रकार से प्लानिंग का मास्टरमाइंड रहा है, उसके एक्स्ट्राडिशन को अमेरिका ने मान्यता दी है। मैं इसके लिए देश के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। पिछले समय हम लोगों ने पीछे लग के अमेरिका से परमिशन लेकर ऑनलाइन तहव्वुर राणा की साक्ष्य की थी, जिसके कारण इस मामले में जो पाकिस्तान का हाथ था वो दुनिया के सामने आया। कोर्ट ने कन्विक्शन भी दिया, लेकिन हम सभी भारतवासी ये चाहते थे कि भारत के खिलाफ साजिश करने वाले, हम पर हमला करने वाले इस मास्टरमाइंड को भारत को सौंपा जाए, जिसके ऊपर अमेरिका तैयार नहीं थी। उनके प्रोटेक्शन में वो था, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री जी की पहल पर तहव्वुर राणा को एक्स्ट्रेडिशन की परमिशन एक प्रकार से अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति श्री ट्रंप इन्होंने दे दी है। मुझे लगता है भारत के लिए एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण ये चीज़ है, क्योंकि हमारे लीगल और जुडिशियल सिस्टम के माध्यम से हमारा अपराधी ये अपनी सजा पाए, ये हमारे लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। मैं इस घटना को बहुत महत्वपूर्ण घटना मानता हूँ।
उपमुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे यांनी
असं आहे की त्या ठिकाणी आमचंच ऑफिस होतं जेव्हा मी उपमुख्यमंत्री होतो, ती जागा त्यांच्याच करता होती, त्यामुळे ऑफिसेसचं रिअलाइनमेंट चाललेलं आहे।
Taking this across to my colleague Arunima. Arunima, important statement there by the Maharashtra Chief Minister, as he's hoping for that extradition of Mr. Rana to happen very, very soon. And he's also going on to thank Prime Minister Narendra Modi for his intervention. Now, he also speaks about an online interrogation of Tahir Rana in the 26/11 case that the Indian authorities and the Mumbai police have done. What really happened and transpired back then, Arunima?
Not really interrogation. What Devendra Fadnavis was pointing out is that with cooperation for the American authorities, when the 26/11 trial was on, then Tahir Rana's evidence was taken by the Mumbai police prosecution. That was an important evidence because Mumbai police was arguing that this was a grand conspiracy which was hashed by Pakistan. David Coleman Headley, a friend of Tahir Rana, was the recce agent sent by ISI, and he used Rana's immigration office as a decoy, as a cover to come to India, get that visa, and then go around doing his recce in Mumbai and in Delhi. So in this context, to prove this particular charge against Kasab, against his handlers and against ISI, Indian prosecutors, the Mumbai police prosecutors, had gotten specific permission from the American authorities, and Tahir Rana's deposition, his evidence online was taken. I think that is what Mr. Fadnavis was pointing out too. But he also went on to say that giving evidence against someone is different. Our case is that Rana himself was aware of the conspiracy and he yet kept quiet. He did not inform authorities. He did nothing to stop the kind of mayhem that we saw in 26/11, and for that he should be held guilty. He should be brought to India and prosecuted.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that, Arunima. So that stage is set for the extradition of Tahir Rana after that big announcement by US President Donald Trump while Prime Minister Modi is in Washington, D.C. With that, we go into a very, very short break. News and updates continue on the broadcast.
Hexaware. Your Excellency, Rashtrapati Trump,
President Trump, delegates of both countries, friends from the media, Namaskar. I would like to, first of all, express my heartfelt gratitude to my dear friend President Trump for the grand welcome and hospitality accorded to me. President Trump's leadership has been instrumental in nurturing India-US ties and making them vibrant. I could feel today the same enthusiasm, the same energy, the same commitment that we had worked with during our first term. Our discussions today highlighted our pride in our accomplishments during his first term, the deep mutual trust that we share, and also the resolve to attain new goals.
मैंने आज भी महसूस की है, आज की चर्चाओं में उनके पहले टर्म में हमारी उपलब्धियों का संतोष और गहरे आपसी विश्वास का सेतु था। साथ ही नए लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने का संकल्प भी था। हम मानते हैं कि भारत और अमेरिका का साथ और सहयोग एक बेहतर विश्व को शेप कर सकता है। फ्रेंड्स, अमेरिका के लोग राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के मोटो मेक अमेरिका ग्रेट अगेन यानी मागा से परिचित है। भारत के लोग भी विरासत और विकास की पटरी पर विकसित भारत 2047 के दृढ़ संकल्प को लेकर तेज गति शक्ति से विकास की ओर अग्रसर है। अमेरिका की
Hello and welcome to Simply South. I'm Harish Upadhyay. This is the show that gets you the flavor of South India. We'll get you all the major stories of the day from across the 5 southern states. Let's start with Kerala, where 3 people were killed after temple elephants during a procession ran amok, resulting in the death of 3 people. The incident occurred at the Manakulangara Bhagavati temple at Kuruvangan. The elephant ran amok after hearing the loud sound of firecrackers during a ritualistic procession. This comes less than 3 months after the Kerala High Court had issued stringent guidelines for the use of elephants during festivals and other celebrations. Since the onset of festival season early last month, several incidents of elephants running amok have caused havoc. And this has been reported from Kerala. In fact, last week, 2 people were killed after elephants ran amok during festival. However, the central government has told the Rajya Sabha that the state recorded 460 deaths and over 4,000 injuries due to human-wildlife conflict between 2020 and 2024. Shocking visuals coming in from Kerala. This was during a festival celebration in Kozhikode district that happened on Thursday. This was at the Bhagavati temple in Kozhikode, where 2 elephants ran amok, killing 3 people, injuring nearly 30 people. The firecrackers which were used and the sound that was generated is said to be the reason for these elephants running amok there. killing these people. Incidents of this type have repeated several times in Kerala, and in fact just last week 2 people were killed in a similar incident in Kerala. This time round 3 people killed. This is from Kozhikode district. Neetu, several guidelines given out by the courts. We have seen such incidents repeating every year, but nothing much has changed, and this time around 3 people getting killed. Who are these people? Were they devotees? Were they part of the team that was managing elephants?
No, they were devotees who have been killed. 2 female and 1 male have been killed last night, and 31 other people have been injured. There are several guidelines that has been issued by the court, as well as there are rules in place regarding the distance that needs to be followed when you're having such temple festivities and as part of rituals when elephants are being brought in. So what some of the eyewitnesses were telling is that when the crackers were burst, that's when one of the elephants which was standing behind with he hit the other elephant, and that is how both of them started running amok and created this issue there. And these elephants also destroyed a building which was inside the temple premises. One of them, one of the dead people was found from under the debris. So that has also added to this. It's a major issue that the state has been facing. On one hand, there is a lot of man-animal conflict, wild elephant attacks in the bordering areas where the areas border the forest, be it in Wayanad district or in Idukki district. On the other hand, there are issues like this where when elephants are being brought in, they attack, they run amok the people and create this kind of a situation.
Well, Neetu, has the state government responded? Because as you rightly mentioned, through the week they've been dealing with man and animal conflict in Wayanad and Idukki, other places, but something of this nature, this is absolutely avoidable.
Yes, that's correct, and there are guidelines in place to avoid especially this situation. The Kerala High Court has also come down heavily on the procession of elephants and using elephants when it comes to rituals, and how it should be used with the bare minimum. Now, as far as the government is concerned in this particular case, immediately after the incident has happened, they have made arrangements for transporting these people or giving them the treatment that is required. At the same time, the Forest Department, the Social Forestry wing of the department, has started their investigation to see if any of the rules were flouted, any guidelines were flouted while this ritual was going on. So that is what the government is doing at the moment. The report is expected soon. Only after that we'll know whether there has been any lapses, and if so, then there will be action based on that.
Thank you, Neetu, for joining us with all that information. We'll have to see if the Kerala government will strictly implement some of these guidelines in other festivals which take place in various temples in Kerala during this time of the year. Moving from Kerala to Bengaluru, in a shocking case of misplaced priorities, the Karnataka government has left hundreds of bus passengers waiting under the hot sun after it removed a bus shelter to build a statue of Rajiv Gandhi. Although the shelter was taken out in 2023 and the statue was built in 2024 March, a good year later, the Karnataka government is yet to build a bus shelter, leaving hundreds of people waiting at this particular place without any shelter. It was the same case during monsoon, even now. The government cites a design change for the delay, but the passengers are furious, questioning why a statue was prioritized over their convenience. The BBMP's sluggishness in building a simple bus shelter has sparked outrage and demand for immediate action. With the heat steadily increasing, passengers' plight needs urgent attention. The commuters expressed their anguish and blamed the BBMP for not constructing a shelter even a year after installing this brand new bronze statue of Rajiv Gandhi, where the government spent nearly 1 crore rupees on installing the statue. How short-sighted can a government and can a municipal body get? Well, the heights of it perhaps is on absolute display here near the Mantri Mall in Malleshwaram. This is Rajiv Gandhi's bronze statue that the state government erected. They spent nearly 1 crore rupees installing this. But then the problem here is this was installed by removing an existing bus shelter. And although this was inaugurated in March 2024, the BBMP and the state government, which said that it would build a new bus shelter, hasn't done that. As a result of it, now what you see behind me is hundreds of people who are standing here every day. Even as temperature increases, they have absolutely no shelter, no shade at all. They'll have to wait here for buses, students and other people. This is an area that sees a lot of footfall and they have no shade at all. This was the same situation when it was raining during monsoon. Now the temperature is increasing and no shelter at all. They'll have to wait here. The BBMP and the state government giving a very lame excuse, saying that the designs are getting ready. That's why there has been a delay in building this new bus shelter. But remember, this place, the bus shelter was removed sometime in 2023, 2024. The statue was ready in March and inaugurated. Nearly a year later, we see no signs of any work starting for the BBMP to set up a bus shelter here, which shouldn't take so much time or money. And they've spent a whopping 1 crore rupees just for the statue. And this is when the state government was cutting down on every other expense.
The shelter is going to be made now. I think they just design, because it has to be, it cannot be a regular kind of shelter. So a new design has been worked out. So it is in the process. So I think within a short time there will be a new modern designed shelter is coming up there.
In another piece of breaking news coming in from Karnataka, this time a cabinet subcommittee of the Karnataka government, which was tasked with evaluating the operational and financial status of the state universities, has now recommended the closure of 9 out of 10 state universities established during the previous BJP regime. A prior report by the Karnataka State Higher Education Council estimated that each new university would require roughly around 342 crore for its 5 years operation, covering staff salaries and other expenses, but it notably excluded the land acquisition cost. Many of these universities are not yet fully operational, with the exception of Bidar University. The Karnataka government now says it doesn't make sense, at least this cabinet subcommittee now says it doesn't make sense to continue having these universities, and is likely to recommend to the Karnataka cabinet to shut down these 9 universities, and if there are affiliate colleges, move them to other existing universities. This is likely to trigger a political blame game, because 10 universities, 10 state universities were approved and cleared by the previous BJP regime. But now DK Shivakumar coming out and defending this action, saying that the BJP announced these universities without much of allocation.
Of the university in the interest of the students, what best is there, we don't have any personal agenda. ನಮಗೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಭವಿಷ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯ, ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಯಾರು ಲೆಕ್ಚರರ್ಸ್ ಯಾರು ಹೋಗಿ ಚಾಮರಾಜನಗರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ತರಿಲ್ಲ, ಮಂಡ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ತರಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಪೆನ್ಷನ್ಗಳು ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಸೀನಿಯಾರಿಟಿ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ಬೇರೆ ಇದಿದೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಸಜೆಷನ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವರ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಅವ್ರ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ಗೆ ಇಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಲಾ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಬ್ರೀಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
Joining right now is CNN News 18 Sudat Bharadwaj. Sudat, this is likely to trigger a huge political slugfest, because the BJP would see this as a move by the Congress to downplay or dilute the decision that the BJP had taken during its time between 2019 and 2023.
Yes, definitely. Remember, the Higher Education Ministry is already involved in yet another controversy. It has issued, it has signed a joint resolution against the UGC guidelines now. It is rebelling against the BJP at the center now with regards to the UGC guidelines, saying that they are against the federal structure. Now, right now, this is yet another major move from the Higher Education Ministry. Now, with regard to the state universities that are being run here. They have said that it is likely to close 9 of the 10 universities that were sanctioned during the BJP rule. So this is definitely going to cause quite the political showdown here in Karnataka. Remember, the Congress has always blamed many of the allegations that they face, saying that this is a result of the previous fiscal mismanagement of the BJP government. They have long mentioned that because the BJP government signed many contracts, many tenders, and sanctioned many such tenders without proper fiscal management, they are bearing the burden of it now. And that if there is any financial strain that the Karnataka government is going through, it's only because of the BJP, is what the Congress has always said. They have always maintained this stance, blaming the previous BJP government for it. Now, they seem to say that there is no political agenda behind it. Deputy CM D.K. Shivakumar says that they are mulling to close these universities only by keeping the interest of the students in mind, the teachers in mind, and the universities in mind as well. Because these universities do not have many students coming in, they feel this is the right decision to take. Apart from the Bidar University and the affiliated colleges, many of these universities will be closed, especially in Chamarajanagar and Mandya. They are citing reasons such as the issues with regards to lecturers being transferred there to teach, the seniority, and various issues with regards to the pensions as well as some of the reasons. So while they say that this is not any political agenda behind it, this will definitely raise questions given the fact that the BJP has already, blamed the Congress over several such issues now. They will feel that this is a political vendetta behind such a decision, and that they were probably doing injustice to many of the students who wanted to study here. So we will definitely expect a strong reaction from the BJP in this regard.
So then what happens next, especially for students who are in these universities? Will they now be moved to a different existing university? And what's the next process? This goes to the cabinet, full cabinet, where a decision is likely to be taken? All right, there seems to be an issue with the line with Sudat, but perhaps the Karnataka Cabinet Subcommittee will now have to send this recommendation to the Cabinet, where it will be discussed. Well, the Chief Minister will take a final decision on whether they want to shut down these universities. Remember, the issue is 324 crore rupees required for the operational expenses, but Karnataka government says much more will be required for land acquisition, and it's not feasible. We'll have to see how this entire blame game transpires. Well, moving from Karnataka to Andhra Pradesh, an absolute shocker coming in from Andhra Pradesh. A 23-year-old woman from Parampalle village in Guramkonda Mandal of Annamaya district of Andhra Pradesh was brutally attacked with acid. This coming in on the Valentine's Day. The accused Ganesh from Amacharu Mitta, Madanpalli Mandal, allegedly harassed the victim for the past 2 years in the name of love. And on the day of the attack, he stabbed her on the head with a knife before throwing acid on her face. The critically injured victim was immediately rushed to Madanpalli Government Hospital for treatment. Tragically, this heinous attack occurred just weeks before her scheduled wedding on the 29th of April. Authorities have now launched an investigation into the case. Joining me right now is CNN News 18's PV Ramana. Ramana, absolute shocker coming in, and this is somebody who is not just thrown acid, stabbed her as well, and looks like a brutal case of attack.
Yeah, Harish, as you mentioned, a shocking incident in the Annamaya district of Andhra Pradesh. One woman, 23 years old woman, was brutally attacked by a person in the name of, actually this person, accused is Mr. Ganesh. He is from same village, neighboring village of this victim in fact. So he is harassing that woman for the past 2 years in the name of love. Today morning around 6 o'clock, he went to the victim's place, and by seeing that there was no taking the advantage that her parents went to field for their works in fact. So by seeing that, taking it as advantage, that man stabbed the victim on the neck, and later on he poured acid in the face of the victim. By hearing the screamings of that lady, local people and neighbor people came to that place, and that fellow, that Ganesh, escaped from the spot, and the local people tried to save that girl, and they were shifted to the local government hospital. Government hospital authorities is giving all the treatment to that lady, and taking necessary precautions to save that lady. In fact, so by seeing this shocking incident, Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu expressed shock by seeing this incident, and he asked the authorities to give the better treatment to that victim, and asked the police also take severe and stringent action against this woman, and asked the Home Minister Anita also to review the case time to time and give the report, and accordingly try to save that girl whatever the possible way is possible, whatever the financial assistance and whatever the medical assistance she required, provide all the facilities. She ordered the Home Minister Anita also. This is it is creating sensation. This has happened on the day of Valentine's Day. On the Valentine's Day, one person is attacking a woman with the acid. Means it's a very shocking incident in the state of Andhra Pradesh, Harish.
Yes, Ramana, we'll come back to you in a bit. In a breaking news coming in on the very same story, Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has condemned the acid attack and has ordered strict action against the accused. Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has strongly condemned the attack in the Guramkonda Mandal of Annamaya district. He has directed authorities to take strict action against the accused and ensure that the victim receives the best possible medical treatment. The Chief Minister has further assured that the government will extend full support to the victim and her family in every possible way. Ramana, any word in on the condition of this girl and where the investigation is heading right now?
As of now, investigation is on. Police already in the field to arrest this accused who is stabbed that lady. His name is Ganesh. So already police is at the job, and they are trying to collect all the evidences from the spot, and they are also approaching the parents and relatives of the accused. In fact, so time to time, police is taking all the necessary measures to catch that accused. And meanwhile, Chandrababu Naidu asked the officials, asked the police and also medical authorities to take necessary actions, necessary precautions to save that lady. So as of now, her condition is stable. There is nothing to worry. In fact, but while he was stabbing, that was not entered into her neck completely, so that the wounds were not as severe as not as much severe. So she's out of danger. She will be all right, I think, by taking the treatment, Harish.
Okay, that's good. That's good to hear that she is out of danger. Ramana, please continue to stay with us. In another piece of breaking news coming in from the state of Andhra Pradesh, this related to the Tirupati Laddu adulteration case. The special investigation team is likely to interrogate the 4 accused from today till the 18th of this month. The investigation will be conducted at the SIT office in Tirupati. The SIT officials will interrogate Bole Baba Dairy directors Vipin Jain and Pomil Jain, as well as Vaishnavi Dairy CEO Apurva Vinaykant and DR Dairy MD Raju Rajashekaran. Ramana, this is a crucial investigation. They've got time till the 18th to gather more information. We've already seen a lot of details coming in on how the entire scam was planned and the fraud and the cover-up that happened, and the SIT will now have to gather evidence to back that claim.
Harish, as you said, Tirumala Laddu ghee adulteration case is very much CBI taking it as a serious issue, because already CBI arrested CBI-led SIT, Special Investigative Team. It is led by Central Bureau of Investigation. Already they arrested 4 people, and they filed a petition in front of the court to give all the 4 accused to their custody for further investigation. Already 4 people who belongs to this Apurva Vinaykant and 4 people related to Bhole Baba Dairy and AR Dairy and Vaishnavi Dairy. So these three dairies are involved, dairy product companies are involved in this ghee adulteration case, in fact. So basically police collected the information is that the Bhole Baba Dairy, which belongs to Jharkhand, it is famous in making the ghee adulteration. From that, these AR Dairy given the orders to supply the ghee on the bulk. So they were supplying only for 320 rupees, while the market price is for the good quality of ghee is 500 rupees. The police started investigation is that how the good quality ghee could get for only 320 rupees, while the good ghee cost is 500 rupees. They started investigation in this matter. So there is evidences of already police collected the evidences of ghee adulteration with the animal ghee also. So they found animal ghee in the samples also. It was revealed that the animal ghee also, fat also involved in this ghee. So likewise, the police is taking, CBI is taking this a very serious matter, and they have started investigation. They are probed for further investigation. All four these accusers were taken into the custody. They will try to collect the information and evidences by collecting the invoices between the companies and the invoices between the other companies, what exactly happened and where they started, and how the ghee were adulterated, and how these ghee were used, and what is the exact period of time for this entire thing was happened. So is there any financial because already it was happened in the YSRCP tenure. So TDP government is also very much serious. How is there any money exchange, money matter is involved in this?
It's a high take.
Yeah,
absolutely, Pravana. It's a high stakes investigation, not just for the SIT but also for the TDP government to ensure that the charges that they had gone out and levelled and said that they would fix things at TTD, that actually happens. Thank you for joining with all that information. Well, those were the major stories from South India. Time to look at more news and updates on the other side.
Starting this year, we'll be increasing military sales to India by many billions of dollars. We're also paving the way to ultimately provide India with the F-35 stealth fighters. We missed you a lot. Here's